The human world. Bai Chen opened the refrigerator and stared at the neatly stacked blood bags inside. For a moment, he simply stood there, lost in thought. Which one should I pick for tonight? All right, this one. With a soft rustle, he pulled out a bag with a deep, rich color and pierced it with a straw. Gulp. As the blood slid down his throat, Bai Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. From a normal human's perspective, the taste would probably be strange. Not exactly good, but not unpleasant either. What lingered instead was the faint spiritual energy contained within the blood, giving it a subtle sweetness. That sensation answered the question on its own. Bai Chen was a vampire. More precisely, a half-vampire, half-demon. He remembered the moment his consciousness first returned. A man with blazing golden hair stood amid a world reduced to ash. Fire spread behind him like wings as he looked down at the infant in his arms, guilt and sorrow flickering across his eyes before he vanished in a burst of flames. That man was known throughout the underworld as the Duke of Phoenix. To the world, he was a terrifying existence. To Bai Chen, at least back then, he was simply his father. Now, Bai Chen preferred to think of him as that man. The demonic blood in Bai Chen's veins came from the Phoenix clan. According to the Duke, Bai Chen was his son. Yet Bai Chen felt no sense of belonging to that lineage. If he truly qualified as a Phoenix descendant, he would not be living quietly in the human world. He had not awakened the Phoenix bloodline. He had no standing in the clan. So he was sent away. The human world. And strangely enough, Bai Chen was grateful for it. When given the choice, he had selected Kuo Town without hesitation. A place where fate gathered. Where Rias Gremory and Sona Citri resided. One of the safest locations he could think of outside the Phoenix territory itself. As long as he stayed close to them, it was no different from having Surzex and Sarah Fall watching over him. As long as he didn't interfere too much with the original storyline, survival was almost guaranteed. At that time, Bai Chen was weak. His demonic blood slept. His vampire side had never even experienced its first true awakening. Choosing Kuo Town had been the correct decision. Because the moment he crossed paths with Hayadu Issei, everything changed. Ding! A massive amount of luck has been detected. God-level synthesis system activating. The sudden mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Activation progress. 0.001%. Would you like to absorb luck to activate the system? Bai Chen froze. Then understanding hit him like lightning. A system. Without hesitation, he responded. Absorb. Luck absorption initiated. Activation progress. 5%. 20%. 50%. 100%. Loading complete. Congratulations, host. God-level synthesis system successfully awakened. The system's explanation followed immediately. A synthesis system capable of combining specific materials, bloodlines, realms, and concepts to create existences far surpassing their original components. When materials were difficult to obtain, the system would issue tasks to reward rare resources. Then came the first directive. Golden synthesis task initiated. Required materials. Ancient Egyptian tablet. Obelisk relic. Underworld essence. Phoenix blood essence. Bai Chen exhaled slowly. That's ambitious. That was half a month ago. Since then, he had already acquired the ancient Egyptian tablet through a system task. As for the remaining materials, tonight was the turning point. That was why he couldn't sleep. He finished the blood bag and let out a quiet breath. Still not enough. His gaze drifted toward the darkened streets of Kuo Town. There had always been another reason he came here. For a vampire, power came from accumulation. Strength, memories, experience. All of it layered over time. There was a shortcut. Blood. The blood of powerful beings. Yet that path demanded strength he didn't yet possess. To hunt strong prey, one had to already be strong. It was a closed loop. So Bai Chen chose a different solution. A deal. Rias Gremory needed help. He needed blood. The agreement was simple. She would supply him with high-quality blood regularly, and he would help her achieve her goal. The blood wasn't freshly taken by his fangs, but it was still precious. More than enough for now. Bai Chen closed the refrigerator door. Everything he was doing led to a single outcome: evolution. And tonight was only the beginning. Aside from the golden opportunity he gained after crossing paths with Hayadu Issei, Bai Chen possessed another ability. He gave it a temporary name: blood replacement. When Bai Chen first began to understand his condition as a half-demon, half-vampire, he noticed something strange. A subtle craving toward other life forms. Not hunger in the usual sense, and not a simple urge to drink blood. It was deeper than that. A desire to merge. To integrate another being's blood into his own body and make it part of himself. He had tested this ability once before. Back then, the only blood he could obtain was from an angel. A barely qualified one, rescued alongside him by Duke Phoenix. Angel blood. At the time, Bai Chen had no other choice. If he wanted to grow stronger, even that blood was better than nothing. Because the truth was simple. He had no real source of blood. Although Duke Phoenix acknowledged him as his son and was willing to raise him, there was one thing the Duke absolutely refused to tolerate: Bai Chen's vampire side. Blood bags were already pushing the limit. Anything involving actively drawing blood from other beings was forbidden. If Bai Chen crossed that line, he would be sent away without hesitation. "He's probably disappointed in me," Bai Chen murmured quietly as he opened the package that had just been delivered. He didn't resent Duke Phoenix. On the contrary, the Duke had done everything he could to help him awaken the Phoenix bloodline. Resources were spent. Methods were exhausted. Yet nothing worked. The Phoenix family's bloodline trial was unavoidable. Pure-blooded demons passed it with ease. Even most deluded descendants could endure the trial of the immortal mountain. But for half-bloods like Bai Chen, failure was almost guaranteed if the bloodline didn't awaken. In the end, Duke Phoenix gave up. Not out of cruelty, but to protect Bai Chen's life and buy himself time, he sent him to the human world. And here, Bai Chen finally gained freedom. It felt strangely liberating to be abandoned. The blood of pure-blooded demons. Grimoire Ball, even pure-blooded vampires. Bai Chen stared at the samples laid out before him and took a slow breath. He had collected them over time, but none had been used yet. The power contained within was simply too great for his current state. Attributes weren't the issue. He had already absorbed angelic power once. The real problem was foundation. He wasn't strong enough yet. To use blood replacement safely, he needed to accumulate power step by step. Rushing would only lead to collapse. That was why he had put this ability aside for now. Compared to carefully nurturing his strength through blood, the system was far more efficient. Ancient Egyptian tablets, obelisk remains, the underworld, none of this is easy to obtain. Bai Chen opened the storage array and examined the materials inside. The ancient tablet carried the weight of countless years. Just looking at it made time itself feel distant. The obelisk remains radiated the traces of war, storms, and destruction. And the underworld essence was the most dangerous of all. Even a slight release of its seal caused deathly energy to flood the room. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound at the door broke his focus. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. There were very few people who would visit him. Judging by the rhythm of the knocking, he already knew who it was. Click. He opened the door. Standing outside was a girl with blonde twin tails. When she saw him, her eyes lit up instantly. A smile rose to her lips before she quickly remembered herself, lowering her head slightly. Her cheeks flushed as she lifted her skirt in a flawless display of noble etiquette. "Brother Bai Chen, it's been a long time. I'm sorry for visiting without informing you first." Ravel Phoenix spoke softly, her voice tinged with nervousness. Bai Chen sighed inwardly and stepped aside. "It's fine. Since you're here, come in." He had told Ravel not to visit too often and to contact him beforehand if she did. There were risks. Her presence could draw Duke Phoenix's attention. Worse, Ravel herself could become a target. The Phoenix family was dangerous. Bai Chen remembered clearly what happened to captured Phoenix clan members in the original storyline. Reduced to materials. Turned into resources. He was safe only because his bloodline remained dormant. Ravel wasn't. "It's okay," Ravel said quickly. "Brother Razor is nearby." He didn't want to see you, so he stayed away. She looked relieved after saying it, clearly worried about leaving a bad impression. Bai Chen understood her feelings. At the beginning, he had deliberately grown close to her, partly for protection, partly to secure a future safety net. Now, it seemed she still remembered those days clearly, and that made things complicated.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Following Bai Chen, Libel entered Bai Chen's villa. Father is really going too far. He actually let brother Bai Chen live in such an environment. There was a hint of anger in Ravel's voice. Indeed, judging from the traditional perspective of the demon nobles who always gave castles as gifts for local specialties, the place where he lived now was indeed quite ordinary. Rebel, this kind of environment is pretty good for me. Bai Chen smiled and handed Libel a cup of steaming tea. Ravel came here. Although the time was different from what he had originally imagined, it wasn't that different. Given Ravel's personality, she would probably give him what he needs without hesitation, right? The first synthesis of the god-level synthesis system requires one more condition, the blood essence of the phoenix. Of course, Bai Chen's unawakened phoenix bloodline wouldn't work, but, as a pure-blooded demon, the blood of Ravel would certainly be qualified. Originally, Bai Chen planned to invite Rebel after some time, but now it's okay. It would save trouble if Rebel came uninvited. Brother Bai Chen, are you still angry with father? Seeing Bai Chen lost in thought, Rebel took the initiative to ask. Of course, she came here to visit Bai Chen, but she also had other purposes. For example, let Bai Chen return to the Phoenix Mansion. No, why would I be angry with him? Didn't I say it's easier here? Bai Chen denied it. Duke Phoenix is indeed a qualified father. Apart from not saving Bai Chen's mother, he believes that he has not done anything wrong to Bai Chen. As for the so-called mother, he actually didn't care much about her. Because he had no memory of his mother, and the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Duke Phoenix. He even doubted whether his mother really existed, because according to his own discovery, his vampire blood had similarities with vampires anywhere in the world. Is it easier? Ravel lowered her head slightly, a look of loss in her golden eyes. After Bai Chen said this, she felt that the possibility of her being able to persuade Bai Chen to go back was reduced a lot. Ravel, I have a favor to ask of you. When Rebel was about to persuade Bai Chen in the way she had planned, Bai Chen said something that was beyond Rebel's expectations. Asking her for help? This didn't seem like something her impression of her brother Bai Chen, who had a lot of self-respect, would do. Brother Bai Chen, please tell me how I can help. I will definitely do it. Ravel leaned forward slightly, her voice filled with urgency. The slightly growing breasts slightly pushed up the clothes on the chest, shaking up and down with the rhythm of breathing. The face was noble yet revealed a hint of arrogance, with eyes sparkling with fire, rosy lips sparkling with luster, and bursts of tea fragrance emanating from them. She gently put down the teacup and looked at Bai Chen with concern and openness. Of course, what attracted Bai Chen the most was her fair neck. On the tender neck, light green and red pulses are faintly revealed, releasing a sweet breath. Because Rebel showed such a weak and willing attitude, Bai Chen slightly shifted his gaze. This is what makes him different from the vampires in this world. In addition to his desire for blood, his desire for a powerful origin and his own desires also make him have such impulses. A drop of blood, Ravel, lend me a drop of your blood. After a few seconds, Bai Chen calmed down and looked into Ravel's eyes and said, Ravel was confused for a moment, but then she was relieved. Indeed, if father was not around, brother Bai Chen could use his power as a vampire. In order to use the power of a vampire, it is necessary to absorb high-quality blood. In addition to being of high quality, her blood is also of the same origin as Bai Chen's, so it should have a considerable effect on Bai Chen. In fact, she agreed the moment she heard the request. But she also had other plans. If I give it to Brother Sama, can you promise me one thing? What happened? Bai Chen asked directly. In fact, he already had a rough idea of what those things might be. Brother, if I convince father to let you go back, will you come back with me? The girl named Rebel looked at Bai Chen, her eyes revealing a hope. Silence. If that side agrees, I have no problem with that. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Chen gave this response. He agreed, and did not hesitate for a long time or refuse as Rebel had imagined. The reason is very simple, because Bai Chen needs the blood essence of the phoenix. Moreover, if the time really comes when Rebel says, Bai Chen feels that if he goes back, Duke Phoenix will not choose to restrain him. There is no ability to restrain him at all. Bai Chen had only absorbed the spiritual blood for 2 weeks before he ascended from the lower demon level to the middle demon level. As long as he reached the realm of a higher demon, he would be qualified in front of Duke Phoenix. Okay, then I'll get it for you right away, brother. Ravel also spoke directly. She absolutely trusted Bai Chen, believed that Bai Chen would fulfill his promise, and believed that Bai Chen would never deceive her. Although she has not been with Bai Chen for a long time, this feeling has already taken root in her heart. All I can say is, Bai Chen's plan to develop a brother complex was a great success. A few minutes later, a drop of red gold blood appeared in front of Bai Chen. The flames flicker with an undying glow. The moment he saw it, Bai Chen's heart began to beat faster. Wrong. Realizing the abnormality of his condition, Bai Chen shook his head and freed himself from the state of thirst for blood. Ravel, are you okay? Bai Chen saw how weak Rebel was and handed over the nourishing medicine he had just prepared. Essence blood is not ordinary blood, and taking it out will cause certain damage to the body. 1 drop of essence and blood is okay, but if a large amount of essence and blood is taken out in a short period of time, it will cause huge damage to any living organism and may even be dangerous to death. Yeah, it's okay, Brother Bai Chen. Rebel supported herself on the sofa with one hand and controlled the essence and blood with the other, letting it slowly float in front of Bai Chen. Thanks for your hard work. Bai Chen sighed and said, It's enough if I can help my brother. A smile appeared on Ravel's pale face, and she quickly drank the tonic. Bai Chen just nodded slightly, saying everything without saying a word. Maybe at first, he just wanted to curry favor with Ravel and cultivate her affection for his sister, but now he really cares about the blonde girl with twin tails in front of him. Because Rebel is one of the few people in this world who treats him wholeheartedly. Bai Chen will always remember those who are good to him. While thinking about things related to Ravel, Bai Chen collected the phoenix's blood essence in his hands. Bite. Golden synthesis task, material collection completed. Synthesis materials, ancient Egyptian slate, obelisk relics, underworld, phoenix blood essence. Is it synthetic? Yes. Bai Chen's breathing quickened for a moment. Rebel's blood essence was effective, so there was no need to look for anyone else. The golden synthesis task is the second level of synthesis tasks. Synthesis tasks are divided into 4 levels: color, gold, purple, and blue. The higher the level of the task, the higher the level of the synthesized materials, and the more difficult it is to obtain the corresponding materials. The golden synthesis task was already the highest level besides the colored one, and Bai Chen was looking forward to what he could get. Synthesis begins. As the system interface flickered, the materials Bai Chen had placed inside also disappeared. Synthesis progress, 5%, 10%. Watching the progress bar slowly grow, Bai Chen's heartbeat also slightly accelerated. Until his thoughts were awakened by a sharp cry. Jin gang gang gang. This sound is. Not only Bai Chen, but also Rebel could recognize what the sound was. That's Phoenix's voice. It was the blood cry of the Phoenix that Phoenix made during the battle. That's Brother Razor's voice. After understanding the hidden meaning of the Phoenix cry, Rebel ignored her own weakness and directly spread her flaming wings and rushed outside. It's really not peaceful. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that what he had thought before would come true. Libel heard the hidden meaning in the cry, and Bai Chen certainly heard it too. It's the sound of battle. It's the sound of provocation. These weren't the kind of provocative words uttered just before a fight, but rather the cries of fighting spirit erupting in the face of adversity. At this time, the outside world. Libel hurriedly flew out of Bai Chen's house. As soon as she went out, she saw a scene that made her pupils shrink instantly. Her brother, Lesser Phoenix, now unleashes the power of the Phoenix. Blazing flames burst out from his body, but they could not hurt the man in black in front of him. However, as if he was burned by the fire of the Phoenix, a look of pain appeared on the face of the man in black. Soon, the pained expression on his face turned into anger. You're just a fire-breathing parrot, so don't bark in front of the highest-ranking demon. The hysterical voice of the man in black reached Ravel's ears, causing her to subconsciously take a step back. This person is really coming for them. Boom! Explosive magic power washed over Lesser's body, and the Phoenix's flames instantly disappeared in the terrifying magic fluctuations. Ravel, run! Razor's voice echoed from within the torrent of magic power, and Ravel felt a little relieved. But it was just a few words, and soon, Rebel met eyes with the man in black. Oh huh? Looks like the intelligence was right, there's a pure-blooded Phoenix here. The eldest daughter of the Phoenix family is truly beautiful. I'm wondering if you two could come with me. Although the man in black said this, the intensity of the magic power released from his hands did not weaken in the slightest. Brother Razor. Let Brother Razor go. Phoenix flames ignited behind Ravel, and she looked at the man in front of her warily. After the Phoenix's flames erupted, Rebel first glanced back and saw that Bai Chen did not seem to follow out, so she felt relieved. She just heard the man talking about the two of them, which meant that Brother Bai Chen should not be within his target range. Just lead this man away from Bai Chen slowly. Ravel made such a decision. Of course, while making such a decision, a moment of disappointment inevitably flashed through her heart. Brother Bai Chen didn't come out with me. But in just a moment, Ravel shook this feeling out of her mind. As long as Brother Bai Chen is safe, it's fine. Brother Bai Chen hasn't awakened his bloodline, so we must not bring danger to Brother Bai Chen. Little princess of the Phoenix family, you don't seem to understand the current situation. The black-clothed man's voice was filled with a sinister tone, and the threat was self-evident. Ravel didn't say anything, but silently flew into the air. The pure-blooded Phoenix can compete with those who are one level higher than him, but it is just a competition. For someone like Razor now, being able to maintain his combat capability is already the limit, and it is quite difficult to kill him. If Razor and the man in black were to fight a duel where the other had to be defeated, Razor would probably win in the end. But the conditions are not like that now. Your target is the pure-blooded Phoenix? An unknown demon. Ravel's eyes were filled with unyielding spirit. It seems that you are quite self-aware. The black-clad devil said calmly. That's right. Who told you to be able to produce Phoenix tears? Strategic materials like these must be kept in our own hands. The black-clad demon stretched out his hand towards Ravel, and chains flew towards her. Black chains blocked the entire sky. Ravel, AA. Lesser had just wanted to get Ravel away from here, but he was immediately hit by an even more violent magical attack. The intense pain made him scream subconsciously. But, ka. His words seemed to have no effect. The black chain held Ravel in place, preventing her from escaping. Are you after Phoenix's tears? Simply capturing members of the Phoenix family won't yield the method for producing Phoenix's tears. Phoenix's tears aren't simply the tears shed by the Phoenix family. They're the product of a series of refinements and synthesis. So, even if you capture us, it won't be of any use. Ravel's voice was calm. In other words, she knew that there was no way out if she wasn't calm, so she tried her best to stay calm in this situation. Even in the worst-case scenario, we must protect Brother Bai Chen and not involve him. This was Rebel's thought, but the next moment, her attention was drawn to another sudden incident. Boom. Ong. The weather suddenly changed. First there was a distinct flash of light. Then, the sky cracked. In the torn sky, light descended. 1 minute ago. Watching Rebel rushing out, Bai Chen stayed where he was. Because he felt an unprecedented feeling. Severe pain, deep in the bone marrow, resounding through the soul. It was like being forcibly torn apart and then stuffed with something. Not only that, during this tearing process, Bai Chen's soul and body were constantly recovering at the same time. The scarlet blood flew out from under Bai Chen's broken skin, but it did not splash. Instead, it turned into countless blood threads, swirling in the air and finally flowed back into Bai Chen's body. Dong! With a soft sound, Bai Chen fell to his knees, temporarily losing control of his body. Fortunately, his spirit has not been extinguished. Because of the intense pain, his soul became purer and stronger through the constant tearing and healing. Bai Chen didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps a whole day? Or perhaps just a moment. He temporarily entered a state where he couldn't perceive time because his perception exceeded its limit. Until, boom, the red gold flame ignites. The red gold flames wrapped around Bai Chen's body, his broken skin instantly recovered, and Bai Chen regained control of his body. At the same time, the sky cracked. In the torn sky, light descended. It was the posture of a glorious goddess, like a goddess who saved the world, revealing herself in front of all the living beings on the planet. Light, pure light. Just seeing this light, then everything else in this world becomes meaningless. At this moment, such light and the posture of the god that brought such light were displayed in the air. This is an unknown god, a god that has never appeared in history. In a strange space in an ancient oriental country, a girl with black hair and black eyes looked at the god in the sky, and a hint of surprise appeared in her extremely calm eyes. Even more powerful than chagrin. This was the feeling the god of light gave her. What? Upon hearing the black-haired girl's words, the young man beside her stood up instantly. What did he just hear? Orpheus actually said that this god of light possessed a power greater than that of the Red Dragon God Emperor. The Red Dragon God Emperor is currently the world's #1, so doesn't that mean Orpheus is saying that this god of light possesses the world's greatest strength? Just like that, magically, without a single sign, is the world's strongest position about to change. In the underworld, the skull-headed god cast a hint of tempting spiritual power towards the human world with eyes that gleamed with the fire of the soul. It was just a slight move. Due to the overwhelming shock, the gods at the drum tower would never dare to go to the human world in person. The other party is of light and holiness, and he is the evil god of the underworld. How could he possibly fight against the other party? This direction is Fuso. No, that familiar direction is. The demon lord, the red-haired demon lord, stood up instantly. In the direction of Jiwang Town. However, the enemy is too powerful, and their presence is quite alarming, so we can't determine their true range yet. The silver-haired maid beside Surzax added. To be precise, the opponent's power center is near Jiwang Town, covering the entire Jiwang Town, rather than the opponent appearing in Jiwang Town. Just as Surzax was thinking about how to deal with the situation, he suddenly raised his head. The situation in the human world has changed dramatically again. Something strange happened to the body of the god of light. Just like transforming into the Tao, just like returning to this world, the body of the god of light turned into golden rays of light. Endless light flowed in the air and finally dissipated gradually. And the incomparable sense of existence that originally existed there gradually disappeared as the light dissipated. The god of light has fallen. This thought popped up in everyone's mind. Perhaps only Bai Chen knows the reason for this phenomenon. With the coming of light, he could clearly sense that something new had appeared in his body. Bite. Golden synthesis task. Synthesis successful. Synthesis materials. Ancient Egyptian slate. Obelisk relics. Underworld. Phoenix blood essence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the synthetic product. The 3 mythical gods of familiar beasts. The 3 mythical beasts, Osiris's sky dragon, Obelisk's colossus, and Ra's pterosaur. The power of the elves contained in the card will unleash its full strength in the hands of its destined owner. The extra thing is the connection with the 3 mythical gods. No, it's not just that. Bai Chen also felt that his blood had undergone subtle changes. After contracting the power of the 3 mythical gods, the blood in his body, along with his body, began to feel alien and different from this world. Just like what Bai Chen himself had felt. Perhaps it was because he himself was a foreign body, and this sense of foreignness intensified as his own existence grew. Or perhaps it was because Bai Chen had established a connection with the three mythical gods, beings that themselves had nothing to do with this world. In any case, he did have this feeling. The Egyptian stone tablet, also known as the obelisk, represents Osiris, the god of the underworld, and Ra, the bird-like sun god. Is this the connection between these things? Bai Chen understood the connection between these objects. At the same time, he also felt the divine power that could be mobilized in his body. Ra's pterosaurs do not mean that the pterosaurs themselves are servants of the sun god Ra. Ra's pterosaur, himself the sun god Ra. The accurate translation should be winged dragon of Ra, representing the sun god in the form of a winged dragon. The three mythical gods are gods, not mythical beasts. The god of creation of light, formed by the fusion of the three mythical gods, is a god above all gods, possessing almost absolute power. At least, in this world, it is indeed a power that is almost absolute. Cards like the three mythical gods are not simply cards, but cards that embody the will and power of the gods, and what is sealed in them are the elves themselves. The power that the card elves can exert when they appear is limited, but the three mythical gods on Bai Chen's body now are the three mythical gods themselves. The brilliance of the creator god of light that has just appeared is the brilliant brilliance that bursts out when the three mythical gods recognize their master together. What on earth is that? In the air outside, the black-clothed devil watched the god of light, who seemed to represent the purest holiness and light, disappear into the air, and his heart, which had been lifted up, finally calmed down temporarily. That existence seems to have fallen. It's good that it fell. It doesn't seem like such a powerful existence would have a hard time dealing with the devil. Miss Phoenix, my mission is just to bring back the pure-blooded Phoenix. My purpose is indeed to make Phoenix cry, but I'm not responsible for creating Phoenix's tears. I'm just responsible for completing my mission. The black-clad devil said so. Hearing the black-clad devil's words, Ravel's pupils contracted instantly. This person was just sent by someone else. In other words, someone at least at the Demon King level, or even above the Demon King level, has set his sights on Phoenix. Come with me. The black-clad devil curled his lips and pulled the chain, quickly pulling Ravel on the other side of the chain towards where he was. Ravel's eyes widened slightly, a hint of hesitation flickering in them. In the end, she just sighed softly and gave up the idea of struggling. With Brother Lisa already suppressed into the state, even if she resisted, it would only increase the time Brother Bai Chen was exposed. Anyway, the original purpose has been achieved. Judging from the appearance of this demon, he will not stay here for long because of the appearance of the god of light just now. Ravel. Boom. The flames of the phoenix soar. Sensing Ravel's danger, Razor erupted in unprecedented flames. The phoenix flame is even hotter and more powerful than before. Noisy. A hint of blood was released from the eyes of the black-clothed devil. A mere young phoenix shouldn't show off in front of him. In an instant, he distanced himself from Lesera, the demon wings behind him fluttering slightly. As he moved, the chain attached to Ravel's hand was pulled apart. I say, Phoenix, little bastard, look at what this is. Controlling the chains, the black-clad demon pulled Ravel in front of him, causing Razor, who had just unleashed his power and was about to counterattack, to stop instantly. You sinister bastard. Lesar narrowed his eyes. Although he felt an unprecedented rage in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to vent. At least Rebel's safety must be ensured first. He doesn't care. He has basically reached the peak of the upper demon. Even if he is beaten up by this highest demon, it will be difficult for him to die. At most, his mental power will be greatly consumed. But Rebel is only a mid-level demon. If the black-clothed demon tries his best to hurt Rebel, she will probably suffer injuries that will be difficult to heal even with the power of the Phoenix. Although Lisa's lifestyle is very frivolous, even making many people want to beat him up, he is still a qualified brother. Very good, but I don't like the look in your eyes. The black-clad demon noticed Lysana's look, which seemed to want to eat him alive, and raised his hand slightly. Aren't phoenixes very durable? Then give it a try. As long as you can stay awake before my magic power runs out, I will let you go. The black-clad devil's voice was filled with madness and hysteria, and a torrent of black magic poured out from his hands. Ugh. Razor sensed the uniqueness of this attack and couldn't help but cry out in pain again. However, he still looked at the black-clad devil with a firm look. Regardless of whether he believed that the black devil would let them go or not, he had to hold on, even if it was just for Ravel. Brother Lesser. Seeing this, Ravel struggled to break free from the chains, her eyes glistening with anxiety. Maybe a dozen seconds, maybe dozens of seconds? Lesar felt that his flame was about to go out, but the energy in his heart still supported him to look towards the black-clad demon. Although it was only a slight one, he did feel the other party's magic power was running out. Ravel, wait for me. As Lesser was thinking this, his brain suddenly froze as if a string had broken. What's going on? Lesar clearly felt that he still had the strength to resist, and clearly felt that he was far from reaching his limit. How could he have reached his limit now? Ravel hasn't. This was the last thought that remained in Razor's mind. The phoenix flame on his body gradually went out, and he fell to the ground. Phoenix, don't you think we wouldn't have made a plan for Phoenix before we came to find him? The black-clad demon showed a look of sarcasm and then spat in the direction where Lesser fell. He had to admit that if he had not prepared means to deal with Phoenix in advance, he might really have lost to this yellow-haired Phoenix in such a fight. But he is the kind of person who never does anything without being sure of it. The reason for betting with that golden bird was just to push them into a deeper abyss. Brother Razor! Ravel couldn't help but exclaim. She knew her brother's temper and would never follow this person at this time. But I didn't expect that Brother Lisa would be defeated in such a short time. Brother Lisa's mental strength shouldn't be so fragile, right? Bang! As Razor's body fell, Ravel's heart sank. On the one hand, it is a feeling of depression, and on the other hand, it is a feeling of peace of mind. I was depressed because I saw a glimmer of hope in Lesar, but then that hope faded away. I feel at ease because if things continue like this, there won't be any more fights, and Brother Bai Chen should be safe. Ravel, that's what I originally thought. Then, Ong. As if sensing a terrifying wave, Ravel's head instantly became dizzy. Not only the brain, but even the blood was suppressed instantly after this wave spread. I'm going to be unable to fly. Ravel could probably sense her current situation. Her magic power and bloodline were suppressed to the extreme. Even the flying. I couldn't even maintain my posture in the air. Just like that, Ravel's petite body slowly fell from the air. On the other side, the same situation happened to Lesar. Razor, already injured, was even more affected. His brain felt like it had been struck hard by a hammer. I felt drowsy in an instant. Although he knew he couldn't faint, the current situation was beyond his control as he was already close to his limit. Before Lesser passed out, he saw some final scenes. Blood, a young man with blood all over his body, came to a place not far in front of him and looked up at the sky. Following his gaze, the blonde girl in a small dress slowly fell down and finally landed in his arms. Lesser could no longer tell whether the sound of the boy and girl's contact was loud or soft, or whether his arm was broken from the contact. He just felt that the figure seemed a little familiar. But who is it? He doesn't remember very clearly. He tried hard to identify the young man. Finally, after the boy turned around, before he was about to lose consciousness, he finally saw clearly. White, Bai Chen. This was the last message in Razor's mind before he passed out. That's right, it's Bai Chen. A few seconds ago. Bai Chen tried his best to control his blood and strength and rushed towards the place where Rebel and the black-clothed demon were. Of course, he knew the situation outside and also wanted to take action. However, before he could make a move, he had temporarily lost consciousness due to the first system reward. He originally thought that a long time had passed since he woke up, but as soon as he came out, he saw the black-clad devil and Ravel. Bai Chen, who had originally intended to take action, naturally could not stand idly by. Using his original strength, Bai Chen felt he had a 70% chance of rescuing Revel. But now, since he has gained new and more powerful power, and since the giant god soldier, Sky Dragon and Winged Dragon have all responded to him, then let's demonstrate the power of the three mythical gods here. My name is Bai Chen, come at my call. Your name is Sky Dragon of Osiris. Along with Bai Chen's thoughts, the powerful suppressing god representing death revealed his power. Calling Thunder Bomb. The card effect of Osiris Sky Dragon, it can reduce the attack power of the opposing monster by 2,000 points. If its own attack power is less than 2,000 points, it will be directly destroyed. This is the original effect of the Thunder Bomb. The effect of using it in Bai Chen's hands now is to suppress all hostile forces, including all-round suppression of magic, blood, artifacts, etc. If one's strength has not reached a certain level, he will be suppressed to the limit and pass out. Even if one has reached a certain level of strength, his strength will be greatly weakened by the effect of the Thunder Bomb. Unless the opponent has power far beyond that of Osiris the Sky Dragon. Since it was the first time to use it, Bai Chen was not very familiar with some aspects, so the effect of targeting the enemy turned into an indiscriminate attack. The reason why Revel was suppressed and lost her ability to fly, and the final factor that caused Razor to faint, was the thunderbolt. Dong! With a gentle sound, Bai Chen caught the falling girl. Because of this collision, Rebel, who was about to faint, regained some spirit. She slowly raised her head and looked at the boy in front of her. Bai Chen, Bai Chen. She called out the name she had called out countless times. Bai Chen nodded gently and gave him a reassuring look. If he had said that he was 70% sure of saving Revel from the Black Devil. So now, his chances of saving Revel and killing the black-clad demon at the same time would be 120%. You are. The black-clad devil looked down at the young man who appeared before him. Sacred, majestic, fearful, fierce, and unbeatable. And so many other emotions naturally emerged from the black-clad devil's heart. It was hard to imagine that he would actually have such emotions. Even in front of that adult, he had never shown such an attitude. In addition to the mental shock, the black-clothed devil also felt differences on other levels. Power, where's the power? Where's his powerful strength? Although not all of it disappeared, it was as if all of the magic power was drained away, and the body fell into a dry state, almost unable to maintain the state of flying. The chain in his hand that connected him to Revel disappeared naturally as his power disappeared, leaving him stunned. It was not until he felt an inexplicable aura again that he came back to his senses and looked at the young man with bloodshot eyes in front of him. Bai Chen, just Bai Chen. Bai Chen gently placed Rebel on the ground and walked towards the black-clad demon. He spoke his name with great ease, knowing that his name meant nothing to a dead man. Bai Chen, Bai Chen. Half lying on the ground, Rebel barely opened her tired eyes and looked in the direction of Bai Chen. Although she noticed that Brother Bai Chen seemed different from before, she still wanted Brother Bai Chen to leave first. The other party's target is only the pure-blooded phoenix, and it should have nothing to do with Brother Bai Chen. As long as you stay in the room obediently, you will be saved. Bai Chen's appearance now did relieve her previously disappointed mood as she thought Bai Chen would not come out. But what's more important is Bai Chen's safety. That's why Libel wanted Bai Chen to leave. Don't worry, Revel, it will be fine soon. Bai Chen glanced in the direction of Libel and said with a smile. Along with his smile, a red and black shadow emerged behind him. The red and black god of the underworld was floating quietly behind him, so calm, completely different from the roar he had made before. However, it gives people a sense of solemnity and majesty in its calmness. Looking at Bai Chen's smile, Rebel wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say it. Because she believed in Bai Chen, or because of the suppression just now, she really didn't have the leeway. In short, she took one last look at Bai Chen and then slowly lost consciousness. Brother Bai Chen. Bai Chen, I don't know you, but it looks like you're going to stand up for them, right? There was a hint of murderous light in the black-clothed devil's eyes, and he stared straight at Bai Chen. That's right, he didn't know that Bai Chen was actually Phoenix's descendant. After all, Bai Chen had never appeared on his list, and the Phoenix family had never deliberately promoted Bai Chen's name. If a crow enters your home, you naturally need to clean it out, Bai Chen said lightly as he walked. As he and the black-clad demon got closer, the black-clad demon felt that he was different from before. The aura around him changed. If he was an ordinary person before, now he is like a saint who releases the sacred breath of salvation. Holy breath. There is no doubt that what appeared before him was holy power. A power that theoretically would never appear in a half-vampire, half-demon like Bai Chen. However, the black-clad devil did not know Bai Chen's true identity and only thought that Bai Chen was a meddling person with divine power passing by. But at the same time, he also felt very strange. He remembered that this was the territory of the devil, right? Why would someone from the angel force come here? Was he a spy from the angel side? It seems like you are thinking about something strange. Looking at the black-clad devil in deep thought, Bai Chen threw a light gun at him. A light spear imbued with divine power. It's highly effective against both demons and fallen angels. TSK. Don't underestimate me. The black-clad devil was not willing to be outdone. He grew wings on his back and began to walk around the obstacle that suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the strength of his highest-level demon was suppressed to that of a superior demon for unknown reasons, he was quite confident that he could defeat this person alone. Originally, he felt a sense of fear towards this person, but soon, the feeling that the young man in front of him gave him turned into a sacred feeling, which was completely different from the previous feeling of coldness and untouchability. He simply judged it to be his own illusion and then started fighting with Bai Chen. He couldn't believe that was what it really felt like. If that were true, then he wouldn't stand a chance. So, that's fake, absolutely fake. Those are all his illusions. He will use facts to prove that it is false. The young man who was fighting with him just smiled slightly. He could see what the black-clad devil was thinking. Sadly, this is all true. While speaking silently in his heart, Bai Chen mobilized the power of his beast. Master, one strike. Only one strike can kill it. This was the will conveyed by the three mythical gods when Bai Chen communicated with them before. The power of the three mythical gods does not exist in this world, but is a power that can only be exerted by Bai Chen himself. Although it is possible to report Bai Chen's upper limit very high, it also requires paying a corresponding price. Therefore, in order to ensure that this attack would hit, Bai Chen used his original ability, blood source transformation. Blood source transformation, replacing his own blood with the blood of the angel he had obtained before, in order to attract the attention of the black-cloaked demon, so that he would focus on the power of the angel and not notice the preparations that Bai Chen was making at this time. Chance. During the fight, Bai Chen finally found the opportunity he wanted. Roar. Sky Dragon of Osiris. Behind Bai Chen, the dark red dragon of the underworld instantly appeared, rushing towards the black-clothed demon with its extremely concentrated power. Calling Thunder Bomb. Unlike the first time he released the Thunder Bomb, Bai Chen barely mastered how to use it this time. The form of the lightning bullet is not like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, where it is not initiated by the Sky Dragon, but a physical lightning bullet attack is given to the opponent when the monster appears. Bai Chen's Thunder Bomb is used by Bai Chen himself and has a designated target. The specific form of action is direct action rather than through the physical form of artillery shells. Target designated, one person. Thunder Bomb activated. In an instant, as if fixed in place, the black-clad demon just stayed at the original coordinates, with a look of horror on his face. He felt his own insignificance and realized his current situation. Just like an ant crawling in front of a dragon, it has lost all its strength and the courage to resist, and just stays there to be slaughtered. Bai Chen is the opportunity he's been waiting for. My name is Bai Chen, come at my call. Dark waves were lingering behind Bai Chen, and behind Bai Chen, the posture of another god appeared. Bai Chen chose to use the power of the giant god soldier. The Sky Dragon has an advantage, which is that it can release part of the Sky Dragon's power without using Bai Chen's own strength. Therefore, Sky Dragon's Thunderbolt passive ability is not actually counted in Bai Chen's number of attacks. The one who really wants to take action is this person. Your name is Obelisk's Giant God Soldier. The dark-colored god revealed his violent posture full of divinity. Obelisk's giant god soldier. The prototype is originally the god of strength, war, storms, and deserts in Egyptian mythology. Among Bai Chen's impressions and understanding, the most prominent one is the absolute power of the giant god soldier that seems to be able to shatter the heaven and earth. God-destroying crushing blow. Bai Chen swung a punch towards the black-clad devil in front of him. The fist that shattered everything hit the black-clad devil, who was fixed in place. With this punch, all existence, whether it is magic, blood, or soul, are all reduced to ashes. It was as if it had never existed in this world. Under the god-destroying crushing blow and the iron fist of absolute power, the black-clad demon was instantly annihilated. After throwing this punch, the dark figure of the god disappeared without a trace almost immediately, causing the girl with glasses watching from a distance to cast a concerned look at him. The girl's thick hair is neatly gathered behind her head, her skin is fair and delicate, and her face is not made up, making her look pure and elegant. The school uniform skirt of Juwang College is just short enough to reveal the plump and tight calves and round knees. When the students move, their slender and white thighs appear and disappear from time to time. Her current name is Jitsu Kangna, her real name is Kangna Sidi. The moment the red and black unknown existence disappeared, the nameless oppression that Sona felt disappeared. After the force that suppressed her disappeared, she thought for a while and then explored that place again. If the other party does not notice her, she will be suppressed because of the group effect, so it is certainly feasible to continue to peak. If the other party had discovered her, she would have been suppressed just now because of the other party's deliberate use of force. Now that this suppression is no longer there, she should go out and see what the other party is planning to do. To sum up, Sona felt that she had to go out and take a look no matter what. Then she saw the situation at the scene. After the dark unknown existence threw this punch, it disappeared instantly as if it had dissolved into space. The slightly thin boy's body shook for a while and then fell to the ground. You are a little too greedy. The boy couldn't help but complain. Although he had been told that the energy consumption would be enormous and that he could only throw one punch with all his strength, it was still very uncomfortable. Living in a greenhouse-like environment all the time, it is difficult to withstand such a situation even with deliberate training. So, dong. With a soft sound, the black-haired and red-eyed boy slowly fell down in front of the slightly surprised eyes of the girl wearing glasses. There seemed to be countless question marks on Kangna's head. What was going on? Bai Chen, what happened? After thinking for a few seconds, Sang Na quickly rushed towards Bai Chen. There are reasons of greater good and also her own reasons. On the moral level, even if Bai Chen has just used the power of an angel, the fact that Bai Chen is the son of Duke Phoenix should not be wrong. Even if he shows abnormal power, he should be protected by the demons and find out why he can use holy power as a demon. On a personal level, she already had an agreement with Bai Chen about the future. Bai Chen had finally shown his uniqueness, so of course she had to protect her collaborator. He quickly rushed towards Bai Chen, and during this time, Kangna couldn't help but glance at Lessar, who was lying on the ground. His face was covered in bruises, and the clothes originally woven from precious fabrics had worn off a lot under the influence of magic. He no longer looked like the playboy he once was. The second son of the Phoenix family was beaten into this state by the previous person. He must be an opponent at least at the highest level of a demon. And such an opponent was defeated by Shijuan, which means. There was a gleam in Sang's rosy eyes. She had just seen it with her own eyes. There was no way she was wrong. There was no doubt that the agreement she had made with Bai Chen was correct. With a hint of excitement, Sang Na came to Bai Chen and looked at Bai Chen, whose face was a little pale. No, not only is he pale, but his vitality also seems extremely weak. Sang Na sensed the difference between Bai Chen's situation and Lisa's, reached out his hand, touched Bai Chen's body, and began to examine his body. As soon as she came into contact with Bai Chen's body, she frowned. It's cold, very cold. Although it's not freezing cold, it's definitely not normal body temperature. See. Just as Kangna was checking, she heard a faint sound like this. It was very faint, but Kangna noticed it very keenly. Looking towards where the sound came from, Sona saw two small fangs. It's small, doesn't look sharp, and even has some cute teeth. Vampire fangs. Why would vampire teeth grow out at a time like this? No, it seems that it didn't grow out. After it grew out, it slowly retracted. Sangna looked at Bai Chen's slightly open mouth and the fangs gradually receding between his lips and teeth, and lowered his head slightly. The most effective and easiest way to restore a vampire. I should have known this a long time ago. Sona remembered what happened before. A young man with black hair and black eyes came to her and proposed a deal with her in order to get some of her precious blood. After thinking for a long time, Sangna agreed to the request. First of all, she had already found out that Bai Chen had obtained some blood from Rias. According to her speculation, Bai Chen should have made a request similar to hers to Rias, and finally Rias agreed and gave him some of her precious blood. Secondly, she was also quite curious about Bai Chen. Even though we hadn't met before, I could tell what she really wanted to do. In addition, Bai Chen himself also has a special temperament. With these reasons in mind, Sangna thought about it for a long time and finally agreed to Bai Chen's deal. Bai Chen is a vampire, or to be more precise, half vampire and half demon. Sung knows this. Combined with Bai Chen's previous actions, Sangna naturally knew what he needed most now: blood rich in special energies such as magic. After pondering for a while, a blue light flashed in Kangna's hand, and a thin layer of ice was created by ice magic. Sizzle. The sound of a sharp object scraping across skin, and the chill from the ice surged into his body. However, Sona's expression remained calm. Let's just consider it an investment for the future. If you, the person I'm trading with, died before completing what you were supposed to do, I'd be very troubled. As Sangna thought about it, he stretched out his hand in the direction of Bai Chen. Tick-tick. The sound of dripping blood spread throughout the scene. Brother Bai Chen. After an unknown amount of time, the girl with blonde twin tails suddenly jumped up from the ground. Ms. Rebel, you're finally awake. A calm voice came from behind Ravel. Who are you? Ravel turned around and saw the black-haired girl. The girl's face was slightly red and delicate, her left shoulder drooped slightly. She lifted the collar of her school uniform to cover her exposed, delicate shoulders. I don't know if it was Rebel's illusion, but she felt that she saw a hint of red on Sing's fair and tender neck. It was only a moment, and Ravel wasn't sure if it really happened, because the next moment, she could no longer see it. Ms. Rebel Phoenix, I am Kangna Sidi, the next head of the Sidi family. It is extremely rude to meet you under these circumstances. But I must tell you that now is not the time to think about these things. Your brother's affairs are more important. Jichu Kangna explained the matter clearly in the shortest possible time. My brother's business? Ravel reacted. There was an attack from an unknown demon force before, and Brother Lisa had already. What about Brother Bai Chen? Rebel looked around in panic, but fortunately, she saw Bai Chen on the bench next to her. Bai Chen lay there quietly, seeming to feel a hint of pain, and he frowned fiercely. Maybe you didn't see it, but he eliminated the unknown demon after you fainted. But maybe because of this, he became what he is now. Sona glanced in the direction of Bai Chen, then turned to Rebel and spoke earnestly. Rebel responded absent-mindedly and rushed directly towards Bai Chen. Brother Bai Chen. Brother Bai Chen's affairs are the most important. As for the head of the Shidi family, perhaps there was a need to greet her, but Ravel wasn't in the mood for it right now. Sangna raised her eyebrows slightly. She really didn't expect that Rebel cared so much about Bai Chen's affairs. But it's better to pay attention to it so that things will be easier to implement later. He's not doing well. It's not his demonic side that's not doing well, it's his vampire side that's not doing well. I guess his actions just now have taken a toll on him. Sona gave her analysis, instantly bringing Ravel's attention back to her. Because Ravel really didn't know what action to take at this moment. At this moment, she finally remembered. The next head of the Sidi family, Kangna Sidi, is said to be a genius with a lot of knowledge. He rejected the marriage proposal of his fiancée simply by using his wisdom. She said something like this: Is there a solution? Of course there are ways to make him better. As if she understood what Ravel's eyes were trying to convey, Sona added, "Really? And please tell me, Phoenix will definitely repay your kindness today." Without a second thought, Ravel said this immediately. "No, no, no, Miss Rebel, please don't be so excited." Sona waved her hands, surprised by Ravel's reaction. "Are Rebel and Bai Chen really that close? I never saw any such connection before. Actually, that's why I woke you up. I need your assistance in this matter." Sona looked at Ravel, her eyes as fiery as a firebird, yet sparkling with a hint of brilliance, and said seriously, "Bai Chen's home." The girl with blonde twin tails slowly climbed onto the boy. Under the flickering lights in the room, the girl's face reflected a soft luster, and her skin, as white as jade, was faintly visible through the ultra-thin stockings. The slightly trembling legs showed that the girl was not in a calm mood. Indeed, Ravel was quite restless. Because the solution proposed by Tsing Na is really... Thinking of this, Rebel glanced at Bai Chen cautiously. Looking at the boy in front of her, after just one glance, Ravel quickly shifted her gaze to Sona next to her. "Ms. Sona, this method, is it really okay?" Ravel lowered her head, blushing slightly. "Yes, sure. It'd be better if you hurry up. He still needs more blood to recover." I understand." Pa 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 pa. The sound of palms touching face. Ravel closed her eyes and slapped her face with her small hands. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes, and there was a bit more determination in her eyes. "If I need to do this, I will do it." As she spoke, Ravel put her finger into her mouth, exerted a little pressure, and red liquid flowed out. "Brother Bai Chen." Rebel slowly put her finger into Bai Chen's mouth and squeezed hard with her other hand, trying her best to let the blood escape into Bai Chen's mouth. Slurp. Ravel didn't know if it was her imagination, but she heard such a voice. Well, the sound has dissipated, but the feeling of being sucked and the blood flowing on it now are real. After realizing this, Ravel no longer had any reason to hesitate. Wow! The skin was cut and more blood gushed out. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of swallowing blood. Bai Chen's body naturally moved according to instinct. It really works. There was a look of joy in Rebel's eyes. The eldest lady of the seedy family's method was indeed effective. However, just as Rebel was about to intensify her efforts, something unexpected happened. The young man lying in front of her suddenly stood up and held her petite body in his arms. Brother Bai Chen? Are you awake? This was Ravel's immediate reaction. Hiss, it hurts a little. This was Ravel's reaction afterwards. A feeling of being sucked away came from the neck, with a hint of coolness in the emptiness. Almost instantly, Ravel understood what had happened. There is no doubt that this is blood-sucking behavior. However, even though she knew this was a blood-sucking behavior, Ravel simply relaxed her body and quietly felt the fatal attraction within this novel feeling. The soft golden hair naturally falls behind the girl's head, which further highlights her beauty and charm, making her look a little enchanting and charming. The feeling of novelty, the feeling of fatal attraction, like a dream, like glue. Is that so? Sona, who was watching from the side, sighed. The act of sucking blood seemed to be a very comfortable thing. Sona knew very well that this was different from the broad definition of blood-sucking behavior. Although vampires do have an anesthetic effect when sucking blood, it is not as shocking as Bai Chen's. Judging from Rebel's current performance, this effect is really powerful. Almost in an instant, Rebel, who is at the peak of the intermediate demon and may break through to the upper demon at any time, lost the will to resist. Perhaps this is Bai Chen's most powerful weapon? This thought suddenly popped up in Kingna's mind. Because from her personal experience, the limit of Bai Chen's ability is far more than just a mid-level demon. This time, it should be enough. Tsing Na came back to his senses slightly and shifted his attention from watching Bai Chen's blood-sucking behavior to the meaning of Bai Chen's incident this time. It's enough. If you add some of Rebel's blood, it should be enough for Bai Chen to recover. It was enough. If Bai Chen would honor his previous agreement, judging from his previous performance of killing the black-clad demon in seconds, it would definitely be enough. On the other side, Bai Chen's side. Not long ago, after complaining, Bai Chen temporarily lost consciousness. To be precise, he lost consciousness, but not completely. He has temporarily lost control of his body, but his consciousness is still clear. This is Bai Chen's current state. Master, I think I can explain. In front of Bai Chen, the dark-skinned man scratched his head with his extremely strong arm and gave an awkward but polite smile. Perhaps it was because the pale black god's hand was so thick, its head became quite cutely small in comparison, and the contrast was comical. Looking at this silly performance, the red and black god and the gilded divine bird beside him almost burst out laughing. I just felt that, even with the master's efforts, it seemed that he couldn't be completely annihilated. There was still a little bit of soul left, so I used a little more power within my authority. The giant god soldier continued in an aggrieved tone. He really wanted to work harder to help his master achieve his original goal, but he didn't expect Bai Chen to be defeated so easily. However, even if this is actually the case, it is obvious that the giant god soldier would not say something like, "Master, I just exerted a little force and you fell down. Just lie down and be okay." I know. After listening to the giant god's explanation, Bai Chen just sighed deeply. Things have already happened, and he has no intention of pursuing it further. Judging from the look on the giant god's face, he has realized his mistake. What he was thinking about now was a question he had thought about countless times before. Is he a vampire after all? During the battle with the black-clad demon, he changed his race into an angel. Even the black-clad demon with the highest demon strength did not recognize his true form. The power of angels, the power of vampires, powers that seemed absolutely impossible to merge were displayed in Bai Chen's body. In fact, if Bai Chen stood in front of Michael would judge him as an angel without hesitation. Master, are you thinking about something? Seeing Bai Chen lost in thought, the golden bird wrapped in gilded divine light asked. Well, it's not really a problem, is it? Bai Chen said directly. The three mythical gods rewarded by the system were absolutely loyal to him. He was sure of that, and the previous incident was indeed a mistake. Their souls and powers are bound to him, and Bai Chen can even completely decide whether the other party's power and consciousness can be manifested. This situation is of course absolutely worry-free. I wonder what race I am. Bai Chen expressed his troubles. What race? The three mythical gods pondered at the same time. So, the master doesn't even know what race he is. From the looks of you, it seems like you have some clues? Bai Chen glanced at them. Well, I just have some thoughts. The world is so huge, and we're just a tiny speck of dust in it. The gilded divine bird flapped its wings slightly, transformed into a small bird the size of a thrush, and landed on Bai Chen's shoulder. But one thing is certain. The master's bloodline is not the vampire bloodline we know, nor is it the vampire in the broad sense of the world. The red and black Hades dragon also landed in front of Bai Chen and transformed into a small red snake. When they connected with Bai Chen, they also gained knowledge about this world and knew what the vampires in this world looked like. Although the vampires in this world are not the weakest among all the vampires in the world, they are not very powerful either. At least in their eyes, they are not qualified to be compared with Bai Chen. When Bai Chen transformed into an angel, the ones who were most shocked were not Sang Na, but the three of them. Isn't it a vampire in the broad sense? Bai Chen smiled and shook his head. In fact, he had had similar ideas a long time ago. He had such doubts when he faced the angel's blood and had an urge to absorb it. If it really is a vampire from this world, then whether it is vampire or demon blood, it should be controlled by the holy power of angels, or at least they should be absolutely incompatible. But Bai Chen did absorb it by using his own abilities. Because Bai Chen had doubts about his bloodline, and because this ability was so amazing, he did not tell it to Duke Phoenix. It was only after he was sent to the human world that he began to show his ability in this area. Perhaps the term blood clan is more appropriate. This idea suddenly popped up in Bai Chen's mind. The vampires, the ethnic group that manipulates blood and traces their roots through blood, are more suitable than simple vampires. Just when Bai Chen wanted to continue thinking and asking some questions, a crack appeared in this thinking space. Sizzle. Almost in an instant, the red curtain completely covered the space. What followed was the tearing of the red sky. Blood blood full of magic. Bai Chen realized what had happened, and even from the nature of the blood, he determined whose blood it was. It was the blood of someone he had absorbed before, to be more precise, the blood of a demon. Sure enough, she finally came to the scene. Judging from the current situation, it seems that she is feeding me blood. Bai Chen's expression was a little subtle. He had previously made a contract with Kangna that allowed him to get a small amount of blood from her every once in a while, but he didn't expect that so much would come right away. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. Sensing the influx of blood, Bai Chen naturally began to absorb it immediately and tried his best to regain his consciousness with the strength restored by sucking blood. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level blood of luck and the intermediate-level blood of talent. Congratulations to the host for completing the first blood sucking. The host has been detected to have broken through to the next stage. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the golden synthesis task. Bite. Since this is the first time to advance, the synthesis task has been upgraded. Golden synthesis task is being upgraded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for initiating the color synthesis task. Materials: Slime King, Magic Spellbook, World Dragon Blood, Overlord Formula. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Such a voice came from the God-level synthesis system, which made Bai Chen stunned. He was digesting this huge amount of information. What exactly are these blood of luck and blood of talent? Also, I hadn't awakened before? I've only awakened now. Wait, what does this mean by first-time blood-sucking? Bai Chen suddenly realized the key point. Ding! The issuance of God-level synthesis system tasks requires the host's own breakthrough. Based on analysis, given the host's race and strength, he needs to absorb any one of the three types of blood, the blood of luck, the blood of talent, or the blood of Mirror Breaker in order to increase his strength and attempt a breakthrough. Triggering the mission requires my own advancement? Bai Chen frowned. So this was the reason why the mission had never been triggered? He originally thought that he could only start the next synthesis after completing the synthesis task for the first time, and was wondering why there was no new synthesis task after he had completed the synthesis of the three mythical gods. However, if this is the triggering condition, it would be much more normal. It is the host's own advancement. In addition, the meaning of the first blood-sucking is just as the name implies, referring to the first blood-sucking behavior of the blood-sucking creature in the true sense. This is the answer given by the God-level synthesis system. I think I understand. Bai Chen sighed with emotion. With the system's explanation, the aura he had felt before, and that familiar aura, Bai Chen already knew almost everything. By advancement, do you mean advancement in strength or advancement in bloodline or advancement in origin? Bai Chen asked again. In fact, he already had some answers to this question in his mind, but he still asked the question. Bite. It is an advancement of its own level. Well, that was the answer Bai Chen expected. Because it is an advancement of one's own level, no new tasks will be triggered when the strength is advanced. Of course, Bai Chen's strength has only been advanced once so far, from a low-level demon to a mid-level demon when he was a teenager. Since this advancement in strength happened before absorbing the luck to open the system, and he has not had the experience of advancing again since then, Bai Chen is actually not sure whether the task was triggered this time because of his strength or level advancement. The explanation of the God-level synthesis system finally gave him the answer. The advancement of levels is equivalent to raising the upper limit of strength, and the advancement of strength is equivalent to reaching the level that one can reach. When strength advances, the level and origin will not necessarily advance as well, unless the strength advancement is the final breakthrough after both have reached their limits. But as the level advances, the strength will definitely improve. For example, now Bai Chen feels that he has at least the strength of a peak intermediate demon. However, things were not as simple as Bai Chen imagined. Soon, he tasted another flavor. A very familiar taste. The color of the originally shattered blood-red sky changed. The red sky is filled with golden divine light. The sky turned red gold. Every now and then, a sharp cry could be heard from the sky. This is The blood of the pure-blooded phoenix. Bai Chen was quite familiar with the taste of this blood, quite familiar. Although he had never absorbed it, Bai Chen once held a drop of pure-blooded phoenix's blood in his hand. The blood of destiny probably refers to the fact that they are characters belonging to this world and are the source of destiny. The blood of talent represents the talent of pure-blooded demons. What about the blood of the broken mirror? Before Bai Chen had time to think about it, the system gave a response. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the blood of luck and talent. Bite. Host advancement detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the blue synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the blue synthesis task. Synthetic materials. Fallen angels' true feathers. Female pureblood demons' wing membrane. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Isn't it a color mission? Although he had expected this, Bai Chen was still a little disappointed. Ding! Although the triggering of tasks is somewhat random, it is mainly based on the host's own level of advancement. Because this isn't the vampire's first blood-sucking mission, and there's no bonus from the system's first advancement, is that why it's a blue mission? Yes. It looks like I'll be busy for quite a while after waking up. Bai Chen looked at the required materials and couldn't help but sigh. Although the rewards for the color synthesis task should be very strong, it is indeed not that easy to get. The golden synthesis task had yielded at least 3 mythical gods whose true forms were at the level of heavenly dragon, and there was even the possibility of a breakthrough to a higher level. Bai Chen was very much looking forward to what the colored synthesis task would yield. Bai Chen's home. The blonde girl looked anxiously at Bai Chen on the bed, her eyes revealing anxiety and concern. Rebel, don't worry too much. Didn't Sona say that his body is fine now? It's just a matter of time before he wakes up. The red-haired girl on the other side of the bed tried to persuade him. The girl has one characteristic, a characteristic that is extremely simple. Big, very big, very big. Even if it is not the top level in this world, it is still in the first tier. I did say that, but it's been a day. Of course, Rebel understood this matter, but it was impossible for her not to be anxious. That's her favorite brother. Yeah, it's been a day, Rias also said with a long sigh of relief. A day ago, she also felt some fluctuations, but unfortunately, when she arrived at the scene, everything was over. She just got some information from Sona and then informed the Phoenix family to take back Lesar. Well, she notified someone to retrieve Lesar. Because at that time, both Sona and Ravel had temporarily put Razor's matter behind them. Bai Chen's way up time is yet to be determined. Ms. Rebel, I have some things to take care of here, so I'll be leaving now. After chatting for a long time, Rias found an opportunity to say that she wanted to leave first. Rebel was fine, but she had no right to stay with Bai Chen. Well, Rias-sama, thank you for your help. Please go and do your work. Ravel also responded with the most standard etiquette, expressing her gratitude and attitude. In her hand, a bottle of red blood faintly flickered with a red-black light. The power of destruction, contained in this small bottle, is blood with the attribute of the power of destruction, which is what Rias Gremory gave this time. Since Bai Chen wanted to obtain rare blood of different races from her through a contract, her blood should have a significant effect on Bai Chen. Therefore, after seeing Bai Chen's situation and after listening to Tsang Na's description of the situation, she made such a decision. After Rias left, the girl named Rebel Phoenix continued to gaze at her brother with concern. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when the girl was a little dazed, she finally noticed something unusual. Bai Chen's eyelids twitched. Rebel was sure that she was not seeing things. After realizing this, Rebel's heart beat faster, and she looked at Bai Chen with anticipation and longing. And on Bai Chen's side, there was a sound like this coming from his throat, and then his fingers moved. Although it was only a slight movement, it was a very obvious movement, which made Rebel finally sure that she was not hallucinating. My dear brother, you really need to wake up. Once again, the light shone into Bai Chen's pupils. There was no stimulating stress behavior, and Bai Chen's body adapted to the change from darkness to light in the first place. The face of the blonde girl came into Bai Chen's eyes. Her eyebrows were as black as a painting, her eyes were as clear as water, and she wore a red gold earring on each of her crystal-clear earlobes. Her originally rosy lips had a hint of white, and her delicate nose seemed as delicate as a sculpture, perfectly placed on her small face. "Rebel, thank you." Feeling the familiar breath, Bai Chen stretched out his hand and embraced the blonde girl in his arms. Before he passed out, he was very clear that it was Ravel who gave up resistance in order to avoid being discovered. After he fell unconscious, he was very clear that it was Ravel who gave her blood without hesitation, even though she had already lost some of her vitality by giving away her blood. Bai Chen knew about Rebel's feelings for him a long time ago, but because he still had doubts about his own bloodline and existence, and because he felt guilty for raising Rebel with the standard of brother complex since she was a child, he chose to avoid Rebel's care. But now he felt there was no need to escape. As a brother, isn't it normal to accept the care of your sister? As a brother, isn't it normal to kill the bastard who bullies his sister? After waking up, Bai Chen saw Rebel's red lips turning a little pale, so he cut off the last hesitation in his heart and hugged the girl in his arms. "Brother, my dear brother." Ravel just felt a little dizzy. She originally wanted to hug Bai Chen, but she didn't expect Bai Chen to take the initiative to hug her. This was different from Bai Chen's usual behavior. In addition, she also felt that there was a hint of an unheard-of smell on Bai Chen's body. After getting close to him, she felt her blood and heartbeat speed up. "Rebel, thank you." Bai Chen leaned close to Rebel's ear and whispered softly. He knew very well that Rebel's feelings for him were of the deepest kind, but this was all he could give her now. As for the rest, let's wait for a while. Brother Sama? A layer of steam instantly appeared on Rebel's head, and she herself turned into a steam princess. She didn't know where to put her rosy little face for a moment. "Brother." Rebel curled up slightly, breathing in the air that smelled of Bai Chen, feeling the very delicate state she was in. Achoo. In the underworld, the blonde young man sneezed violently several times, causing the blonde, middle-aged man beside him to frown. "I'm sorry, father, I seem to be feeling a little unwell." Razor shrugged, then shrank back under Duke Phoenix's powerful gaze. He just suddenly had a feeling, and he couldn't tell what it was, but in short, it was not a good feeling, so his body had this reaction. "Anyway, it's exactly as you said, right?" Duke Phoenix didn't care too much about it. Compared to such insignificant matters, the things happening on Rebel and Bai Chen's side were more important. "Yes, father, just as I just told you," Rebel said that Bai Chen eliminated the opponent. Les-R scratched his head, feeling as if the mark of the black-clad demon's fist was still on his face. His handsome face, would it be disfigured? So, what force did that unknown demon originate from? Is there no basis for judgment? Duke Phoenix ignored Les's situation and continued asking. "I'm sorry, father, I really didn't see that." Les-R bowed his head slightly in apology. He hadn't expected something like this to happen. "I was just going to accompany Ravel to the human world, but I didn't expect to encounter enemies of the Phoenix family." "Okay, I've learned about this. I'll report this to the Demon King, and I'll also reconsider your security." Duke Phoenix pondered for a moment and gave this answer. "Security issue." Lisa curled his lips. He didn't expect that he also needed to consider security issues. But the facts were right in front of him. If what Rebel said was true, without Bai Chen's outburst, he and Rebel would have been captured. Yes, security issues, your security issues, and the security issues of the underworld all need to be considered. Phoenix Tears are a nearly irreplaceable strategic resource. Based on your conversation, the other party wants to kidnap you to mass-produce Phoenix Tears. What kind of activity do you think would require a strategic resource like Phoenix Tears? Duke Phoenix asked back. "Father means." Les-R was no fool. He instantly understood what Duke Phoenix meant and couldn't help but gasp. "Perhaps a storm is coming." Duke Phoenix looked into the distance, his deep gaze gradually fading away. The human world. Bai Chen's home. After Bai Chen woke up, Rebel was intimate with him for a while, and then called her back to Phoenix's home on the grounds of protecting her safety. Although Rebel was reluctant to go back like this, she finally chose to stay at home after being persuaded by Bai Chen. Libel thought that she would be a burden to Bai Chen if she stayed with him, and Bai Chen needed to collect the materials for synthesis first, so the two of them separated temporarily. However, there is one thing that Bai Chen and Rebel are very sure of. They will definitely meet again, and it won't be long. Then let's go find this thing first. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and rushed towards his destination. In the past, Bai Chen had to ask others to get the synthetic materials, and he got relatively few by himself. But now, after having the strength to protect himself, Bai Chen still prefers to get some by himself. It is not Bai Chen's character to put his hopes on others. Bai Chen didn't like to pin his hopes on others, so when he was in the territory of Duke Phoenix, after knowing his own peculiarity, he chose not to tell anyone about it. Because if his guess is correct, then he and Duke Phoenix really have nothing to do with each other. Once I show my specialness, it would be bad if he saw it and did something that would endanger Bai Chen's safety. Therefore, after Bai Chen truly gained freedom and came to the human world, he began to make his own plans. The Phoenix family has almost no binding force on Bai Chen now, because he is no longer a member of the Phoenix family. As descendants of the pure-blooded Phoenix, one must go to the Phoenix clan's immortal mountain to gain bloodline power when they reach adulthood. But whether it was Bai Chen, Rebel, Duke Phoenix, or Lady Phoenix, they all knew very well that it was impossible for Bai Chen to pass with his unawakened bloodline, and there was a great possibility that he would perish in the trial. So, under Bai Chen's guidance, Rebel came up with this compromise. If you don't recognize Bai Chen as the descendant of the pure-blooded Phoenix, then Bai Chen doesn't need to participate in the trial. Having gained true freedom, Bai Chen came to Jua Town and happened to absorb the luck from Issei Hayadu and awakened the god-level synthesis system. This was Bai Chen's experience in the past few weeks. Originally, Bai Chen wanted to rely on Issei Hayadu to get through a period of time smoothly, and then decide his future plans based on the level of vampire status he could achieve. Unexpectedly, Issei Hayadu, his benefactor, actually helped him awaken the system. Therefore, Bai Chen decided to repay the favor. Literally, repaying a favor. Isn't saving Hayadu Issei's life a way of repaying a favor? Of course, repaying a favor is repaying a favor, and Bai Chen still has some things to do when repaying a favor. Bai Chen persuaded Rebel to go back first, because he needed to act alone. If Rebel stayed with him, many things would be inconvenient to do. Soon, Bai Chen arrived at a fountain square. Hiding his aura to the utmost, Bai Chen looked towards the direction where the setting sun was. He was very glad that he was not unconscious for too long and was able to see the current situation. In the fountain square, an innocent black-haired girl in a sailor uniform bent down slightly and asked the brown-haired boy in front of her with a smile. "Issei-san, can I ask you to die?" Her smile was very sweet, and also extremely dangerous. "Huh? Yuma-chan? What do you mean?" Issei Hayadu subconsciously took a step back. He had a bad feeling. "Yuma-chan, are you kidding me?" Issei Hayadu wanted to think so, but the coldness from Amano Yuma's eyes made him tremble all over and gave up the previous idea. Murderous intent, hostility, contempt. The girl named Amano Yuma was sending these signals to him. "Do you know the meaning of my name?" Amano Yuma licked her fingers gently, and the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Sure enough, this kind of thing makes her happy. Amano Yuma did what most villains would do. Tell the victim about your plan before it is achieved, so as to gain a higher sense of satisfaction and pleasure. What's the meaning? Hearing that it was a name, Hayadu Issei took another step back. "It's to kill you in the sunset." Amano Yuma looked down at Hayadu Issei jokingly, and the light spots in his hand gradually gathered together to form the shape of a light gun. "Kill me in the sunset?" Issei Hayadu felt that he didn't need to understand the meaning of the sentence to know it clearly. Squeak. Pain. Severe pain. Before he could react, Hayadu Issei fell down. The blazing hot light gun pierced his abdomen, and the blood flowed uncontrollably. Bang! The sound of a body falling to the ground. 10 seconds later. Using up his last bit of strength, Hayadu Issei gently turned around and looked at Amano Yuma, who was looking down at him. Yuma-chan. Don't call me that name. My name is Linali Isikuen. Linali once again showed the innocent expression that she only had when she turned into a Mono Yuma. It must be said that she was really high now. Sega Nihai Iron Duck. That's about how it feels. You look quite happy? As Linali was admiring the beautiful scene of the blood spreading out, a voice from behind her made her pupils suddenly contract. Boom! With his wings spread out, a Mono Yuma immediately used them to protect himself. Unfortunately, as Bai Chen's prey Linali, with only the strength of an intermediate demon and no strong support, was absolutely unable to resist. Behind Bai Chen, the red and black god exuded divine aura. My name is Bai Chen, come at my call. Your name is Sky Dragon of Osiris. Bai Chen's eyes turned blood red, and the might of the Sky Dragon spread. Although it was called the Traitor Dragon, Bai Chen had to admit that the Sky Dragon was indeed quite useful. At least, when it comes to clearing out miscellaneous soldiers, the Sky Dragon is basically a T0 level existence. Bai Chen's current strength is at the peak of the intermediate demon level. Because of his first blood-sucking experience, his own abilities and levels have been enhanced to a certain extent. He is at least twice as strong as before. Originally, the Sky Dragon was able to suppress the highest-level black-clothed demon into a superior demon. Now, when facing Linali, who only has the strength of a mid-level fallen angel, he is even more confident. Varied. Before Linali could react, she was suppressed by the effect of the thunder bomb. The light and power of the fallen angel disappeared in an instant. Not only that, even Linali herself was pressed to the ground due to the loss of strength and the powerful pressure. It seems that the effect is quite good. Bai Chen slowly walked towards Linali. If it were the old him, he should be able to defeat Linali, but it wouldn't be as easy as it is now. Now, if I were to encounter that black-clad demon from before, I wouldn't be able to deal just one blow. In other words, I should be able to fight at the level of a top-tier demon. The conventional combat power of the highest level demon level, which can instantly kill the explosive combat power of the highest level demon level. This is Bai Chen's current strength. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is indeed like this. But Bai Chen understood very well that these were the combat powers brought to him by the three mythical gods. The power he could exert was just that of a superior demon, the same level at which he had fought back and forth with the suppressed black-clothed demon before. Although theoretically, the system should be bound to him, there is no problem in considering the system's rewards as his own strength. But Bai Chen still feels that relying on himself is more reliable. Bai Chen's plan is to rely on the system's rewards to enhance his level and at the same time enable himself to unleash more power of the three mythical gods. That's why Bai Chen came here. Who are you? Looking at the young man in front of him, Mono Yuma's breath felt a little weak. Just a passing Kamen Rider. The corners of Bai Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing his slightly sharp teeth. Vampire. Mono Yuma's pupils contracted instantly, and shock and confusion flashed in his eyes. Vampires. Aren't the vampires in this world quite xenophobic, even sealing themselves off in a different dimension and refusing to interact with other races? No, that's not right. This person shouldn't be a pure-blooded vampire. Mono Yuma remembered that it was still dusk. If it was a purebred vampire, it would not hunt before nightfall. It's a vampire. Bai Chen smiled, revealing his big white teeth. Well, it was a very healthy smile and very healthy teeth. The girl named Mono Yuma exuded a pure, innocent aura. After being suppressed, her wings vanished into mere specks of light, and she lay powerlessly on the ground. Under the black miniskirt is a pair of slender, beautiful legs. The sailor suit perfectly shows the girl's absolute territory, which is slightly held by black stockings. However, what attracted Bai Chen more was actually another aspect. The curved collar wrapped around her swan-like, slender, white neck, making it look extra soft and slender. What Bai Chen longed for was something inside. Since Mono Yuma had lost the ability to resist, Bai Chen easily picked her up and slowly leaned close to her ear. As he got closer to Mono Yuma's breathing became disordered, and her eyes flashed with panic and a look of escape. Unfortunately, now she can only act with her eyes. Well, I'm going to start, he whispered softly in Amano Yuma's extremely rosy ears, and the next moment, the vampire's sharp teeth tore through the girl's fair skin. Red blood spurted out from it, with a sweet taste and a slightly intoxicating psychedelic flavor, embellished by the mellowness and purity of virginity. In addition, there is a special fragrance that enhances the layering of the entire blood. Bai Chen had experienced this feeling before, but specifically, he experienced it most with Amano Yuma. Bai Chen was also very clear about the reasons for this difference. Status, or in other words, luck. As a pseudo-heroine, Amano Yuma possesses luck far exceeding that of Ravel. Although Rebel's blood also has the function of gifted blood, her own talent is not the best, and she is not qualified to be compared with the blood of luck, which is one level higher and also the most advanced. In the original world line, Rebel certainly has a strong role to play and is even one of the 12 girls of destiny chosen to help the protagonist. But compared to Amano Yuma at this moment, it is very different. Luck is not constant, it will change with the development of the plot and the events that occur. When Amano Yuma killed the original protagonist, there was no doubt that she had a status almost equal to that of the heroine, so she had such a strong sense of luck. Bai Chen came here this time just to conduct such an experiment. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the top-level blood of luck. Bite. Host advancement detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the golden synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the golden synthesis task. Synthesis materials: Sky Stone, Earth Dew, Mountain Heart, Earth Core Fragments. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Ignoring the system's voice for the time being, Bai Chen immersed himself in this first real blood-sucking experience. All previous blood-sucking behaviors were passive and instinctive. Considering that this was completely self-driven blood-sucking behavior, it could really be considered Bai Chen's first time sucking blood. Amano Yuma subconsciously clamped her legs together, but soon, under the psychedelic effect of sucking blood, she relaxed completely. Just indulge in it, enjoy it, just like this, just like this. This thought couldn't help but pop up in Amano Yuma's mind. After an unknown amount of time, Amano Yuma finally woke up. She had just woken up, and she realized that something was wrong with her current condition. Below her was a dilapidated church. She could see the whole view of the church very clearly because she was tied to a cross which was standing on top of the church. Although she was still obsessed with the previous feeling, the situation was too fantastical and she barely came back to her senses from that psychedelic state. You're awake. A familiar voice came from behind her. It's that guy. Linali looked behind her and saw the person she had seen before. It's the vampire just now. Bai Chen, please give me your guidance. The black-haired, red-eyed boy stood up with a smile, stretched out his hand, and lifted Amano Yuma's chin. Are you a divine weapon user with both vampire and human blood? A hint of tenderness involuntarily flashed across Amano Yuma's eyes, but she hid it in an instant and returned to her previous vigilant posture. She didn't know why she behaved like this, but she felt that it was normal to behave like this. Half vampire, half human? Bai Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand why Amano Yuma would have such an idea. But he quickly reacted. Linali must have judged him to be half human, half vampire because she saw that his special abilities were very different from those of other vampires, and that he also had the ability of a daywalker. It is not impossible for humans to possess magical powers, but half-human, half-demon people like Vala can use artifacts. This is why Linali thinks so. Mr. Bai Chen, could you please let me go? Amano Yuma's expression changed very quickly, and she was completely different from before. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears, and her gaze revealed a pitiful look. Her legs were slightly clamped together, showing the posture of a pure girl who was being bullied. She was gambling because she hadn't shown her allure and charm before, and had killed Hayadu Issei in her human form. This person shouldn't have noticed her true nature. Based on the other party's performance and statements, their target should be just her blood. So, now that their goal has been achieved, she has lost her usefulness. If she shows her delicate side, she should be able to impress a young vampire like Bai Chen, right? She originally thought so. Unfortunately, Bai Chen would not think so, because Bai Chen understood from the beginning what kind of person Amano Yuma was, and he also knew what methods and attitude he should use to face her. Ms. Amano Yuma, how do you feel about the feeling before? Bai Chen did not answer her question directly, but changed the question. The feeling before. When talking about this, Amano Yuma couldn't help but recall the feeling of having her blood sucked before. Although Bai Chen didn't say what it felt like, she thought of this feeling at the first moment. Because the impression it made on her was so profound that even now she has not recovered from it. It was a feeling of emptiness and satisfaction mixed together, like poppies on the soul, intoxicating her and making her lose her resistance in an instant. Until now, she was still immersed in the afterglow of that dreamlike feeling of ascension. Does it feel comfortable? Bai Chen looked at Amano Yuma's dazed eyes and continued to close the distance between them. This is also one of the experiments he wants to do. After waking up, when he held Ravel in his arms, he felt that something was wrong with Ravel. He had some thoughts in his mind at that time, and now seeing Amano Yuma's reaction, he became more certain of his previous thoughts. It seems that if someone has sucked his blood, there will be a weak psychedelic effect when he closes the distance. Right? Not right. Amano Yuma answered subconsciously at first, then shook her head violently. He made up his mind and bit her little tongue hard. With a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, she finally regained consciousness. Isn't that right? That's a shame. It seems that I can only accept this idea when we spend more time together. Bai Chen lifted the hand that was holding her chin slightly to avoid getting blood on his hand. Wait, by the time we spend together in the future, you mean? Amano Yuma is not a fool and grasped what Bai Chen wanted to express. Yeah, that's it. Congratulations, you've been chosen to be my first descendant. Bai Chen would never let go of such a good blood supply. There are very few people like Yuma Amano who have rare blood that is easy to capture and of very high quality. Rias also has the fate of the heroine and should also have gifted blood, but it is obviously impossible for Rias to become his personal blood bank. If Surzex knew about this, he would definitely beat him to death. Amano Yuma is different. Bloodline, is this why you took my true feathers? Amano Yuma's eyes were very dim. Yes, her true feathers were taken away, the true feathers of a fallen angel. Jinyu is the lifeblood of a fallen angel, just like the inner elixir of a monster. Once it is taken away, her own strength will be greatly affected. Now, Amano Yuma feels her own weakness. He was almost unable to maintain the strength of an intermediate fallen angel. This was Amano Yuma's current strength. Yes, but not entirely. Bai Chen smiled and said, the fallen angel's true feathers are the synthetic materials he needs. With the true feathers of the fallen angel, all that is left is to find a female pure-blooded demon, obtain her wing membrane, and then the synthesis can be completed. Amano Yuma didn't quite understand what Bai Chen meant, but she was very clear about one thing. If she returned to her previous fallen angel team with her current strength, she would definitely be deprived of power and even treated as a lower-level fallen angel. Previously, she had the strength of a peak intermediate fallen angel and could barely be called a captain, but now, she was just a small soldier. When setting the goal of getting Mayu back, Amano Yuma suddenly had a strange idea. Not all. If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. Is there any possibility that it is not entirely true? Soon, Bai Chen gave her the answer. Do you know what this is? A ball of blood appeared in Bai Chen's hand. A ball of blood with the breath of darkness and corruption, and the breath of light. The blood of a Demon King level fallen angel. You actually have the blood of a Demon King level fallen angel. Amano Yuma found it hard to believe, but she confirmed it after a long period of identification. That's right, it's the top-grade fallen angel blood. In addition, Amano Yuma also had a strange feeling. This blood is attracting her attention, attracting her yearning. There was no doubt that this ball of blood was expressing its closeness to her, and she also wanted to get this ball of blood. You seem to want it very much, but do you know what accepting it means? Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to ask with a smile. It is normal for Yuma Amano to have a special feeling about this blood, because this is her own blood. This is the blood that Yuma Amano should have after reaching the Demon King level. Bai Chen used his own abilities and was able to trace the origin after absorbing the blood of the fallen angel. Raising the essence of blood to the level of Demon King, this is the limit after Bai Chen breaks through again. After absorbing the top-level blood of luck, Bai Chen finally broke through to the upper demon realm, greatly enhancing his original strength. However, being able to create Demon King-level blood does not mean that Bai Chen can exert Demon King-level strength. It's just that after raising the quality of his blood, Bai Chen was able to gain combat power beyond his original realm. When fighting the black-clad demon, Bai Chen was able to trace his blood back to the highest demon level and exert the strength of a superior demon at the level of a mid-level demon. And now, after absorbing the blood of top-level luck, Bai Chen is able to trace the blood back to the level of the Demon King and exert the strength of the highest-level demon with the realm of the upper-level demon. This is what Amano Yuma brought him. He was quite satisfied with Amano Yuma. He couldn't let go of such an excellent blood bank just like that. Although the luck will be greatly reduced afterwards, it is still a very good and rare catalyst. Of course, if you want to stay with Bai Chen, there are some prerequisites. Bai Chen is now confirming some things. What does it mean? No, how did you get this blood? Amano Yuma knew very well which aspect deserved more attention. Demon Lord level blood, or a Demon Lord level blood that was highly compatible with her, a female fallen angel? Are there any female fallen angels who have reached this level? If not, where did the blood come from? Your feeling is not wrong. This is your blood, so you can absorb it perfectly. After absorbing this blood, your strength will be greatly improved. But you should know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Bai Chen looked into Amano Yuma's eyes, savoring the various expressions that flowed and changed in her eyes. Yearning, hesitation, disgust, fascination, naturalization. Absorbing this blood means you will become mine. Not only your body, but your soul will become mine. This is the price you have to pay. Bai Chen looked down at Amano Yuma's eyes and said with a hint of evil taste. Although this blood is the most suitable for Amano Yuma, it is still Bai Chen's blood after all, and Bai Chen has absolute power. Amano Yuma fell into hesitation. She was really a little moved. The person in front of her was so mysterious, a vampire. She believed that this person was definitely not a simple vampire, and that being a vampire was just a disguise. He has great terror. Whether it was the shadow that just appeared behind him and suppressed her, or the ability that was now displayed to transform her blood into top-level blood, both were extremely powerful and strange abilities. It seems like you are hesitating about something, but in fact, you have nothing to hesitate about. You should know where this is, right? Bai Chen took a look at her eyes and roughly knew what she was thinking. He stood up and looked into the distance. This is our base camp in Jiwang Town. Amano Yuma knew that Bai Chen definitely didn't bring her here casually. He must understand what this place meant to her. So, there is no need to deceive Bai Chen at all. Yes, this is your base camp. Do you think that if you spread your aura here and let your companions know that you are fighting here, will they come over? Do you think your fallen angel companions would agree to the conditions I just proposed to you? Bai Chen curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Amano Yuma playfully. Hearing this, Amano Yuma avoided Bai Chen's gaze. She knew exactly what kind of people her fallen angel companions were. Judging from Bai Chen's appearance, he probably only needs someone to work for him or to stay by his side. Even if it is limited to female fallen angels, there are still two people who can do it, Mathilde and Calavana. And once Bai Chen chooses someone else, she felt that her fate would be obvious. Amano Yuma, at this moment, she understood her situation very clearly. For Bai Chen, she is not a necessity. Well, let's get started. Bai Chen stretched out his hand, and the power belonging to Amano Yuma spread out in his hand. The power of a mere mid-level fallen angel was easier to simulate than drinking water when Bai Chen had the corresponding blood. Wait, I agree. Amano Yuma responded immediately, with a certain degree of urgency in her words. Yeah. Bai Chen turned his head and looked at Amano Yuma with a smile. However, there was no sign of him taking back the aura in his hand. I don't think this is the attitude you should have. Bai Chen looked into Amano Yuma's eyes. Master Bai Chen, my master, please accept me as your servant. Amano Yuma responded immediately. The girl named Amano Yuma pleaded with the boy in front of her with a pleading and expectant look, which was completely different from the attitude she had shown before. Because she knew very well that he was serious. The possibility of what he said happening was too great. Her slightly messy hair was draped over her shoulders. Even though Amano Yuma's pretty face was flushed and charming due to the hallucinogenic effect, she still expressed her closeness to the best of her ability. There is a hint of black in her watery eyes. Her sexy rosy lips are slightly pursed. The corners of her mouth are slightly upturned. The dimples on her cheeks bloom again, and she smiles sweetly. But this is a temptation that even Hayadu Issei can withstand, so how could Bai Chen not be able to endure it? Congratulations, you passed. As Bai Chen spoke, he controlled the blood in his hand and slowly floated towards Amano Yuma. Amano Yuma didn't know that she was actually special. After all, top-level blood of luck cannot be found everywhere. However, the value of the blood of luck only exists for Bai Chen. No one else, no matter which force, or even Amano Yuma himself, recognizes its effect. Therefore, it is normal for Amano Yuma to choose to surrender when she thinks she is not necessary to Bai Chen. Yes. Master. Thank you, Master. Under the complex look of redemption in Amano Yuma's eyes, the blood merged into her body. Redemption, because after absorbing this blood, there should be no danger. It's complicated because absorbing this blood means gaining greater strength, but it also means becoming someone else's property. Although it is not shameful to submit to the strong, who can remain calm when thinking that their fate will no longer be their own? Hurry up and absorb it. Once you've absorbed it, you can start your work. Bai Chen looked at the crows appearing in the distance, and the corners of his mouth cracked. Are they coming? I work. Amano Yuma was absorbing blood and didn't notice what was happening in the distance. She now had no time to care about things far away because her body had undergone earth-shaking changes. After the sublimated blood entered her body, she felt an unprecedented numbness and comfort, so much so that she could not think about anything else and could not even hear the sounds from the outside world. It is because Bai Chen is special. After Bai Chen's blood enters her body, she can convey her will directly through the blood. Your job is to deal with all these fallen angel scum that you have attracted, Bai Chen said lightly. In the sky, the blonde lowly-type fallen angel moved a little closer to the mature lady-type fallen angel beside her. Calvana, I always feel that this matter is a little strange. Middle frowned. She had always had an ominous premonition. I find it a bit strange too. Linali shouldn't reveal her presence so obviously. There are still high-ranking demons in this small town. The queen named Calvana also found it very strange. However, they continued to rush over there. So, what if he's a higher-level demon? Can't they defeat so many mid-level fallen angels? Yeah, that's true. The lowly fallen angel Matilt nodded, agreeing with Calvana's statement. As expected of fallen angels who hang out together, even their short-sightedness is very similar. Not to mention that they're about to face an opponent of the highest level of demons. Even if they are just superior demons, in the original plot, they were unable to stop Rias and Aquino, who are superior demons. Soon, they knew why they felt strange. Linali. Middle looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar posture of Linali in front of her and couldn't help but exclaimed. Because it's unbelievable. It's incredible. She shouldn't be seeing things, right? Hey, Middle, am I seeing things? This is. Calvana also widened her eyes and patted Middle next to her. A 10-winged fallen angel. 10 rose wings. Linali has 10 rose wings. Middle told this astonishing fact. Long time no see, Middle, Calvana, and everyone. The girl with long black hair, formerly known as Linali and now named Amano Yuma, bowed slightly with a proper smile on her face. But at the same time, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and the corners of her eyebrows rose involuntarily, revealing that she could no longer suppress the joy and excitement in her heart. The strongest. Invincible. Unrivaled. This is how she feels now. The real feeling of the 10 rose wings made her extremely intoxicated. This was the feeling of power. This was the feeling of fulfillment. This was the feeling she had always dreamed of pursuing. Although it is still inferior to the feeling of sucking blood, the improvement of strength can also make people quite satisfied mentally. So now Lenali can be said to be maintaining a sober attitude and being extremely high. Lenali, what on earth happened to you? Middle subconsciously took a step back, then stepped forward and asked tentatively. She was jealous. The first time she saw it, she hoped it was fake, but in fact it was real, and the pressure from the superior to the inferior was definitely not wrong. Lenali, who was almost on the same level as them before, has now become a being far superior to them. Me? I just met a good master, and now I have to complete the master's orders. Amano Yuma slightly lifted the hem of her dress, revealing the noble and pure appearance of a lady from a noble family. Of course, she showed it on purpose. According to her observation, her master seemed to be quite satisfied with her posture. The tight yet elegant little dress, embellished with black feathers and cloud edges, is the style of Phoenix family dresses. After experiencing the beauty of increased strength and the pleasure of ascension, Lenali's attitude changed 180 degrees from before. What? Fallen angels are never enslaved? Get away, get away. If one could be promoted from a mid-level fallen angel to a top-level fallen angel simply by submitting to someone, being loyal to someone, and becoming someone's appendage, she felt that the queue would be long enough to circle the earth. It smells so good. It smells so good that it's all done. Master's orders? Middle tilted his head, not quite understanding what Lenali meant. Master? Lenali's master? Lenali now has 10 rose wings, which should be considered the strength of a cadre-level fallen angel, right? With such strength, does she still have a master? Could it be Azazel-sama? So, for my master's sake, I have to take action against my former companions. What a dramatic fate. Not sure if he was mocking his own fate or the fate of his companions, Amano Yuma Jong retracted his playful expression and became a little more serious. Lenali, do you really want to? Middle thought Lenali was joking, but she didn't expect that she was serious. Soon, Middle had no room to think about these things, because she has lost consciousness. She only saw Lenali flutter her wings slightly, and then she disappeared from her sight in an instant. As her eyes flashed with light, her thoughts were interrupted. A second kill without any suspense. This is just an appetizer. She still has a lot to do. Middle fainted. When she fainted, she always felt that she had a good dream, a very good and comfortable dream. But she couldn't remember what her dream was about. She just felt very comfortable, nostalgic, and wanted to experience it again. Are you awake? She heard a familiar voice and immediately opened her eyes, which were about to open. Calvana? I'm in. Middle asked Middle, who was like an older sister. Although she was just like an older sister, her actual personality was not as gentle as an older sister at all. But Middle felt that he and her had a kind of friendship between companions, so he asked this question. Middle, I'm glad you're awake, but you have to make a choice now. The royal sister, the fallen angel Calvana, looked into Middle's eyes very seriously, and one could tell from her expression that she was quite serious. Is there something important? Seeing Calvana's serious look, Middle couldn't help swallowing. Choice, surrender, or death can be said to be an important matter, or it can be said to be an unimportant matter. Calvana explained this fact. If she chooses to surrender, then her current choice will be very important for her in the future. If you choose death, there will be no future and everything will seem unimportant. Submit or die. To whom? Middle was even more confused. What exactly happened? Calvana seemed to know something, but she was completely unaware. Submit to my lord, offer everything, and I will receive my lord's response. Calvana stretched her slender waist and naturally spread out 6 wings. The black wings looked very textured. 6 wings. When did you become a 6-winged fallen angel? Middle once again fell into a state of doubting his life. Lenali became a 10-winged fallen angel, Calvana became a 6-winged fallen angel, and she was still a 2-winged fallen angel. Isn't the world changing too fast? This is the qualification that the master has granted me after I pledged my loyalty to him. Calvana looked up at the sky, her eyes flashing with longing and fascination. Master. Middle became more interested in this so-called master. Who is this person? Judging from this, the changes in Calvana and Linali were all caused by that person? Soon, you will know about the master. Wait until the master has time. She will come back to deal with your affairs. Middle, you want to be with us too, right? So, you should know how to choose, right? Calvana stretched out her slender fingers and gently lifted Middle's chin, her eyes filled with a hint of amusement. I understand. Middle swallowed and became more curious. From what Calvana said, does that mean she can be like them? Feel honored to serve the master. Calvana looked down at Mathilde with a sad look, showing a sense of superiority. She also seemed a little bit overwhelmed. But this is also a very normal thing. Who cannot be arrogant after gaining powerful strength? Even Bai Chen, when he had just obtained the power of the 3 mythical gods and just knew how to use his power, felt a little dizzy. On Bai Chen's side, at this time, it was already dusk of the next day. Because there was a special guest coming, Bai Chen went to greet the guest first. Well, this is Bai Chen, a guest he has been waiting for a long time. A taste of blood should be quite good for guests. After truly breaking the title of Vampire Virgin, Bai Chen also showed signs of being unbridled in this regard. He had actually sucked blood yesterday and gave blood to Calvana, who woke up first, based on the quality of the absorbed blood. We have to admit that blood-sucking behavior, which can be used as a staple food, a drink, and an entertainment activity, is indeed quite tempting. In the end, Bai Chen still left 2 fallen angels as a backup blood bank besides a mono Yuma. If you only suck the blood of one person all the time, even if it is delicious, you will get tired of it eventually. It is better to have a few more kinds of blood as backup. Although the supporting fate of Middle and Calvana can only be rated as a low-level blood of luck, it still has its own flavor. Because the first person he sucked blood from was a female, Bai Chen can only suck the blood of females, and he feels an instinctive disgust when sucking the blood of males. Therefore, as a male fallen angel, Bai Chen had no intention of staying, and in the true sense, he was not even qualified to be a blood bank. After subduing Calvana, Bai Chen quantified the degree of improvement Calvana's blood gave him, and ultimately gave her blood that would allow her to be promoted to a higher-level fallen angel. Bai Chen's giving of blood is not free of charge. It will naturally be quantified based on each person's value. In fact, the value of a mono Yuma's blood is much higher than that of Calvana and Mathilde. Bai Chen kept them more for the purpose of changing his taste. Giving them one's own blood is a necessary thing, not only to allow them to gain higher strength and higher potential, but also to ensure that they will not have any disloyalty. Of course, looking back now, Bai Chen feels that he was worrying too much. As expected, this world is still a very real world. Forget about a mono Yuma, but after becoming a 10-winged fallen angel, she almost instantly became Bai Chen's bootlicker. Calvana is about the same, even better than a mono Yuma. Because Calvana knew very well that her qualifications and a mono Yuma should be similar, and they were fallen angel partners with very similar strengths before. If a mono Yuma can become a 10-winged fallen angel, why can't she? As long as she licks the ground, no, as long as she can make her master happy, she can also become a 10-winged fallen angel. So, in some ways, Calvana went even further than a mono Yuma. Fallen angels are truly captivating beings. Bai Chen stretched and continued walking towards his destination. He can charm all living beings, but not every fallen angel is qualified to be his blood bank. If nothing else, at least the blood must be rich and pure, unless he is some promiscuous fallen angel. Senior, are you thinking about something H? When Bai Chen was thinking about what to do next, a cold, lowly voice came from beside him. Bai Chen turned his head and saw the familiar white-haired lowly. The kitten's white and tender calves are graceful, and although she is not wearing stockings, her white and smooth skin is still eye-catching. The kitten, the Tachin kitten, could barely be considered an acquaintance of Bai Chen. Why do you feel that I'm thinking about H? Bai Chen asked with a smile. He had never expected to encounter a kitten. After hearing Bai Chen's words, Kitty just looked straight into Bai Chen's eyes and said in an unparalleled firm tone. Since it was the weekend, Kitty was not wearing the school uniform of Juwang College, but a little white satin dress. Normally, a tight skirt would show off one's figure quite well, but unfortunately, Xiaomao's figure is so terrible now, and it only highlights her terrible figure to the fullest. But if you meet a pervert who likes this, you will probably be very excited, right? Fortunately, Bai Chen thought that he was not a perverted Lolita control, and he could withstand such a scene without any resistance. Isn't a vampire plus a senior a complex of H beings? The kitten gave this answer. Judging from her eyes, she also felt that there was nothing wrong with her answer. Well, you really misunderstood what happened before. Bai Chen felt a little tired when he mentioned the previous incident. It was that incident that made Xiaomao feel that he was a H person. What happened between me and Aquino? Through Rias's relationship, Himejima Aquino learned that Bai Chen was a hybrid of vampire and demon and became interested in Bai Chen. Because Himejima Aquino herself is a hybrid of human and fallen angel, and now she has become a devil, which makes her a hybrid of devil and fallen angel. She is such an unclean being, and in her cognition, Bai Chen is also the same kind of person, a hybrid of a fallen angel and a devil, a hybrid of a devil and a vampire, so they are about the same, right? She felt that she could understand Bai Chen's feelings and wanted to save Bai Chen, who she thought had become autistic after being expelled from the family. Little did she know that it was Bai Chen who first noticed the problem on her side and pointed it out. The one who was finally redeemed was not Bai Chen, but her. Then things became dramatic. Just as Bai Chen was holding Himejima Aquino and comforting her, the door god kitten opened the door. As the kitten's golden eyes flickered, it uttered the evaluation, H lightly. Then he closed the door, leaving Bai Chen with a pained look on his face and Himejima Aquino with a smile on her face. This is why Xiaomao thinks Bai Chen is so H. In a sense, Bai Chen was wronged. But in some sense, she was right. The reason is that the door god's attributes are too strong, and he always chooses the right time to open the door. So, what is H's senior doing here? Kitty changed the subject and asked again. It seemed as if he didn't care about what he said before. In fact, she really didn't care. Kaneko is actually a considerate little loli, and it is normal for her to empathize with Himejima Aquino and Bai Chen Sr. She also knew that it was Senior Bai Chen who enlightened Senior Junai about his psychological problems and gave him the courage to face himself. Of course, even so, she still needed to interrupt. She felt that Aquino-senpai had already fallen in love at that time. If she hadn't come out, wouldn't they have directly become gods by engaging in physical contact right on the territory of the Supernatural Research Department? No, this is absolutely not possible. Aquino-senpai and Bai Chen-senpai have known each other for such a short time. Maybe Bai Chen-senpai is a good person, but he shouldn't be so honest with each other so quickly, right? At least we have to spend some time together to be completely sure that Senior Bai Chen is a good person. Am I here? I'm here, waiting to take someone in. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. He didn't expect to encounter a kitten by chance, but since he had encountered it, he had to change his approach. Even if the kitten was next to him, he would not give up his next action. Take someone in? The kitten tilted its head, not quite understanding what Bai Chen meant. Taking someone in? Do I need to go to such a deserted place? Could it be that Senior means you want to adopt a kitten or puppy or something like that? The kitten clapped his hands and felt that he understood what Bai Chen meant. No, I mean, I want to take someone in, a beautiful blonde girl. Bai Chen responded very seriously. Huh. The kitten was completely screwed. So, can such a thing be taken for granted? Senior Bai Chen, I should have heard it correctly, right? Xiaomao confirmed again. Yes, you heard me right. I came here to take in a beautiful blonde girl. It's absolutely true. Don't doubt it. Bai Chen reiterated. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the kitten's head. Suddenly, she looked at Bai Chen with great concern, as if she was looking at a patient. Senior, is it because of the previous incident that you hurt your head? Do you want to see a doctor again? The kitten thought of this possibility. Because Bai Chen's behavior is so different from before. Before, Bai Chen was a gentle and considerate senior. She called him H just to make him not give her hand so easily. Generally speaking, she still respected her seniors very much. And now, what is going on? The senior has changed. The Phoenix family's doctor has already said there's nothing wrong with me, Kitty. Can you just watch? Bai Chen smiled and shook his head, then looked straight at the kitten. The kitten didn't say much, but just stared at Bai Chen with his golden pupils, trying to see through Bai Chen. Soon, she knew what Bai Chen wanted to do. A few minutes later, just as Bai Chen had said, he picked up a beautiful blonde girl. No, it's not just that, it even comes with a mouthless, black-haired loli. In a square, Bai Chen and Xiaoma were both attracted by a blonde girl in nun's clothes. The reason was the cry that came out of her mouth. After letting out this cry, she fell to the ground along with the other black-haired loli in her hand. The black-haired loli next to her seemed to be frightened by the girl's clumsiness. She didn't have time to react and fell to the ground with the girl. The legendary fall on the ground. Because this fall was so classic and so natural, the corners of the kitten's mouth twitched involuntarily. If it was fake, wouldn't that dimension be too pretentious? However, looking at the confused look on the girl's face, it shouldn't be an intentional illusion, right? Kitty thought the blonde girl was very beautiful, and her beauty was natural and innocent. She didn't look like the kind of person who would fall on the ground on purpose. Aisha, and Office? Bai Chen raised his eyebrows. This was the combination that appeared before him. By the way, when Aisha and Office fell, the scene he expected appeared. Aisha's is white. Orpheus. Orpheus doesn't have it after all. Bai Chen sighed, no way Orpheus, those heroes treated you so badly. The dignified dragon god doesn't even have panties. Senior, are you thinking about something very H? The kitten saw the beautiful scenery just like Bai Chen. After seeing it, the kitten immediately turned around and looked at Bai Chen. It's just a pity that she didn't see the person she wanted to see there. Senior, where are the people? In a moment, the kitten thought of the answer and looked in the direction of the blonde girl. Is everything all right? The girl named Aisha had just realized what was happening when she heard a gentle voice. Hey, it's okay. I'm used to this kind of thing, thank you. Aisha reached out, held Bai Chen's hand, and stood up from where she was. At the same time, Orpheus on the other side was also pulled up by Bai Chen. Found it. Orpheus looked straight at Bai Chen, with a slight emotional fluctuation in his eyes. She found it. Eh? Found it? Did you find the person you wanted to find, Office John? Elsa asked excitedly. Orpheus nodded, then stretched out her finger and pointed at Bai Chen. Bai Chen was the person she was looking for. Bai Chen showed a puzzled expression at first, but then quickly, his furrowed brows relaxed. It could only be because of that. Orpheus, huh? I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're finally here. Bai Chen squatted down, looked at Orpheus, and stretched out his hand. Facing Bai Chen's hand, Orpheus first tilted his head, looking a little confused. After a few seconds, she finally reached out her hand tentatively. The white and tender small hand and the white and slender hand touched in the air. At the moment of contact, Bai Chen and Orpheus looked at each other. Sure enough, she is Orpheus. Although Orpheus's name has been said, as expected, only by feeling it up close can one feel Orpheus's vast and unfathomable power. I've never seen this kind of life form before. This was what Orpheus thought. Unlike others, she noticed Bai Chen's abnormality. It was the kind of abnormality that made her doubt whether there was something wrong with her judgment. What she sensed was pure angelic blood, an angelic blood that was almost the same as that of the seraphim. But this person is definitely not an angel, she can guarantee it. So it's very strange, what race is this person in front of me? Orpheus's respect for Bai Chen increased even more. She wasn't entirely sure when they first met, simply because Bai Chen was the only person among all the people she had met whom she couldn't see through. The person who appeared in this place and whom she couldn't see through could only be the God of Light who appeared before. Even if he is not the God of Light, he should be a being of the same status as her, so she cannot see through him. In any case, Bai Chen did arouse Orpheus's considerable interest, which is why she responded to Bai Chen's handshake. Don't be fooled by her silent appearance. She basically didn't say anything during the time she was with Aisha. In her eyes, everyone who did not help her to deal with the power of the Great Red was meaningless. That's right. Office John said she came here looking for someone, and now she finally found the person she wanted to find. It's really great. Aisha explained why Orpheus followed her, and was sincerely happy that Orpheus was able to find the person he wanted to find. Although she and Orpheus were just casual acquaintances, Aisha's personality was the kind that couldn't let go of people who needed help. Now that Orpheus's problem was solved, she had no intention of asking for any reward. She just looked at Orpheus with satisfaction. Looking at Aisha's happy expression, Orpheus was stunned for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Orpheus slowly nodded, as a response to Aisha's words. She hadn't been interested in people in general for a long time, and now Elsa had aroused a little interest in her. She always felt that there was a familiar aura about this blonde girl, which attracted her to get in touch with her. Aisha, I have to thank you for this, so could you please let me express my gratitude? Bai Chen turned and said to Aisha. The reason he came here was for this blonde girl, but he didn't expect that Orpheus was also with Aisha. Bai Chen understood very well why Orpheus came here. It should be for the creator god of light. At the moment when the three mythical gods merged, the glory of the god of creation of light was once again seen. If Orpheus believed that the god of light was qualified to help her realize her plan, then it would be normal for her to come to him. According to Bai Chen's prediction and the tests of the three mythical gods, they all have an average sub-dragon god level strength in this world, which is much stronger than the two celestial dragons. If it is the creator god of light, he can definitely surpass the dragon god level. As for whether his true strength surpasses the dragon god level by one level or several levels, Bai Chen is not quite sure. He just knew that he couldn't always rely on the power of the three mythical gods. Whether it is developing new uses for the power of the three mythical gods, thus exceeding the original limits, or summoning the power of the creator god of light in an incredible way, or simply looking for other methods. Bai Chen had thought about all of this in his mind. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, it was not something Bai Chen should consider right now. If you think about it more, the creator god of light even has a multiverse-level combat power, but such performance is meaningless to Bai Chen now. What he should be thinking about now is how to transform into a big bad wolf and trick Aisha, the little white rabbit. So, he asked this question. Aisha, I have to thank you for this, so could you please let me express my gratitude? Huh. No, I just did what I was supposed to do. I didn't do this for any reward. Aisha was stunned for a few seconds, then hurriedly shook her head. Yeah, I know, Aisha, but it's all over. Bai Chen certainly knew what kind of girl Aisha was, so he said with a loving expression and a smile. Love, compassion, redemption, light. These words are the embodiment of Bai Chen's temperament today. Eh? Everything is over, that means. Of course Aisha felt Bai Chen's presence. But she still couldn't believe it. She covered her red lips with her two little hands nervously, and crystal tears sparkled in her eyes. Aisha's reaction was naturally because of Bai Chen. Yes, everything is over. This is the final test, so stay by my side from now on, Bai Chen said as he extended his hand in Aisha's direction. Under the kitten's doubtful gaze, a pair of white wings grew out from behind Bai Chen. The holy white wings seemed to be larger than ordinary white wings, large enough to wrap up Bai Chen and Aisha at the same time. Angel. Definitely an angel. Senior Bai Chen, is he an angel? That's not right. Didn't Senior Bai Chen say it was a hybrid of a demon and a vampire? How could it be an angel? Senior Bai Chen's mixed-race identity has been certified by Minister Rias and President Sona. How could it be wrong? So, what is the current situation? The kitten was confused, but she still planned to continue observing to see what Senior Bai Chen wanted her to see. Senior Bai Chen knew that she was right next to him, but he still did it. There must be a deep meaning behind it. While thinking this, the kitten immersed himself in observation again. Similar to the kitten's shock, but different, Aisha now has other emotions besides shock. Warmth, redemption, holiness. This is what Aisha can feel now. It's not like Elsa hasn't seen angels before. As a saint of her church, she had seen the higher-level angels before, and even more than once. But the current Bai Chen is different from all the angels she has ever seen. The holiness of the light and power alone far surpasses that of higher angels, at least the level of seraph. As for whether it is really at the level of seraph, Aisha is not sure. After all, she has never seen a real seraph, but at least it is at the level of seraph, and it is not impossible to go higher. Then, it's Bai Chen's wings. A pair of wings. Just a pair of pure white wings. Logically speaking, shouldn't there be at least 10 or even 12 wings? Aisha could only think of one being who could possess pure and supreme holy power of seraph, or even higher than seraph with just a pair of wings. Host, Almighty Lord. Only the Lord can accomplish such a miracle. That's why Elsa cried tears of joy. The Lord came to her and said that she had passed the final test. The Lord said she could stay with him. Isn't this the meaning of her existence? Orpheus looked at Bai Chen and Aisha quietly. With her intelligence, she couldn't quite understand what was happening, and it was difficult for her to analyze Aisha's psychological changes. At the same time, given her personality, it was impossible for her to ask such a question on her own initiative, at least not now when she was not trying to communicate with others. So, she kept to her usual approach. Be silent and observe. Aisha, come here for a moment. Bai Chen stretched out his hand towards Aisha, and the holy light made Bai Chen's entire existence seem transcendent and sacred. Transcendent and sacred, these words have never had anything to do with Bai Chen. It's just that with the background of his angelic blood, this temperament is naturally released from him. Aisha nodded excitedly and took tentative steps towards Bai Chen. Holiness would attract people like her who have church attributes, not to mention that Bai Chen displayed the highest level of holiness. Considering the hardships Aisha had gone through to reach this island country in the Far East, Aisha now has the tendency to regard the boy in front of her as a pillar of support. Of course, this is just her tendency. Aisha is a very kind girl, but she is also a girl who knows how to protect herself. Otherwise, she would not have successfully come to this country and to Jiwang town. Are you not taking action yet? Bai Chen glanced sideways slightly and looked into the distance. If the other party doesn't take action, he will have no choice but to continue. That person wanted to use others to achieve the solution of conquering Aisha, but he didn't know that the way to win Aisha's heart was much simpler. Just show that you care about her to the extreme. Aisha will notice how good you are to her and will be even better to you in return. Of course, the premise is that you don't reveal that you actually have other purposes. Unlike Bai Chen can barely be considered a good person. Even though he is an egoist, he tries to be kind to his own things. But that person, the man named Theodora, was different. Theodora herself wanted to corrupt all the saints like Aisha in order to satisfy her own perverted needs, and she was destined to be exposed from the beginning. Aisha is a girl who knows when to advance and when to retreat, and who knows how to be grateful. She is the kind of girl who would be grateful to the person who put her in a toy box for the rest of her life, even if she were put in it. After all, for Elsa, who doesn't like fighting, putting her in the toy box is also a form of protection for her. In a sense, it is exactly what she is pursuing. This is the difference between Bai Chen and Theodora. Aisha. Not far away, Theodora, who had been observing, saw Bai Chen's wings slowly wrapping Aisha, and she could no longer sit still. Boom! Flapping her devilish wings, Theodora burst out at astonishing speed, rushing towards the direction where Bai Chen was. After all this time, Theodora was actually being snatched away by someone. And he was even accused of being a cuckold. How can this be tolerated? Theodora designed to have Aisha expelled and let Linali take Aisha in, and eventually let Linali take a fancy to Aisha's artifact and seize Aisha's artifact. In this way, he had an absolutely legitimate reason and an absolutely high status to appear, kill Linali, and completely take away Aisha's body and mind. Originally, that was indeed his plan. But I really didn't expect Linali to disappear. Was I also intercepted by someone? Besides that, he was also very clear that Bai Chen was half vampire and half demon. Because Bai Chen was accompanied by someone from the Phoenix family when he came, he witnessed the whole process while hiding in Jiwang town. At the same time, he was also very clear that Bai Chen did this definitely because he wanted to suck blood. Theodora felt sick all over when she thought that the saint, the one she wanted to corrupt and take away her virginity, had actually had her blood sucked by someone. We must stop Bai Chen. It would be best to kill everyone involved. This is what Theodora was thinking at this moment. As for the holy wings behind Bai Chen, Theodora did not associate them with the specialness of Bai Chen himself. He just thought that Bai Chen was too cunning. He might know that Aisha is related to the church and use this to deceive Aisha. It's simply ridiculous. In order to avoid having more grass growing on her head, Theodora took action. Wow! Slowly, white wings wrapped Bai Chen and Aisha. Aisha seemed oblivious to the changes in her surroundings, completely absorbed in the warm and happy atmosphere around her. The white wings block out the outside environment. Since Theodora chose to wait until the end, Bai Chen had no intention of continuing to play with him. I act according to my own ideas, so why should I care about your attitude? Open it for me. Before the huge white wings completely enveloped the two of them, Bai Chen vaguely heard such a voice. Outside, Theodora finally arrived at the last moment. You half-blooded bastard from the Phoenix family, do you know what you are doing? Theodora had a gloomy face, and her hands were filled with powerful magic. Too late. Still a step too late. No, it's not too late yet. There's still time to hold Aisha in my hands. He will make this bastard pay the price. Let me show you, a lowly half-blood bastard, the power of a pure-blooded, superior demon. There was a crazy light flashing in Theodora's eyes, and terrifying magic power gathered in his hands. Orpheus stood quietly, looking at the insect demon that suddenly rushed out. She had noticed that this person had been observing her and Aisha, and now he finally ran over on his own. However, she didn't quite understand what this person was doing. Was he using his insignificant power to attack Bai Chen, a being of the same status as her? A silly, but somewhat interesting move. So Orpheus just watched quietly as Theodora launched a magical attack on the wrapped white feather ball. Boom! A torrent of lightning and magic engulfed the white feather ball. Theodora's face turned ashen the moment the attack was launched. Strong, so strong indeed. It's impossible to break through. There is not even a sign of shaking. What's going on? Theodora took a step back. How could it be possible? How could his power have no effect? He was the most noble pure-blooded demon among the new generation of demons. How could he be so powerless in the face of Bai Chen, a half-blood bastard? No, impossible. Theodora roared as she continued to gather her strength. No, impossible. He should definitely be able to defeat Bai Chen. He should be the absolute superior to this mixed-blood bastard. In order to prove her idea, Theodora launched a crazy attack on the white badminton. As for Bai Chen, he never took Theodora seriously from the beginning. Even in the past, when Bai Chen had not yet awakened the system, he was able to defeat Theodora with his own original power, let alone now, they are not even on the same level at all. There is an ugly devil outside and a beautiful blonde girl inside, but Bai Chen still knows how to choose. Aisha thought she heard such a voice in a trance. However, she didn't have the energy to care about it and soon forgot about it because of the pleasure and dreamlike feeling brought by the blood-sucking behavior. She hasn't realized this fact yet. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level blood of luck and high-level talent blood. Bite. Host advancement detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the blue synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the blue synthesis task. Synthetic materials, cat demon hair, angel's true feathers. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. High-level blood of luck should be the standard equipment for female supporting characters. What surprised Bai Chen was the gifted blood. It is extremely difficult to reach a high level of gifted blood. Generally speaking, one must possess the highest level of demon-level talent to be evaluated as having low-level talent blood, and the Demon King level is the mid-level talent blood. High-level gifted blood is basically only possessed by the main god level or even the transcendent level. How could Aisha possess gifted blood? Ding! Gifted blood, besides strength, also has various other talents. Generally speaking, people with special talents will have a more special origin, and their talent rating will also be higher than that of ordinary people. Aisha's talent. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, and he remembered that Aisha did have a strong talent in some aspects. Aisha has an affinity for dragons and is able to establish a good relationship with dragons, whether it's the protagonist, who is the Red Dragon Emperor, or Lei Ching, who is a superior dragon, or Fafnir, who is a golden dragon, or even the infinite dragon god. These are all people Aisha makes friends with. A girl loved by a dragon? Come to think of it, I seem to have dragon powers too. Bai Chen smiled, and the white shuttlecock beside him began to slowly open. He only grew one pair of wings on purpose. To give Aisha some strange associations and to give Theodora courage. What if Theodora is too timid and doesn't dare to come over to confront him after seeing that he has 10 or even more pairs of wings? It turned out that Theodora was still a man. Bai Chen could sense how much force Theodora was using through the pure white feather ball. She was basically at the pinnacle among the upper-level demons. It's not enough. It seems that they have no intention of taking action for the time being. So, let's finish the matter with Theodora for now, and then deal with the matter over there. As the white badminton opened, Bai Chen temporarily withdrew his gaze, shifting his attention from the distance to look at Theodora, who was close by. Theodora was also stunned. She didn't expect that the badminton could be opened so easily. But soon, he fell into an even greater level of anger, or even madness. He saw it. He saw Bai Chen gently put down Aisha, who he was holding. There was a faint red mark on Aisha's neck. There is no doubt that it was the sequelae of blood-sucking behavior. The woman Theodora had set her eyes on had actually been defiled by an ugly and disgusting vampire before he took everything from her, before he corrupted her. Realizing this, Theodora was completely stunned. His face twitched involuntarily, and his eyes flashed with the determination to completely destroy Bai Chen. Only in this way can his self-esteem feel a little better. It has to be said that Theodora was already somewhat confused at this time, and could not even tell the difference in strength between herself and Bai Chen. Of course, this was a normal thing for Theodora. Even in the original plot, he still couldn't see the difference in strength after the Red Dragon Emperor's forbidden hand was transformed and continued to mock him. Theodora, what? You're not going to do anything, Bai Chen said with a smile while holding Aisha. As for whether there was any mockery in this smile, probably only Bai Chen himself knew. Don't worry, I'll do it right away and make you, a half-blood bastard, disappear from this world right away. As Theodora spoke, she gathered powerful magic power in her hands. Powerful magic power, limited to the range of higher-level demons, cough cough. You're truly arrogant and lack self-aware. I say, could you please hurry up? As Bai Chen spoke, he bowed his head slightly in Aisha's direction. The fangs belonging to the vampires slowly extended out, as if they wanted to continue sucking blood in front of Theodora. Go to hell. Theodora finally couldn't stand it anymore and took actions that he would never take under normal circumstances. Flapping her demon wings, Theodora rushed towards Bai Chen at astonishing speed. This time, he did not use the so-called elegant and aristocratic magic fighting method. This time he chose to use his fists to vent his anger. This guy, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a pretty face that even vampires have. Pretty boy, this was his impression of Bai Chen. Of course, in Bai Chen's eyes, he was just a young man with kidney deficiency, and he couldn't even bear the title of pretty boy. Isn't a pretty boy a kind of asset? At least he's much better than you, Theodora, right? I have to admit that, perhaps due to racial reasons, Bai Chen's appearance is a bit neutral, more like a pretty boy than a strong man. However, there is nothing much to say about this kind of thing that is a gift from God. Don't go crazy if you can't get it, and don't get excited if you get it. A fist filled with magic power was swung towards Bai Chen, but Bai Chen just stood there quietly. Humph, he's still just a half-blooded bastard after all. He's already afraid to act under the control of a superior demon. Just like that, disappear with Aisha? Theodora did not choose to concentrate her strength in one line, but instead amplified her fist wave as much as possible. He wanted to see Bai Chen and Aisha destroyed in front of him at the same time under his punch. Aisha is certainly quite cute, but since she has been defiled by vampires, she is no longer the saint he is looking for. Just like that, let him send Aisha on her way. Theodora thought this was the last kindness he showed Elsa. Boom. The fluctuation of magic power and the wind from the fist hit Bai Chen at the same time. Puff. There was the sound of bones and flesh breaking, and bloody residue spurted out from Theodora's fist in all directions. Laugh. Then there was the sound of blood slowly flowing out, blood flowing out due to the injury. But it wasn't Bai Chen who was injured, it was Theodora's hand that was broken. My hand. The next moment, Theodora's almost hysterical voice was heard. Well, that's about it. Bai Chen looked at the dark armor on his body and nodded with satisfaction. As soon as Theodora's fist was about to fall, he called upon his followers, the giant god soldiers of Obelisk. Of course, he did not descend as a god, but rather he descended armed with the Forbidden Hand of God. Forbidden Hand is a special term in this world, which refers to the state of using an artifact that exceeds the normal state of the artifact. Generally, it requires the user of the artifact to have a very high level of proficiency to activate it. The dark armor on Bai Chen's body is similar to that of the third true ancestor and his followers in the world of bloodthirsty assault. Transforming followers into weapons to assist in battle is a special ability of the third true ancestor and his direct descendants. A blonde woman named Beatrice in a red tights transforms her follower, Juggler, into a deformable spear and fights Himuraji Setsuna. Bai Chen was inspired by this and developed a new usage model for the three phantom gods. As a man, Bai Chen still has a dream of wearing armor. He has watched both Armor Hero and Masked Warrior more than once, and he has also longed for the armor posture in them. In addition, this world is the world of Devil's High School, and the two children of Destiny, Valley and Hayadu Issei, both use dragon armor. Bai Chen also thought about this and created a subspecies of the three mythical gods with Forbidden Hand armed modes. The dark armor on Bai Chen is called the Armor of Obelisk, and it is the embodiment of the power of the giant god soldier. In terms of defense and attack power alone, they have reached the threshold of the Demon King level. Bai Chen prefers this mode of using power rather than summoning the three mythical gods. After all, this is more covert, and it is difficult for the enemy to see that the three mythical gods are actually gods, and it is also more difficult to formulate tactics based on the compatibility of the three mythical gods. At the same time, this can also improve Bai Chen's own defense and combat effectiveness, so that he will not fall into a passive situation during the battle. The moment Theodora attacked, Bai Chen used the power of the giant god soldier and equipped himself with the obelisk armor, which possessed divine power. With Bai Chen's thick skin, although he could barely withstand the blow, it would not look very good. It would be bad if his face was disfigured. Plan passed. Bai Chen watched as Theodora said the word death to him just as he had planned, and at the same time launched the maximum power attack he could on himself, and nodded with satisfaction. The magic setup around has recorded this scene. Next, it's time to collect the debt yourself. Da-da-da. The sound of dark armor walking on the ground. Theodora, who was howling hysterically, became alert instantly when she heard such a voice and looked in the direction of Bai Chen. Unlike her previous proud look, Theodora's eyes were now filled with fear and disbelief. The most direct and immediate impact finally made him realize a problem. I am no match for Bai Chen. At this moment, he had no strength to fight back. Because the original plot has not yet developed to the scene where Theodora colludes with the old demon faction of the Misfortune Group, he himself has never seen Orpheus, let alone Orpheus's snake. Of course, even if he had Orpheus's snake, it would only add some time to his suffering. It was already the limit for Orpheus's snake to be able to elevate a waste like him to the highest level of demon. He simply did not have the strength to confront Bai Chen head-on. That's right, trash. Although he has the blood of a pure-blooded demon, he is just a waste. Pure-blooded demon blood can only guarantee that he can eventually become at least the highest level demon. As for higher levels, it has never been determined by demon blood. The mainstream of this world has never been the useless ones who can only rely on bloodline to advance. Only those who move forward with endless possibilities and firm beliefs are qualified to be called strong in this world. Then, be my bargaining chip. Bai Chen curled the corners of his mouth, stepped on the ground, and instantly accelerated behind Theodora. Bang! Concussion-level impact. Theodora completely lost her fighting ability. The sunset in Jiwang Town is still so beautiful. Under the setting sun, Bai Chen silently used a teleportation array to throw the unconscious Theodora back to the place where he was imprisoned that had been prepared long ago. However, although Bai Chen displayed extremely powerful strength, Orpheus's eyes revealed disappointment. Orpheus could feel Bai Chen's current strength. He had just reached the Demon King level, which was the same as the upper demon level. In Orpheus's eyes, there was no difference between the two levels of strength. At most, the aura that was much stronger than Draeg's that she had just displayed piqued her interest. Unfortunately, it was only a moment, and, even with such strength, it was not enough. Although he felt a little disappointed, Orpheus quickly withdrew his gaze. What is shown, but Orpheus still prefers to believe what she feels. There is something about Bai Chen that she cannot understand. Senior Bai Chen. A few seconds after the incident was over, such sounds echoed in the square. The pure white girl ran towards Bai Chen. Things were changing really fast, causing some deviations in her perception of the world. What exactly happened? Why did the senior grow angel wings? Who is this superior demon? Why did he jump out and attack the senior? Was the senior hiding his true strength? Or had he achieved a breakthrough during this period? He was able to defeat that superior demon so easily? The kitten has too many doubts in his mind. Kitten, I know you have a lot of questions. Just take your time asking them. We still have enough time. Bai Chen withdrew his gaze from the distance. The person on the other side has been handed over to a Monoyuma to track. There is nothing to worry about for now. With that person's artifact, he does not have the ability to move long distances in a short time. After hearing Bai Chen's words, the kitten took a deep breath. Huh. As Canyon's chest moved, the kitten opened its golden eyes again and looked straight at Bai Chen. She wanted to know what role Bai Chen played here. First of all, this superior demon is. He calls you a half-blood. Half-blood? So he must know you, right? Yes, I do know him. His name is Theodora Astaroth, the next head of the Astaroth family. The Astaroth family, I remember it was. The kitten hesitated to speak. She saw Bai Chen use the space array to teleport the young superior demon away. Why did Bai Chen do this? The Astaroth family, the family of the current 4 great demon lords, Achuka Beelzebub. Are you trying to explain why we should have a grudge against a family of a high-ranking demon who has a demon lord? Bai Chen smiled and asked. Rather than creating an enemy, it would be more accurate to say that this is the purpose. Theodora Astaroth, to obtain some evidence against this demon, so that he can use it as a basis to negotiate with the Demon King Aquika. This is Bai Chen's goal. The Baojuan formula is the synthetic material that Bai Chen needs, and it is the material needed for the color synthesis task. The Golden Task can synthesize 3 mythical gods with the strength of Dragon God or suspected to be beyond the Dragon God level, so what can be synthesized by the colorful synthesis task? Bai Chen is very much looking forward to it. The Slime King, the Magic Spellbook, the Dragon Blood of the World Dragon, the Overlord Formula, each one sounds difficult to collect. Bai Chen really wants to know what kind of monster will be synthesized from these. After listening to Bai Chen's words, the kitten nodded. Indeed, she was very puzzled. If it was not necessary, the senior would not have a grudge with the higher-level demon family. Kitten, Aisha was originally a saint of the church, one of the top saints, and possessed the powerful healing artifact, the Smile of the Virgin. Even someone like Aisha was exiled and ended up here. Do you know why Aisha was exiled? Bai Chen looked at Aisha in his arms. Theodora really made an indelible contribution to Aisha's ability to get here by herself. Perhaps, arranging a person's fate like a script and letting her fate develop according to the same process as a subscript would be a pleasure, right? Especially since Theodora herself is the man of the script, and in the end she will do to the heroine what she has always dreamed of. The kitten's golden pupils shrank slightly. She had never expected that the blonde girl was actually a saint. But what is the relationship between the saint, Bai Chen, and that superior demon? Judging from the look on the face of that senior demon just now, he seemed to be very sad about Aisha. Because Aisha is kind-hearted, she accidentally revealed her demon healing powers to the church staff. As for the demon he cured, it was the so-called Theodora. Bai Chen said lightly. Of course, there was no need for him to report to the kitten when he did things. The kitten is a follower of a superior demon. His identity is a superior demon, and the people fighting with him are also superior demons. Of course, the kitten has no right to interfere. There was only one position from which Kitty felt the need to inquire, her private position. Whether it's Kaniko's concern for this senior, or Kaniko's protection of Akino-senpai's relationship, it can only be due to personal reasons. Since it was a personal reason, Bai Chen tried to explain it to Xiao Mao in a simple and concise way. Such a good opportunity to fool people, ahem, it would be a shame not to use it. What if I say that Theodora was injured on purpose to attract the kind-hearted Aisha to seek treatment and then deliberately displayed this in front of the church staff? Bai Chen's next words made the kitten's pupils shrink instantly. Indeed, since Aisha is the saint of the church, she should be the obedient type and would not run away from the church casually. So why did Aisha encounter the devil in the heart of the church? If it wasn't a coincidence from the beginning and there was a purpose from the beginning, then it makes sense. But why? Kaniko was very confused. She really couldn't understand why Theodora wanted to get close to Aisha. Because Aisha is very beautiful, that's the reason. Because he's a pervert who takes pleasure in corrupting saints. All of his followers are saints from all over the world. To be more precise, former saints. Bai Chen actually gave such a reason. Kitty subconsciously took a step back. It turned out that the man who was seriously injured by Senior Bai Chen had such a bad hobby. If you don't believe me, you can ask Rias yourself and ask her to investigate the whereabouts of Theodora's followers. Even if she can't find out all of them, it's not difficult to find out about one or two saints. No need. I trust you, Senior. The kitten's eyes softened a little. She also knew that Bai Chen had no need to lie, as this kind of thing would be easy to verify. This would also explain why Theodora came to Katown without telling Rias and Sona. In theory, a superior demon needs to notify another superior demon when traveling to his territory, just like what happened when Senior Bai Chen came before. The only time I won't tell Headmaster Rias is when I'm coming here to do something that can't be made public. So, are all the dependents like this? The kitten was still a little bit in disbelief and cast a concerned look towards Aisha. Yes, all of you. Theodora loves to see the saint fall. Bai Chen also looked at Aisha. Judging from the happiness index that Aisha can get, being his is much better than being played around by Theodora. After all, Theodora is a pure pervert who pursues the purest saint and the ultimate pleasure produced by the most extreme depravity. What a perverted scumbag. There was a glimmer of light in the kitten's golden pupils, a light of anger and dissatisfaction. If he is such a scumbag, then he deserves to be beaten like this by Senior Bai Chen. By the way, if that's the case, why did you suck Aisha's blood? And, sir, what was the power you just used? After figuring out the root of the matter, the kitten felt more than half relieved. It's just that the problem is Senior Bai Chen's strength. She clearly remembered that Senior Bai Chen had told them before that he was only at the intermediate demon level. Now, the strength displayed by Senior Bai Chen is such that even the upper demons cannot break through his defense even if they try their best. He must be at least at the highest demon level, right? Is that possible? Were the seniors lying to them before? That's not right. Senior Bai Chen was placed here because of his relatively low strength. His previous strength should have been that of an intermediate demon. If one reaches the level of a high-level demon, he might be sent to the Immortal Mountain for training. Did the senior achieve this level of strength recently? From a mid-level demon to a top-level demon in just a few weeks? Isn't that a bit too much of a leap? Of course, the truth was even more exaggerated than Kitty had imagined. Why should I drink Aisha's blood? That's a really good question. After a few seconds, Bai Chen gave the answer with a smile. If a cute girl loses her resistance in front of you and lets you do whatever you want, I think it's normal to want to do what you want. Bai Chen said seriously. A layer of black lines appeared on the kitten's head. Isn't the contrast between the two answers a bit too great? Senior, you are indeed a pervert. The kitten pursed its lips and gave this comment again. However, the mood for making such an evaluation at this time is very different from before. As for what kind of complicated mood it was, the kitten couldn't quite explain it. But anyway, it's a pretty good mood. Senior, I think you can only improve by drinking blood, right? I heard that when you were unconscious before, the chief also gave you some blood. However, since Senior seems to be deliberately hiding this and not answering, I won't ask. I originally wanted to go with you to see if there were any lost demons to exterminate, but now it seems we don't have the time. Please take care of this girl named Aisha first. When the name Aisha was mentioned, the kitten paused subconsciously. Senior, you won't do anything strange to Aisha, right? The kitten leaned forward, its eyes and posture showing considerable courage. She had to protect Akino-senpai's love life and not let her senior indulge herself too much. At least that's what the kitten thinks now. Oh, of course. Bai Chen looked into the kitten's eyes and gave a positive response. After all, it is his property. His belongings are not something others can covet. Then I'll go back first. I'm sorry to bother you today. After getting Bai Chen's consent, Xiaomao bowed slightly, but the word disturb in his tone was a little emphasized. Well, bye. Bai Chen smiled and stroked the kitten's soft white hair. Bowing before him like this, isn't that like offering your head to be trampled upon? Senior. The kitten raised its head and looked at Bai Chen with its subtle gaze. After a few seconds, she finally turned her head and prepared to leave. Let's just consider this as her apology for disturbing her senior. The kitten regarded the pat on the head as her own apology. Oh, kitty, I forgot to tell you something. Bai Chen called out to the kitten who was about to leave. What is it? The kitten asked in confusion. If your sister wants to come back and take you away, you can find me then. For the price of one blood suck, I'll help you deal with your sister's problem. Bai Chen looked at Aisha, then at the kitten, and said with a smile. The kitten didn't respond, just glanced at Elsa. Perhaps this is what the seniors referred to as rewards? Senior, you really are a pervert. After saying this for the third time, the kitten turned around and left the scene in a leisurely manner. Ah, she's really a tsundere schoolgirl. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, and after the kitten's back disappeared, he smiled and shook his head. Don't think that the kitten is so tough at this time. He knows how soft the kitten is when facing his sister. Xioma, are the people over there still there? Through the blood connection, Bai Chen sent instant mental communication to a Mono Yuma who was more than 10 kilometers away. Master, it's still there. A Mono Yuma's frivolous and teasing voice came back. She's a little dissatisfied. The master actually left a beautiful girl like her alone and instead made her do this kind of hard work. It's really a waste of talent. At this time, a Mono Yuma, perhaps because of her own personality, or perhaps because of a little influence of Bai Chen's blood, or perhaps because Bai Chen's blood-sucking behavior was so comfortable, caused her to completely forget what she had said before. Isn't it her honor to be the master's property? Of course, she would also be very happy if her master could pay more attention to her, or even pay attention to something else. She was indeed obsessed with the feeling of having her blood sucked and the feeling of having her strength increased. Compared to her before, she has undergone earth-shaking changes now. Are you still there? That's great. I'll be right there. Bai Chen nodded, and then, as he slowly turned around, Aisha, and he turned into a white feather and disappeared from the spot. Master, you are truly ruthless. Realizing that Bai Chen had cut off contact, a Mono Yuma licked the corner of his mouth and an abnormal redness appeared on his face. But even with a master like this, it's really hard to stop. There was a glint of intoxication and a hint of madness in a Mono Yuma's eyes. Under the sailor uniform skirt, there is a pair of slender and round thighs wrapped in black stockings, which definitely has a shy charm of holding the loot half-covered. I don't know if it was her own bad taste, but she had a silver anklet on her ankle, like a prisoner in confinement. She exudes a noble and extraordinary temperament in her every gesture and looks quite charming. Well, that's exactly what people who saw her for the first time thought. But Bai Chen knew very well that Amano Yuma was a girl with psychopathic tendencies. After being conquered by him, some aspects were reduced, while some aspects were specialized. Is the master coming soon? I'm really looking forward to it. Amano Yuma put one hand deep into her red lips, and with the other hand, she slowly groped under her skirt. Judging from the owner's appearance, it will take some time to get here, so I'll just remember the owner's voice and do it. Amano Yuma, probably a subtle change of this degree occurred. Bai Chen sighed. Orpheus, I have some things to take care of. I'll be right back. Can you please stay here quietly? Bai Chen touched Orpheus's head and asked with a smile. What is it? Orpheus raised his head slightly and asked with a hint of doubt. She felt a strange touch on her head, warm and reassuring. Orpheus didn't quite understand. It was clearly the same as the previous handshake, both of which were zero-distance contact behaviors. The only difference was the location of contact. Why was there such a big difference? She didn't quite understand, and she wanted to understand. But in the end, she didn't ask. But it was obvious that she had a stronger interest in the being named Bai Chen. Orpheus, you should know that someone is following you. I'm going out because of that person. Bai Chen looked at Orpheus's confused reaction and explained with a smile. That person's matter. It took several seconds for Orpheus to remember who Bai Chen was talking about. Because that person's strength was too weak, and so it was natural that she forgot about him. Orpheus nodded slightly, then just stood there blankly. I really have no words. Bai Chen smiled helplessly and didn't say much. With the flickering of the teleportation array, he disappeared in front of Orpheus. Come to think of it, the target this time seems to be a beautiful blonde girl as well? If Bai Chen was not mistaken, this was indeed the case. Bai Chen would not make a mistake after observing her himself and having Amano Yuma confirm it again. The person was indeed a beautiful blonde girl. I always feel like that person's eyes just now are about to make my heart stop. On a high building in Jiwang Town, a blonde girl in armor calmed her accelerated heartbeat. Not long ago, she and Bai Chen had exchanged glances. Although there was a considerable distance between them and theoretically it was difficult for the other person to notice her, she felt that they had indeed looked into each other's eyes. After realizing this, she immediately chose to escape. She came to see what Orpheus was planning to do, but she couldn't get caught. Judging from Orpheus's appearance, it seems that he knows the other party. If this was true, Joan of Arc felt that she needed to repay Cao Cao. That's right, the girl's name is Joan of Arc, Joan of Arc. In terms of soul, she should be the Joan of Arc of this world. Because she is the descendant of a hero who inherited Joan of Arc's bloodline and awakened her soul. Orpheus left the group of trouble. Although Orpheus said that he was just going out for a walk, Cao Cao would never believe it. However, even if it was impossible to believe, Cao Cao could not go against Orpheus's will when persuasion failed, and finally Cao Cao compromised. Orpheus went out for a walk, and behind her were people sent by Cao Cao to prevent other forces from tricking Orpheus into being their thugs. Now it was Jean's turn. However, Joan of Arc never thought that she seemed to be in trouble. Regardless of whether it was her illusion or not, what Joan of Arc needed to do now was to first pass on the news that Orpheus was here, and then make plans. Bai Chen also noticed Jean. There was almost no need to think, or to consider why Jean was here. As long as Bai Chen confirmed that it was Jean Dark from Cao Cao's team who was observing there, he had an absolute necessity to capture Jean Dark. It's not that we can't confront Cao Cao, but there's no need to do so now. By capturing Joan of Arc, we can at least avoid any interaction with the other party for a short period of time. Putting aside Cao Cao's own strength, both Hades, the god of the underworld, and Indra, the emperor of heaven, have set some of their attention on Cao Cao. It is not a good thing to have an intersection with Cao Cao when you are not strong in the early stage. So, Joan of Arc definitely cannot be let go. You look like you're in a hurry. Is everything okay? A young man's voice came from behind Jean. Oh, it's okay, just take a short break. Joan of Arc patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief again. Most of her nervousness came from the eye contact just now. After the eye contact, she first hid under the cover in an instant, and then concealed her breath to the minimum. A few seconds later, when the feeling of being pricked by a thorn in her back disappeared, Joan of Arc immediately ran towards the outside of Jiwang town. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. She should have learned more magic. Joan of Arc, the artifact was created by the Holy Sword. She spent most of her time studying the power of the artifact and did not learn any technology such as space transfer. Of course, there are very few people in their team who learn this. Both Hercules and Siegfried are first-class tough guys. One is a muscular tough guy and the other is a kendo tough guy. Da Vinci is still just a child. The creation of the god-destroying monster requires a considerable amount of energy to develop and research, and he does not have time for in-depth study. By this calculation, George is the only permanent magician in the team. Xiao Qiao is the boss, so of course he knows some space magic, but it's not comparable to George's at all. Originally, this was nothing, as George himself possessed a divine destroyer with spatial attributes, and he could easily bring the divine destroyer's abilities to their fullest when fighting in a team. But there are some problems in normal times. For example, now, when the rotation time has not yet arrived, Joan of Arc wants to move to the previously set teleportation location, which is really a waste of time. And this also became the ultimate reason why Joan of Arc was captured. After subconsciously answering the voice's question, Joan of Arc realized that something was wrong. Who came to her side when she was not paying attention? In an instant, Joan of Arc's body tensed to the extreme. She moved her gaze slightly stiffly and looked behind her. Sure enough, I saw a familiar face in the back. Bai Chen. It was the person who had just made eye contact with her. Excuse me, who are you? Joan of Arc gave an awkward but polite smile, as if trying to get away with it. I'm Bai Chen, Miss Jean. Bai Chen leaned over to the ear of Jean, who stood there nervously, and whispered softly. Feeling the cold yet alluring aura beside her, Joan of Arc's body subconsciously trembled again, perhaps out of nervousness or stress response. Miss Jean Dark, the other party called her Miss Jean Dark. It's fine that he noticed she was observing him, but how did he know her name? After hearing this, Joan of Arc became clear in her mind. It was impossible to resolve the matter peacefully, and only her men could show the true strength. Holy Sword creation. In a very short time, a golden and white holy sword appeared in Joan of Arc's hand and stabbed towards Bai Chen. It looks like Miss Jean is a little excited. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and stood there without taking any action. But as a dark shadow covered him, he was covered with divine armor. Subspecies Forbidden Hand. Armor of Obelisk. Obelisk the Tormentor Scale Mail. Ding! There was a very clear and loud sound as the holy sword and the obelisk armor collided. Gotcha! Then, one of them made a rather ominous sound, the sound of its internal structure being destroyed. The holy sword shattered with a sound. As the one with the most violent physical attack and defense among the forbidden hand armors of the three mythical gods, the obelisk armor will naturally not be split by this inferior holy sword. Even the light wings of RA, with the lowest defense, would not be broken by such a holy sword. Joan of Arc's strength was not that strong. Even after using the forbidden technique, Holy Dragon of Judgment, she was killed instantly by Issei Hayadu, who was not that strong at the time. With normal combat power, he can deal with a few upper-level demons at most, and with forbidden hands, he can at best reach the standard of the highest-level demons. How could he be the opponent of Bai Chen now? Even without any golden fingers, Bai Chen, who has reached the upper demon realm solely by relying on his blood-sucking ability, has more than 80% chance of defeating Jean Dark, not to mention now, it is a piece of cake. Seeing the holy sword being blocked, Joan of Arc was only surprised for a moment, and then she changed her tactics. Apart from anything else, she has a very high talent in combat. Holy sword unsheathed. Following her summons, a forest of holy swords sprang out from the ground, and the holy swords flashing with cold light attacked Bai Chen from all directions. I'm sorry, I'm serious. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes and said. From the red and black shadow behind him, it can be seen that he is quite serious. The gods representing the power of the underworld and the sky appear. Subspecies forbidden. The sky dragons roar. Roar Slifer the sky dragon scale mail. A red-black dragon head emerged from the connection between the shoulders and the body of the dark armor. Even if one was not looking at it, one could feel its terrifying majesty and dominance from the emanating aura. Ong 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 ong. At this point, the sky dragon truly roared for the first time in the other world. Joan of Arc only remembered that she saw a red and black mist, and then nothing happened. She lost the energy to think. At the same time, in Jiwang College, Akino Himejima poured a cup of hot tea for Kaneko and Rias so that Kaneko could moisten her mouth. The current Himejima Akino is different from her usual smiling state. Although she is indeed smiling now, her eyes are filled with solemnity. So, it's because Bai Chen's first blood-sucking experience that his strength has skyrocketed? Rias loosened her plump legs and placed them on the other white thigh, looking uneasy. If she had some doubts before when she heard that Bai Chen defeated the highest-level demon, then when she heard Xiao Mao say that Theodora, a high-level demon, had no ability to fight back at Bai Chen's hands, she was completely confirmed of Bai Chen's strength. Bai Chen unexpectedly experienced such a terrifying improvement after sucking blood. Is this the extent to which the god-destroying tool can improve a person? Yes, that should be the case. The kitten nodded, recalling the scene of Bai Chen's white wings wrapping Aisha's body. When the white badminton was unfolded again, there were red marks on the fair neck of the girl named Aisha. When the kitten thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. So what Sona said is true. Then there might be some trouble on his side. Rias put down her teacup, remembering vampire customs. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Himejima Akino was very curious. Did the minister think of something that she had not thought of yet? It's a vampire custom. The first person to drink blood is extremely important to a vampire. I heard from Tseng Na that she wanted to revive Bai Chen as soon as possible, so she woke up Bai Chen's sister, who shared the same blood with him. Then, Bai Chen's physical condition improved. He even now has a powerful burst of strength due to the blood sucking. Why do you think that is? Rias had a slight headache. Bai Chen sucked Miss Rebel's blood. Himejima Akino knew this. But she also knew that the minister would never do something without a purpose, and he must have his own reasons. Then I'll explain it more clearly. Rias glanced at Akino. She knew about Akino's situation, which was why it was more difficult. If it weren't for Akino, Rias wouldn't be so concerned about Bai Chen's affairs. In a vampire family, the first person a vampire sucks blood from is usually a carefully selected individual with strong psychic qualifications. The pure-blooded vampire will choose the same sex or the opposite sex as the first person to suck blood. If it's the same sex, then that person will become a pure-blooded vampire and play a role similar to a housekeeper in the future, helping to take care of internal and external affairs, similar to the queen among the devil's chess pieces. If it's the opposite sex, then we've basically confirmed we'll be your future partner, so. Rias didn't continue speaking, but everyone present understood what she wanted to say. It seems like this is really a troublesome matter. Akino said with a smile, not seeming to care much about such things. Azuna. Rias glanced at Himejima Akino, called her name in her heart, and didn't say much. But there is one thing she is quite clear about, that is, Himejima Akino's heart is definitely not as calm as she appears now. Speaking of which, congratulations to the minister. Can Shinjun now fulfill his promise to the minister? Himejima Akino didn't pay too much attention to Bai Chen's first blood-sucking target and either intentionally or unintentionally changed the subject. An agreement with me? If he's willing, it should be possible, right? Rias had no intention of exposing Akino and followed Akino's topic to recall the scene of the previous contract with Bai Chen. So, I think this is worth trying, and it won't do you any harm, right, Ms. Rias? The boy in front of Rias Gremory said with a smile. The boy's smile is very easygoing, and the refreshing feeling surrounding him easily makes people like him. Even Rias, who had seen many handsome guys, couldn't help but sigh at the boy named Bai Chen's magical charm when she first met him. Rias was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought for a long time. Finally, half a minute later, she responded. Indeed, I agree. Rias agreed to Bai Chen's deal, or rather, contract. Both parties stand on an equal footing and reach an equal contract. Party A, Rias Grummery. Party B, Bai Chen Phoenix. Party A needs to give Party B a portion of his or her own blood and that of his or her family members in a regular and quantitative manner before the marriage contract is implemented. At the same time, if there is a chance of encountering rare blood, we will try our best to obtain it and give it to Party B. Party B needs to become stronger in the shortest possible time and ask his parents to change his fiancé. Of course, there are many complicated terms, but the general meaning is Rias gives Bai Chen blood, and Bai Chen tries his best to arrange Rias's marriage contract. It's very simple and straightforward. Anyway, it's just providing some blood, which is harmless to yourself. In a sense, it can also promote the body's hematopoietic mechanism. Just such a small price can increase the possibility of breaking off the engagement and gaining freedom. Why not do it? Of course, not everyone can sign this kind of contract. Rias mainly took notice of the fact that Bai Chen is a descendant of the Phoenix family. It is a bit unrealistic to ask my family to cancel the engagement with Phoenix directly, and it would not be good for the two families to fall out. But if you just change your engagement partner, the difficulty will be much lower. If the engagement partner is changed to Bai Chen, according to the contract between the two, Bai Chen will not stop Rias from pursuing freedom. He will first ask to get married after Rias graduates from university, and then slowly find a suitable time to propose to cancel the engagement himself. This is the contract between the two. Now it seems that the seeds that were sown unintentionally have grown into towering trees, which can solve her urgent needs. Rias certainly has reason to be happy. Speaking of which, if he really succeeds, do I have to call myself his fiancé in front of outsiders? As Rias thought about it, her thoughts wandered and she remembered Bai Chen's face with a hint of demonic charm. Indeed, judging solely from appearance, Bai Chen is much more handsome than his brother Lisa. Not to mention, Bai Chen's talent and character are now much stronger than before. When he was weak, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and he quickly became stronger by making deals with her and Tsang Na. Now, even though he has shown his talent, he still has not been contaminated by the habits of the aristocracy and turned into a playboy with a chaotic lifestyle. Kaneko also reported Aisha's matter to Rias, which immediately raised Bai Chen's image in Rias's mind a lot. After learning that Theodora was also a well-mannered pervert, Rias almost lost confidence in the future of the demon industry. Fortunately, there are young demons like Bai Chen. As she thought about it, Rias's expression changed. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Bai Chen's previous actions were all highly targeted. Whether it was trading blood with her and Tsang Na, or getting rid of them to find some ancient Egyptian stone tablets or something like that, they all had a certain purpose. Why did he save Aisha? Do you want to suck the blood of cute girls? Kaneko didn't tell Rias that Bai Chen sucked some blood and had a great time in front of Theodora, but Rias also made this connection with her rich imagination. Chinjun shouldn't be that kind of person? Rias still wanted to believe Bai Chen, but she couldn't help but think too deeply about it. Minister. Oh. It wasn't until Himejima Aquino called her in a strange voice that Rias came back to her senses. Really, why am I thinking about these things? A hint of red appeared on Rias's face. For the first time ever, Rias showed signs of guilt when facing Himejima Aquino. Maybe it's because Junai is interested in Bai Chen, and I just had some random associations that I have no right to make? Rias didn't quite understand, but she felt that she needed to make Aquino happy. Compared to her, Aquino's fate can be said to be more unfortunate. As good sisters for so many years, we must make sure that Aquino's relationship can come to fruition. Rias reiterated in her mind, well, I have to make Aquino happy. What she didn't know was that her idea was not entirely correct. At least one of these things is not true. President, the black tea you requested. In the student union room, a lady wearing black-framed glasses brought Sona a cup of black tea. Ah, thank you, Tsubaki Haim. Sona put down the report in his hand and took a sip of black tea. Is there something wrong with the president's health recently? Looking at Kana savoring the tea with her eyes closed, Shinra Tsubaki couldn't help but ask. Tsubaki-ji, why are you asking that? Sona opened her eyes and cast a puzzled look towards Shinra Tsubaki. Because the president has been adding nourishing and blood-boosting medicines to his black tea recently. Also, his average daily working time has been reduced by 64 minutes compared to before. President, are you feeling unwell? If so, you can leave your work to me. I promise to do my job well while you're resting. Jin Luo Chuanji pointed out the abnormality of Tsang Na in the past few days. Did I actually work so much less? Sona smiled and shook her head. She really hadn't noticed this. She had previously thought that this was the only thing that might give her away, but she hadn't expected Chuanji to observe it so carefully. However, Chuanji's careful observation was probably due to her. She usually taught and required Chuanji to observe the situation and collect intelligence at all times. She didn't expect that the task of collecting intelligence would now fall on her. It's okay, Tsubaki Haim, it's just temporary. Your period has passed and you've almost rested well in the past few days. Sona gave him a look that said, I'm fine, and took another sip of tea. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. Because she lied. It's not a menstrual period at all. Of course, some blood will be lost during menstruation, but the amount of blood lost by Sona in the previous few days is completely different. Tsang Na would recall the scene at that time. As his throat moved, powerful blood energy emanated from the young man's body. Wow! Before Sona could react, the boy's body took action on its own accord, attacking the weak spot that emitted the sweet scent of blood. Varied. Before she could react, the girl felt a sharp pain in her neck. Draw. The sound of blood being drawn was accompanied by an itching sensation at the wound. After a burst of coolness, the girl's eyes suddenly became blurred. As if she was enjoying the process, the girl subconsciously hugged the black-haired boy's head and maintained this posture quietly. For a long, long time. This is the scene that is engraved in Kangna's memory, and it still makes him a little scared when he thinks about it now. If she hadn't forced herself to wake up and interrupted the subconscious blood-sucking process, she felt that she might have died from weakness. Because Bai Chen's blood-sucking behavior was completely out of instinct. If Tsang Na had not interrupted it, Bai Chen would never stop until he had completely absorbed enough blood energy. This is the reason why Tsang's blood and qi have been weak for a period of time. What is he doing now? Since he remembered Bai Chen, Tsang started to think more about it. I feel like my body is getting a little excited, don't you? Not sure if it was his illusion, but Sona felt that his vital signs had undergone subtle changes at this moment. Although it is not very obvious, Tsang Na is sure that this change definitely exists. Kangna didn't quite understand the significance of this change. She had experienced this kind of change several times in the past few days, some big and some small. What concerned her was not the change itself, but the impact it had on her body. When this change occurred in her body, she felt a dreamlike feeling. At the same time, after this, she felt that her strength had improved to a certain extent. After adding up the improvements over the past few days, Kangna felt that he was only a step away from becoming the highest level demon. It was only after a long time that Sona understood the reason and significance of this change, and regretted not seeking the reason at the first time. If you explore it, the possibility of becoming the main wife will be much greater. The sun sets. As the sun sets, the blonde girls will fade away. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the intermediate-level blood of luck and the low-level blood of talent. Just like that, I was sinking into the darkness, sinking into the dreamlike feeling that was like heaven. Not knowing how long she had been sinking, the blonde girl only felt weak all over. After the dreamlike feeling wore off, she had trouble falling asleep. Just like a criminal experiencing withdrawal symptoms after taking drugs, the girl named Jean instinctively sought this feeling. The girl woke up with a slight moan. Are you awake? Just like the common scenes in animations, after she woke up, she heard such a voice beside her. The confused Joan of Arc responded subconsciously at first, and then she realized something was wrong. This voice feels a little strange, yet a little familiar. Jean looked towards the source of the voice and saw a young man with black hair and black eyes. The boy was looking at her with a smile, and his eyes revealed a playful look as if he was teasing a little squirrel. But I have to say that the boy is really handsome. Even though you can clearly feel that he is teasing her from his eyes, he is still very handsome. But if you ask Joan of Arc to explain what makes him handsome, is it the temperament between his eyebrows, the refreshing and attractive smell around him, or is it just his good looks? Joan of Arc can't tell. The only thing she could feel was the momentary sense of surprise in her heart and the dissatisfaction that followed the surprise. He was teasing her, wasn't he? He was definitely teasing her, wasn't he? She finally remembered that it was this young man who had just blocked her way. She originally thought that when she woke up she would see iron bars, shackles, ceiling arrays and the like, but she didn't expect to see a warm-colored ceiling and a soft big bed. How do you feel? Bai Chen asked with a smile. In any case, it can be said that everything is now under control. At least, the blonde girl in front of him had everything under his control. Who are you and what is your relationship to Orpheus? Joan of Arc looked quietly at the man in front of her, her eyes revealing a considerable degree of vigilance. Although this man looks very handsome, she is the descendant of a hero with a heroic soul. She will never succumb to a mere male beauty. Ahem. Me? I almost forgot, I don't think I introduced myself yet. Bai Chen thought about it and gave this answer. Bai Chen, he's your master at the moment. As for his relationship with Orpheus, do you believe me when I say there's no relationship? How's that possible? Orpheus has never been so close to anyone. Joan of Arc immediately retorted. Mourning is my ideal existence. Suddenly, a calm and quiet lowly voice came from the room. Orpheus? A layer of white appeared on Joan of Arc's pretty face. Was Orpheus actually right next to her? How long had Orpheus been here? Well, Orpheus, please stay here with me for a while. Bai Chen scratched his head helplessly. He was thinking about how to trick Orpheus away. If Orpheus stayed with him, he would cause unrest everywhere if he wasn't careful. With his current strength, he really couldn't deal with such unrest. What if 2 or 3 top 10 players in the world come to fight in a group? Even Bai Chen burning his bloodline wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Bai Chen was a little reluctant to give up Orpheus, the chubby little lowly. Plump and delicious. Orpheus' blood is undoubtedly the best blood in the world. According to Bai Chen's judgment, it is at least rated as high-level luck blood, top-level talent blood, and top-level mirror-breaking blood. It's not that Bai Chen doesn't want to inhale. If he can inhale, Bai Chen feels that he would like to try it even if it means he risks fooling Orpheus and then being slapped to death by Orpheus. However, the fact is, even though he seems to be sucking blood happily now, there are restrictions on the objects he can suck blood from. By simply using the most basic vampire power, Bai Chen's realm is that of a superior demon. His strength can be considered that of a superior demon, and he can suck the blood of the superior demons. Barely reaching its limit, it can absorb the blood of the Demon King level. But Orpheus is at the Dragon God level, more than 2 levels higher than the Demon King level. Above the Demon King level is the Lord God level. However, the difference between the main god and the Demon King is actually not that big, because the definition of the main god level is really broad. Like the Greek mythology's god Zeus, goddess of the night Nyx, god of the sea Poseidon, main god Odin, etc., are all main god level gods. Gods at the main god level, from the peak of the Demon King level to the highest level of transcendence, are all considered to be at the main god level. A powerful transcendent like Cerzex could be ranked in the world's top 10, while a weakling like Rizavim could be easily defeated by Cerzex, showing the huge difference in combat power between transcendents. All I can say is that the main god level is a little weaker overall. Above the transcendence, that is the level of legends among legends. Secondary Dragon God level, God of the Bible, Beast King 666. Dragon God level, Infinite Dragon God, Red Dragon God Emperor. These are names that exist in legends, names that even gods would bow down to when they see them. Although Bai Chen's need for blood is different from that of ordinary vampires, as long as he is a powerful Demon King or above, it will have a significant effect on him. Of course, there is a premise. That is, he was able to absorb it in a real way. Now we are in such an awkward situation. In theory, Bai Chen certainly wants to suck blood from Orpheus, but in reality it is simply not feasible. If that doesn't work, he should keep Orpheus away from himself and take the danger away from himself, or keep Orpheus in a secret place and ensure that no one will find her. Either way, it's quite challenging, etc. Suddenly, Bai Chen thought of something, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He remembered it. He remembered the introduction when he looked at the material task before. Yes, there is a solution. Bai Chen suppressed his emotions and returned to his previous state. Compared to Orpheus's affairs, I think Miss Jean's own affairs are more worthy of your concern, aren't they? Bai Chen looked at Joan of Arc's emerald eyes, her fair skin with a hint of tender red on her neck, and her pupils flashing with a blood-red light. No, this won't do. Sensing a slight impulse in his heart, Bai Chen temporarily closed his eyes and suppressed his previous desire to suck blood. No, this won't do. Bai Chen suppressed his inner desire to suck blood and warned himself in his heart. He almost obeyed his instinct and just went up and sucked on something he liked. Of course, the act of blood-sucking itself doesn't mean anything. What's important is what the inability to control one's desires means to Bai Chen. Bai Chen would despise himself if he couldn't even control his blood-sucking desire. Joan of Arc also noticed the changes in Bai Chen, saw his expression of suppressing himself, and saw that after he opened his eyes again, his eyes changed from blood-red back to black. Is he suppressing his impulses? The urge to suck blood, or rather, the urge to suck blood from me. The girl named Jean had some distorted ideas. Could it be that I have fallen into that kind of storyline? A beautiful girl was captured by a vampire, but the vampire couldn't bear to hurt her and just wanted to tie her to his side. Shouldn't it be like this? Joan of Arc felt that she had indeed been thinking in the wrong direction, but fortunately she quickly got back on track. But if it's not this reason, then what is the reason? Joan of Arc didn't quite understand. The other party had clearly captured her, and with the power he had displayed before, she was unable to resist. Why don't you attack her? Is it really as I thought? He suppressed himself for my sake. As she thought about it, Joan of Arc wanted to return to her previous state. Sure enough, she still couldn't let go of her previous point of view. Sure enough, the previous statement made sense? Bai Chen raised his eyebrows. He could just feel that Joan of Arc's expression and eyes had undergone a huge change. Your name is Bai Chen and you're a vampire? Jean asked tentatively, casting an exploratory look at Bai Chen. Of course, Miss Jean, and you are now my prisoner. Bai Chen smiled and looked at her neck. This malicious look made Joan of Arc subconsciously move backwards. Although Bai Chen didn't want to be affected by the urge to suck blood and lose his judgment, if the blood-sucking behavior was under his subjective will, it would of course be fine. Joan of Arc had her eyes closed, but after seeing Bai Chen not taking any action for a while, she opened her eyes with some confusion. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Chen with a playful smile. I'm definitely not expecting you to do anything. Can you please stop looking at me like that? Joan of Arc gave this excuse in her heart. Of course, in reality, she could only shift her gaze with a guilty conscience. She had indeed heard rumors that having blood sucked by a vampire didn't hurt and was even a little comfortable, but she didn't expect it to be so comfortable. However, let it be comfortable, she will never give in anyway. The hero who inherited the soul of the saint will never surrender to a vampire, even if it is a fast-growing vampire. Are you arresting me because of Orpheus? To avoid embarrassment, Joan of Arc found a new topic. Yes, but not entirely. You will undoubtedly reveal to Chow Chow the news that Orpheus is with me. I don't have the energy to deal with such troubles right now. So, that doesn't mean it's not all? Joan of Arc still wanted to understand. Don't you think it's normal for a vampire like you call evil to feed on beautiful girls? Bai Chen looked at Joan of Arc again, and this time, Joan of Arc could clearly see the blood-red light in his eyes. The difference from before is that before, the mode changed because Bai Chen instinctively wanted to suck blood, but now the mode changes because of Bai Chen's own will. Is that so? Joan of Arc's eyes shifted a little dazedly. If that's the case, then it's not much different from what she thought before, right? By the way, Miss Jean, let me remind you of something. Seeing that Jean probably understood the situation and looked a little dazed, Bai Chen no longer paid attention to her. This person, could he have Stockholm Syndrome? Bai Chen couldn't help but think of this. What's going on? Once again awakened from her imaginary state by Bai Chen, Joan of Arc looked at Bai Chen with doubtful and confused eyes. "You have something of mine on you if you want to leave my house casually." "It will be." Bai Chen made a gesture of popping a balloon. "It will explode with a bang. Do you feel anything right now?" Bai Chen raised his hand slightly and used the backup plan he had left on Joan of Arc. "This is." Joan of Arc suddenly opened her eyes wide, and countless warm currents flowed through her body, sometimes becoming slow, sometimes becoming smooth. Because of the warm air, her skin turned a tender red like a cooked shrimp. It was a very subtle feeling, completely different from the dreamy feeling of loss from vampires. It was a different kind of feeling that was full of fulfillment. "Just some small things, don't mind." As Bai Chen spoke, he slowly closed the door, leaving the girl with a look of doubt on her face. Where's the promised plot where the vampire falls in love with the heroine, doesn't want to hurt her, and is willing to suppress his own desires for her? Joan of Arc felt that her feelings were betrayed. The master is really gentle. Bai Chen had just returned to his room when he was hugged by the innocent girl in a sailor uniform who had been lying in ambush there. Amano Yuma had been lying in ambush here early in the morning, waiting for Bai Chen to come back. "Giving your blood to an outsider like this, I'm a little jealous." Amano Yuma climbed up along Bai Chen's hand, leaned close to Bai Chen's ear, and slowly exhaled hot air. "Don't you think it's a bit of a waste to give your own blood to such a person?" Amano Yuma's Polonia-colored eyes cast a hazy light as she leaned against Bai Chen. "No, I don't think so." Bai Chen and Amano Yuma looked at each other and saw a hint of dissatisfaction and jealousy in her blurred eyes. It is a kind of dissatisfaction and jealousy that one cannot express when something that belongs to him is taken away by someone else. After all, they are the descendants of heroes. Their blood still has some value. Joan of Arc's blood is regarded as intermediate-level blood of luck and low-level blood of talent, which can be considered a good blood source at this stage. "Yeah." Amano Yuma's other hand climbed onto Bai Chen's back and gently stroked Bai Chen's back, then joined with the other hand to hug Bai Chen. "So, what is my value to my master?" As he spoke, Amano Yuma fell backwards, dragging Bai Chen down with him. "Your value is higher than genes." Bai Chen looked into Amano Yuma's eyes and gave the answer. This is the absolutely correct answer. After all, Amano Yuma has the rarest top-level luck blood in the world. There are definitely no more people who possess this kind of blood than on a handful of hands. Amano Yuma, as the original male protagonist's first love, even in the later period, she continued to make her presence felt in the male protagonist's memories as a psychological shadow. At this particular time, her luck was even more amazing than Riasa's. But there is no way that Amano Yuma herself could know the value of these things. "Well, how about you prove it to me, master?" Amano Yuma asked Bai Chen for proof. "Well, it's actually quite simple to prove. You really do like competing for favor." Bai Chen stroked Amano Yuma's hair, tied it up, put it in his mouth and took a deep breath slowly. A rich fragrance came to his nose. "If the master wasn't so fickle, I definitely wouldn't be like this." Amano Yuma accuses Bai Chen of being fickle. She truly felt fear of being abandoned, fear of being plundered, fear of being used and then thrown away like the dirtiest rag. Of course, she believed that she had a certain weight in Bai Chen's heart, otherwise she would not be the only one who grew 10 rose wings. However, she also knew more clearly that these were all given by Bai Chen. What Bai Chen could give her, he could also give to Mathilde or Calvana. A powerful, mysterious, and demonic master who seemed to be able to do anything. Even the infinite dragon god recognized this master, who took away everything from her and declared his sovereignty over her. When Amano Yuma thought that her master was such a master, she looked slightly drunk, her eyes became blurred, and there was a glint of water in her eyes. "Then, how about I prove it to you?" Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, suppressed his accelerated heartbeat, and leaned forward under Amano Yuma's expectant and excited eyes. Sizzle. The familiar sound of something piercing the skin made Amano Yuma's eyes widen slightly, then slowly closed. She stretched out her hand, wanting to hug Bai Chen's back tightly. But soon, she slowly let go of her hand due to the weakness of her strength and weakening of her perception. This is an act of vampire sucking. She has never survived the pleasure of vampire sucking. She has always been immersed in the dreamlike feeling of emptiness and fulfillment. An hour later, as the red and white liquids erupted, Amano Yuma completely lost all ability to think. Bai Chen breathed slightly, then put down the square hair in his hand. The texture of Amano Yuma's hair is very good, but Bai Chen still prefers the smell of it now, which is messy and mixed with the scent of sweat. Bai Chen finally braked because, if he continued like this, Amano Yuma would probably be crippled. It is not waste in any other sense, but death in the physiological sense. The blood-sucking behavior combined with the mating behavior, and even the interaction between blood, brought Bai Chen an unprecedented feeling. It is not a simple addition, but a terrifying multiplication effect. Sucking blood drains away Amano Yuma's strength, but also increases Bai Chen's excitement, and the same goes for mating. In the later stages, Bai Chen even had to exchange some of his own blood so that Amano Yuma could gain the strength and will to continue fighting. Perhaps this is what is called blood intercourse? A strange word popped up in Bai Chen's mind. Blood interaction. In order to prevent himself from losing his mind due to the double impact of blood-sucking desire and sexual desire, Bai Chen sucked Amano Yuma to death in ecstasy and provided blood feedback. It is not a one-sided demand, but a model similar to the previous racial sublimation. You seem to have become stronger? Bai Chen was thinking about something when suddenly a girl walked in from the void and looked at Bai Chen calmly and said, "I." Bai Chen looked at the black-haired and black-eyed lowly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "Can you at least check the situation before coming in? Do you know what the situation is now?" Looking at Orpheus standing directly in front of him, Bai Chen felt a little tired. Is it because of the blood-sucking ritual performed with this person? Orpheus tilted his head, indicating that he had actually been looking at it for quite a while. "I guess so." Bai Chen didn't know how to explain it to Orpheus. "Forget it. It seems there is no need to explain." Bai Chen suddenly thought. From Orpheus's perspective and from the public's perspective, it's normal for vampires to become stronger after absorbing blood. But besides you, she seems to have become stronger too. Orpheus raised his doubts and turned his attention to Amano Yuma. Indeed, just as Orpheus said, Amano Yuma's aura is even stronger than before. There must be multiple reasons for this, right? After Bai Chen calmed down, he also sensed Amano Yuma's condition. Although Amano Yuma lost a lot of blood, he did make some progress in his own level. Bai Chen could probably think of some reasons. The first is the issue of the transition period. The blood synthesized by Bai Chen is of course based on Amano Yuma's own blood, but in essence it is still Bai Chen's blood. In order to truly fuse, there is a very long fusion period. When in negative distance contact with Bai Chen, he will also come into contact with this part of the power that has separated from the main body, thereby catalyzing the blood in Amano Yuma's body and greatly shortening the transition time. Secondly, Bai Chen himself will also improve. Compared with the day when he absorbed Amano Yuma's blood, Bai Chen has indeed become stronger now. In this case, the blood will interact and this part of the blood will also improve, thereby getting some improvement. So even though Amano Yuma is now suffering from the aftereffects of excessive blood-sucking, overall, she has indeed become stronger. Perhaps this is a win-win blood-sucking model. The so-called win-win situation can mean that both Bai Chen and the blood-sucking object can become stronger through this behavior. Of course, it can also refer to the process in which Bai Chen separates a part of his blood to make the object of blood-sucking stronger. After the object of blood-sucking becomes stronger, Bai Chen continues to suck blood and becomes stronger. Not only did he gain a blood pack, he also gained a strong fighting power. Well, one person wins twice, and it is also a win-win. Well, you become stronger, and she becomes stronger because of this behavior. Can I? Orpheus suddenly thought, if this matter had an effect on Amano Yuma over there, would it have an effect on her? Shouldn't. Although he really wanted to answer yes, Bai Chen still answered the fact. To improve Orpheus, Bai Chen must have the strength of a transcendent being. Just like Bai Chen can now sublimate the blood of the Demon King, and at a certain price, elevate a person to the highest level of demon. If he wants Orpheus to evolve again, Bai Chen himself must at least have the strength of a transcendent. That's really a pity. There was an emotion in Ophi's eyes that was rarely seen at ordinary times. It seemed that she really wanted to use this to improve her own strength and then drive out Shinku. No, there's nothing to regret, Orpheus. I know what you want to do. If you are willing to listen to me, Orpheus, I think there is still hope of achieving our goal. Bai Chen put on his clothes as he spoke. Now that Ophis has attracted attention due to the topic of Zhanhong, it is a good time to put on clothes. After putting on his clothes, Bai Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Although Orpheus had no idea about this, Bai Chen still cared about it. Exile the true red and reclaim true silence. Orpheus stated his purpose, the reason why he had wandered in the human world for thousands of years. Find someone who can pose a threat to Shinku and let him defeat Shinku together with you. Because Cao Cao was holding that man's gun, Ophis thought that he had the potential to help her defeat Shinku. As for Bai Chen, it was because of the creator god of light who had appeared before. The creator god of light, as the supreme god of light that emerged from the fusion of the three mythical gods, is indeed at the level of a dragon god and may even surpass the level of a dragon god. One day, of course. Behind Bai Chen, three shadows emerged from the void. My name is Bai Chen, come at my call. Your name is Obelisk's giant god, Osiris's sky dragon, Ra's winged dragon. Where the gods gather, the supreme god will be born. God of creation, show your glory before me. Behind Bai Chen, the shadows of gods approached. As the shadows of the three phantom gods disappeared, a ray of light emerged from their original locations. The highest and most powerful light. But just a moment. It only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared completely. When Bai Chen first obtained the three mythical gods, he thought about whether he could merge the three mythical gods into the creator god of light. After Bai Chen tried countless times, he finally figured out some tricks. However, showing a hint of brilliance is already the limit. That's light. The light in Orpheus' eyes also disappeared as the light behind Bai Chen disappeared. It's just light, it doesn't exist yet. Well, it's not. Orpheus nodded. But you're strong, you're qualified. Ophis tried his best to give some positive comments, but in the end he could only say these words. So, do you want to sign a contract with me? Bai Chen said to Orpheus with a smile. Contract. A contract of mutual assistance. I will help Ophis accomplish some of your goals, but before that, Ophis, you also help me accomplish something I want to accomplish. How about that? Bai Chen spoke like the big bad wolf speaking to the little white rabbit, with an expression like the big bad wolf looking at the little white rabbit. The little white rabbit he was talking to did give a little white rabbit-like answer. Yes, sure. This was Orpheus's answer. Orpheus gave such an answer, the answer that Bai Chen expected. Early morning. The next morning, being the good girl that she always is, Asia Algerdo got up very early. However, now when Aisha wakes up every day, she is full of hope and joy, which is very different from the confusion she felt when she was wandering before. Breakfast, breakfast. Let me see what I should make for breakfast. With a cheerful pace, Aisha walked to the refrigerator on her little feet and began to select ingredients for today's breakfast. Carrots are very healthy. I think God will like them, right? Lettuce, bread, ketchup. Did God go out to buy some more things yesterday? Looking at the dishes that were more numerous than yesterday, Aisha tilted her head in confusion. No, I bought it. Seriously, could you at least pay attention to how much food is left? A lowly voice came from behind Aisha. Aisha turned around and saw the blonde fallen angel lowly. Ms. Middled, thank you for your trouble. Aisha bowed and thanked him sincerely. Tisk, are you cooking for your Lord God today too? Middled curled his lips, accepting Aisha's thanks. Well, of course. The god will be waking up in about half an hour, so I have to prepare breakfast before then. Lord God, this is what Aisha calls Bai Chen. After Bai Chen transformed Aisha into an angel, Aisha firmly believed this. Of course, Aisha was also very clear that there was a fallen angel beside Bai Chen. Even if she didn't know it at first, after seeing Amano Yuma, the acquaintance who asked her to come to the Far East, and after feeling the breath of the fallen angel after reincarnation, she would understand. However, the fact that there was a fallen angel made Aisha even more convinced that Bai Chen was the Lord God. Only the gods are qualified to create 10-winged angels or even fallen angels. Only the gods are qualified to have such high-level angels serve them. Last night, she was awakened by a beam of light, and she looked in the direction of the god. That is the light that only gods can possess. After sensing this light, Aisha prayed once more before falling asleep. Aisha, she is a child full of faith today. Well, let me help you then. Middle didn't say anything else, but chose to get along like a friend. Because Aisha is special, just like Amano Yuma. Like Aisha and Amano Yuma, both have 10 rose wings. Although Elsa has so many wings, she does not change because of this. Instead, she becomes more pious, kind, and pure. Because God reincarnated her into an angel, she became more pious. Since this power and identity were bestowed by God, she must not let down God who bestowed her power and must become a being worthy of the identity and power of an angel. This is Aisha's current belief. However, half an hour later, Aisha's belief underwent a subtle change. Click. Gently, Aisha opened Bai Chen's door. Today is really strange. It is the agreed time to get up, but the god has no intention of getting up. This won't do. Following what she wanted to do in her heart, and also to wake up the Lord God, Aisha happily prepared to wake Bai Chen up. Then, she saw the scene inside Bai Chen's room. The black-haired fallen angel girl raised her white neck, arched her waist, her lips opened involuntarily, and her eyes were a little dazed. As her hair swayed faster and faster, a strange blush appeared on the girl's face. This is... A layer of steam instantly rose from Aisha's head. She hugged her head with both hands, covering her eyes with her onion-like fingers. Then, after a few seconds, the fingers slowly loosened, revealing emerald green pupils. Aisha, as expected, is still quite interested in this kind of thing. She felt as if her feet were nailed to the ground and she couldn't move at all. She just stood there and watched quietly. Until the fallen angel girl's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, and then she slowly bent down. The girl named Aisha was still investigating the god's lifestyle. You really are a bad-hearted person. I don't know how long it took, but after Aisha regained her strength and left the room, Bai Chen sighed and said, "Isn't this the same for the master?" Amano Yuma licked her lips and gently stroked her lower abdomen. "Okay, let's go eat." Bai Chen shook his head. This girl was really difficult in every sense of the word. Even though he was defeated yesterday, he was still thinking about revenge when he woke up. She was clearly seeking his favor and recognition, but after receiving the so-called favor and recognition, she became so promiscuous again. Amano Yuma is really a charming bitch. God is great. Hurry up and go. When Bai Chen left, Aisha walked to the door and performed the farewell ceremony. But it's a little different from before. Aisha really didn't dare to look directly at Bai Chen now, so she could only blush slightly and lower her head. The Lord God must have a deep meaning behind this. This was what Aisha told herself after witnessing the activities of Bai Chen and Amano Yuma. Then, as time went on, Aisha thought of more and more things. I heard that Miss Amano Yuma was a fallen angel chosen by God from among the fallen angels, and I am also an angel chosen by God from among the saints. If my situation is similar to that of Ms. Amano Yuma, does that mean that one day I will do the same thing as Ms. Amano Yuma? I have to say, Aisha is quite logical. Ahem. It was because she thought of this, but didn't dare to ask, that Aisha didn't dare to look Bai Chen in the eye. Really? God didn't let me reincarnate as an angel just to make me think about these messed up things. You must not disappoint the gods and become an excellent angel. Aisha turned around, patted her face, and decided to cheer herself up. However, if the purpose of God reincarnating an angel is to serve him, as expected, it is impossible to let go. Thinking of this, Aisha's eyes became blurry again. Was that girl just now Aisha? She's such a cute girl. Next to Bai Chen, the girl with a ponytail and a school bag asked with a smile. She has a striking feature. Big, very big, extremely big, almost big enough to burst through the school uniform. Even in terms of size alone, it is slightly bigger than Rias's. Himejima Aquino is the name of this girl. As a mixed-race person like Bai Chen, the two of them developed a sense of resonance after meeting each other, and their relationship eventually developed into friends, and even beyond friends. Of course, it's just a tendency, not really an emotion beyond friendship, at least not now. But if we talk about who among Rias's followers has the highest favorability and friendliness towards Bai Chen, it must be Himejima Aquino. Yes, she is Elsa. Bai Chen replied with a smile, but he ignored the following sentence. What a lovely girl. I heard about Aisha from Kitty. I heard that Aisha has been living in the church since she was a child. I also discussed it with the minister before. Mr. Chen, why don't you send Aisha to school? As they walked, Himejima Aquino started chatting with Bai Chen. Soon, the two of them finalized Aisha's enrollment. Bai Chen also wanted Aisha to go to school, so that she wouldn't be fooled by the fallen angels at home if she stayed with them for too long. It would also be good for her to be able to participate in more social activities. The demons at Ku Academy, whether they are Sona or Rias's followers, are all very kind demons. Ku Academy is also their sphere of influence, so there is no need to worry about Aisha being led astray or bullied. Of course, there is another reason. That is, the original plot character who prevents Aisha from completely leaving. If possible, Bai Chen even wanted to stuff Amano Yuma directly into Ju Academy. But unlike Aisha, Amano Yuma's identity as a fallen angel is still a bit sensitive, so we have to wait for a while. The reason why Bai Chen did this was because he discovered that luck actually fluctuates. For example, Amano Yuma's blood originally only had a high level of luck, but in the plot where she wanted to kill Hayadu Issei, it soared to the top level. The same goes for Aisha. Bai Chen can clearly feel that when Aisha and Amano Yuma are together, the luck of Aisha and Amano Yuma will be improved. In this case, Bai Chen felt that if Aisha went to school, there would be some changes in this regard. Although it may not be possible to follow the original route, if you can meet the original characters, even if different branches are produced, there should be corresponding changes in luck. Noon. After lunch, Bai Chen came to the old school building as agreed by Junai. Of course, it wasn't Aquino looking for him, and if she did, she wouldn't have specifically called him to the old school building. The one who came looking for him was a red-haired girl named Rias Grumry. It's been a while, Rias. Bai Chen looked at Rias, who looked anxious, and greeted her with a smile. It's like greeting you as if you were looking at the most delicious food. Rias Grumry should be one of the top people in this era in terms of the blood of luck she possesses, but Bai Chen had never discovered it before. Because the so-called blood of luck will lose its original effect when it leaves the host's body. The blood of talent and the blood of broken mirror will not completely lose their effects, but they will lose most of their effects. Since Rias and Sona currently generally possess low-level gifted blood, the effect becomes even weaker after dilution. If Bai Chen continues to suck blood from outside the body, it will take at least a month for him to reach the advanced requirements. This is the difference between external blood sucking and close-range blood sucking. Well, Chenjun, I haven't seen you for a few days. Rias smiled generously and elegantly. I feel like there's a strange aura coming from Chenjun. But it feels pretty good. Rias felt the difference between the current Bai Chen and the previous Bai Chen. If the previous Bai Chen was like a small piece of starry sky, attracting people's attention and wanting people to explore, the current Bai Chen is like an abyss filled with endless mysteries. All existences will be swallowed by the abyss when they encounter it. Bai Chen certainly didn't feel this way normally. The reason why Rias felt this way was because Bai Chen subconsciously regarded Rias as prey. Being treated as prey, it was normal for Rias to react. Riaz, don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised, Bai Chen reiterated. He had promised to defeat Lesar, try to transfer the engagement to himself, then delay the engagement, and finally make it invalid. He absolutely has to do this. Compared to Hayadu Issei, Bai Chen has a more perfect position and motivation to interfere in Rias's affairs. No matter what, even if she wanted to use Bai Chen to get out of the engagement, Rias did choose to help Bai Chen when he needed help. The contract made before must be fulfilled. I didn't expect that this kind of relationship would develop between me and you, Chenjun, so quickly. It's really sad. Of course, Rias knew what Bai Chen meant. When she heard Bai Chen's words, the first emotions that surged in her heart were nervousness and joy. Was he happy because he could get rid of the tension of the engagement? Or was he happy because his engagement partner had become Bai Chen? Rias herself wasn't quite sure. She just felt like a huge weight in her heart could finally be lifted. But at the same time, Rias also felt a subtle sense of guilt. It was obviously Junai who had the idea of getting close to Bai Chen first, but he had established this actual relationship before Junai. Although I didn't think so much when I signed the contract, I didn't expect it to succeed so easily. But as expected, Rias was still embarrassed when Bai Chen mentioned this issue, especially when Aquino was around. So, when Rias said something like, "It's so sad," it seemed that she didn't really care about the matter. But in fact, whether she cares or not, only she knows. "Don't worry, Rias. I will take care of the Duke's affairs." Bai Chen smiled and said. Rias seems a little abnormal. However, Rias's reaction was within his expectations. When the system awakened, it absorbed the power of Hayadu Issei's luck. Although most of the luck was absorbed by the system, Bai Chen, who had the system, was equivalent to inheriting Hayadu Issei's luck. Therefore, it is normal for Rias, the original heroine, to have certain feelings for him. It's a pity that Bai Chen is not the real protagonist, so he doesn't have the ability to change his destiny on a large scale. If Bai Chen is the true destined protagonist of a world, then much of this world will revolve around him. The person he likes is the undisputed #1 heroine, and everyone around him at least has the fate of a supporting role. This is the treatment of the real protagonist. Theoretically speaking, the real protagonist will always be able to turn danger into safety when encountering danger. But unfortunately, it was the system that absorbed Issei Haida's luck, and the protagonist's luck was directly absorbed without any ability to resist. The same goes for Amano Yuma. She will kill the original protagonist. That was destined to happen, so death is unavoidable. It is also a necessary condition for awakening. Wang. As soon as Bai Chen finished speaking, a blood-red light flashed on the floor. "Are you here so soon?" Bai Chen already knew who he was going to meet today, but he didn't expect the other party to come so soon. As the blood-red light dimmed, a tall figure with long silver-gray hair walked out. Her arms, plump as lotus roots, were placed in front of her body in accordance with the most standard etiquette. Her skin was soft and white. The maid's outfit perfectly highlighted her figure, and on her, she showed her mysterious, mature, sexy, noble, and dignified personality. The soft silver-gray long hair flows down smoothly. The skin is as white and sweet as cream. The facial features are perfect and delicate, the pair of watery eyes revealing coldness, and the rosy sexy red lips are like a combination of cold and hot. "Lady Rias, Master Bai Chen, long time no see." The silver-haired maid glanced at Bai Chen and Rias, bowed slightly and said. Before coming here, she actually had some guesses, and now she planned to see what Bai Chen and Rias were going to say. "Well, Eurifia, I came here this time because I want to tell you something. I hope you can tell my brother my will and my way of doing things." After Grafia appeared, Rias changed her previous state and became quite strong and independent. Because Rias knew very well that only by behaving like this in front of Eurifia could she demonstrate her position as the next head of the family and win Eurifia's respect. "Yes, Rias-sama, please speak." Grafia nodded slightly, withdrew her gaze from Bai Chen, and looked at Rias calmly. She really cares about Bai Chen. Because the Bai Chen incident has been a bit of a commotion lately. Bai Chen recently detained the next head of the Astaroth family and threatened to have a dialogue with the Demon King Aquika. Although this matter has not yet become known to everyone, it has already spread among the 4 Demon Kings. This matter was so strange that Surzex was quite concerned about it. The first issue is Bai Chen's strength. To be able to capture a pure-blooded superior demon, it is not just about having the strength of a superior demon. If you are alone and want to capture a superior demon alive, you must have the combat power of at least the highest level of demon. Secondly, Bai Chen actually asked to have a dialogue with Demon King Aquika, and Demon King Aquika agreed to meet with Bai Chen. Because there are so many possibilities involved, even Surzex has no way of figuring out how many possibilities there are. But one thing is certain, Bai Chen is no longer the same as before, and he will officially join the ranks of the new generation of young demons. This is why Girifia looks at Bai Chen, because Bai Chen is worthy of her attention. Bai Chen also cast a rather subtle look towards Girifia, because Girifia also successfully attracted his attention. This familiar taste is. Bai Chen sensed a very familiar smell. It smells like purine. Purine aura refers to the aura that can only be exerted when the body has an invisible physique and is not contaminated by any yang aura. Bai Chen was born with a super high perception of blood, and before, Bai Chen didn't know what this difference meant. After a considerable period of experimentation, Bai Chen finally understood what this meant. Simply put, Bai Chen can tell whether a person is a virgin or not. Bai Chen is still a little bit of a germaphobe. If a mono-yuma is a fallen angel with a loose nature and a casual body, he would never stay no matter what. Not everyone is qualified to be a toy in your toy box. Of course, if she is pretty enough, Bai Chen thinks he can still have a brief romance with her. At this time, Bai Chen noticed something unusual about Girifia, so he looked at her with a hint of doubt. With so many years of experience, he wouldn't make a wrong judgment. That is to say, there are actually some subtle changes in the plot. Bai Chen's gaze met Girifia's for a moment in the air, but no sparks flew. Rias didn't notice the abnormality of Bai Chen and Girifia and began to explain her own thoughts. So, as I said, compared to Lesar, I still think Bai Chen is more suitable for me. Besides, unlike Lesar, who only wanted to deal with family honor and old demons while also marrying a beautiful wife, Chen Jun truly loves me. When saying this, Rias subconsciously glanced at Bai Chen, as if wanting to get some answer from Bai Chen or someone like him. Bai Chen, is this what you meant? If it were the previous Rias, she would never consider such things. But now Rias herself didn't know why, but she started thinking about these things that she had always thought were impossible and unnecessary to think about. Is this what you are asking for, Rias-sama? Grafia looked into Rias's blue eyes, and there was no trace of emotion in her calm tone. Because you and Master Bai Chen have developed feelings for each other during this time, you want Master Bai Chen to take over your engagement with Lisa. This also aligns with your previous request not to marry Lisa. Rias had previously expressed her unwillingness to marry Razor, but she hadn't expressed it to the extent that she was willing to even hold a rating game, as in the original story. Yes, that's right, Girifia. Chen Jun will challenge his brother. If he wins, I hope that the Gremory family and Phoenix will recognize my engagement with Yongjun. Rias took a deep breath and steeled her will once again. Okay, I understand. Girifia closed her eyes as she spoke. Then very quickly, within a few seconds, she opened her eyes again. Surzek-sama approves of Miss Rias's actions. He will handle matters concerning Phoenix. Congratulations to Miss Rias on finding true love. This was the Demon King's response. Hearing this response, Rias breathed a sigh of relief. That should be it, right? Chen Jun's strength after awakening is at least at the highest level of a demon. According to Tsing Na, Bai Chen fought off the black-clad demon that knocked Les Sagan unconscious. The equation is Bai Chen, the black demon lesser. After confirming some details with Rias, Grafia left. She came here this time just for Rias's matter, and after she understood Rias's will, she naturally wouldn't stay any longer. Before leaving, she glanced at Bai Chen and then disappeared in front of Bai Chen. Well, let's leave it at that for now, Rias. I'll be leaving now. Bai Chen stood up from the stool and left. After discovering something very interesting, Bai Chen felt that he would not be bored for quite some time in the future. Furthermore, Bai Chen has another purpose today. Ask for leave from the student council president and get your own synthesis props at the same time. The minister has a really good vision. Chen Jun finally achieved the minister's goal, and the minister can finally get what he wanted. Watching Bai Chen's figure gradually disappear, Himejima Aquino brought Rias a cup of tea. Yes, Aquino, Chen Jun is indeed very outstanding. He has reached this level at a speed that we could never imagine. As far as I know, this happened not long after Chen Jun awakened as a vampire. It's hard to imagine how far Chen Jun will go in the future. Rias gave a very positive review. I really envy you, Aquino. You've got the chance to be in Chen Jun's heart, so you should seize it. After praising Bai Chen, there was a blessing for Himejima Aquino. Rias Gremery sincerely expressed her blessings to her best friend. Sincere blessings. Thank you very much, Minister. Himejima Aquino said with a smile. However, I never felt that I had entered Chinjun's heart. It's just that Chinjun simply walked into my heart. After pouring the tea, Himejima Aquino returned to Rias's back, a hint of sadness and helplessness in her smile. Bai Chen and she are both mixed race. But Chinjun never rejected his own bloodline, nor did he reject her bloodline. He even helped her purify her bloodline so that she could obtain a more powerful bloodline. Is she really worthy of Chinjun, who is always positive and striving forward? Bai Chen once asked Himejima Aquino to make a choice, to purify the blood of fallen angels or to purify the blood of demons. Himejima Aquino, who has a natural aversion to the fallen angel lineage, naturally chooses to purify the demon bloodline. Now, under the suppression of the highly pure demonic blood, her fallen angel power could hardly be manifested. All this is thanks to Bai Chen. But Himejima Aquino knew very well what choice Bai Chen really wanted her to make. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny and say no to everything in the world that you are dissatisfied with. Even if it's just to say no to your hated father, Aquino, I think you should choose to. Of course, I'll give you a promotion. But, Aquino, I must tell you a fact. The roots cannot be shaken, and neither can the bloodline. This is what Bai Chen said to Himejima Aquino at the beginning, and it is also the reason why Himejima Aquino feels a little inferior. Because Bai Chen is not like her who lives in the past forever. He lives in the present and extends a helping hand to her who lives in the past. Facing such a Chinjun, what else could she ask for? Will I meet that man again? At the very least, in order to be able to proudly say to that man, leave me alone, don't talk to me, I have the power to protect myself, I should. Himejima Aquino glanced in the direction Bai Chen left, and finally made up her mind, which she had not made for a long time. Even if it's just to stand by Chinjun's side, even if she can only help a little, she will do something. Bai Chen sighed. After walking out of the Supernatural Research Department, Bai Chen walked towards the student union room. He went to the student union room, of course, to do business. First of all, he wanted a leave of absence. Take a day off and then go to the system's copy world to brush some materials. God-level synthesis system. Not all synthesis materials exist in the current world. Each synthesis task has the opportunity to obtain synthesis materials. This opportunity only comes once. Once it fails, there will be no possibility of entering the copy world during the synthesis task. Because the things needed to synthesize the 3 mythical gods exist in this world and are not difficult to obtain, Bai Chen did not choose to open the copy to collect materials before. Moreover, there was another problem before, the problem of strength. You can't just go to any copy world. It may be a world with much lower strength than the current world, or it may be a world beyond the current world. It is necessary to find the required materials within 3 days, or complete the system's tasks to obtain the synthetic materials. This is an uncertain factor for Bai Chen, whose strength is not very high. Only after his awakening now did Bai Chen feel confident enough to give it a try. Failure is unacceptable, so you have to be quite confident. After failure, the copy world will be closed, which is a pity. Every world has its own destiny. It is difficult for Bai Chen to find all the important ones and suck their blood within 3 days. If the mission fails or the corresponding materials are not found within 3 days, you will never be able to enter again, which is such a waste. Bai Chen has to take 3 days off. Of course, given the good relationship between Bai Chen and Xing Na, this kind of thing can just be discussed over the phone. Bai Chen found Xing Na, and there was something else. Click. Opening the door of the student union room, Bai Chen saw the girl with short hair. Bai Chen quickly noticed something different from usual. For example, Jinluo Chuanji was not here. Shinra Tsubaki, who would usually be by Sona's side, was not in the student council room. I think Xing Na knew that Bai Chen would come to find her at this time, so she called her queen away in advance. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Congratulations on your recovery. Seeing Bai Chen coming, Xing Na poured tea for Bai Chen very skillfully, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. I also have to thank Sona for helping me that day. Bai Chen smiled and took a sip of hot tea. It has a different flavor from the tea brewed by Himejima Akino and is a little less sophisticated overall, but it's still considered a good product. After all, Himejima Akino works part-time as a shrine maiden in the shrine and is an expert in making tea. This is your leave receipt, Chinjun. It's a 3-day vacation. Go early and come back early. Song took out the leave receipt he had prepared earlier and pushed it in front of Bai Chen. Everything seems so businesslike. But Bai Chen knew very well that these were just superficial phenomena. If it was really a business matter, Zhang Na would not have sent Jin Luo Chuanji away before Bai Chen arrived. Bai Chen couldn't believe it was such a coincidence. Just when he was about to arrive, Jin Luo Chuanji, who had always been by Zhang Na's side, left. What a joke! However, since Sung also indirectly expressed that they could talk at this time, Bai Chen took the initiative. Zhang Na, I have some questions about the relationship between us. Bai Chen went straight to the point and looked into Zhang Na's eyes. Yes, Mr. Chen, what is it about? Sona held the teacup in her hands, her heartbeat speeding up slightly. Does Bai Chen know about that matter or not? Zhang Na, that day, you were the first to arrive at the scene, right? Yes. Zhang Na knew this very well, and Bai Chen knew it very well, and he had no intention of hiding it. At that time, the pressure released by Bai Chen also acted on her. After I woke up, you told me that it was Rebel who saved me by sending blood from the same source into my mouth. Then my vampire instinct erupted, and I sucked Rebel's blood. As a result, my condition finally stabilized, and I woke up shortly after. Is that so? Bai Chen leaned forward slightly and asked. Yes. There was a flicker of fluctuation in Kangna's eyes, but it was only a fleeting fluctuation. That's really troubling. After all, a vampire's first blood-draining victim means a lot to them. But besides that, I also found some strange things. If a vampire's first blood-sucking victim is a blood relative, it is nothing for a pure-blooded vampire. In order to maintain the purity of their bloodline, it is normal for purebloods to intermarry. But if it is a mixed-blood vampire and the object of its blood-sucking is not a vampire, then the problem is indeed quite serious. Even if close relatives of demons marry, it must be a marriage between pure-blooded demons. Ravel is a pure-blooded demon, but Bai Chen is recognized as half-vampire, half-demon. Indeed, this is a serious question. But, no matter how serious it is, this is not something that Sona should consider. So, when Xing heard Bai Chen say this in front of her, her heart beat faster and faster. Zhang Na, you may not know one thing, I have some special abilities. Bai Chen said as he extended his hand towards Zhang Na. A drop of blood appeared on his hand, emitting a bloody glow. Special abilities? Kangna was confused at first, but then he was relieved. Of course, it would be strange if he didn't have any special abilities. Without any special abilities, how could he have defeated the highest-level demon in seconds with the strength of a mid-level demon? As long as it's the blood I've sucked, I can trace it back and purify it, sublime it to the highest level I can reach at this stage, or to the highest level this blood can reach. As Bai Chen spoke, the blood on his hands began to change. There is a power of filth within holiness, a power that is pure to the extreme. Fallen angel. Kangna narrowed her eyes, and visibly, the blood in front of her turned into the blood of a fallen angel. Moreover, he is definitely a high-level fallen angel. Cadre level? Or perhaps a higher level. Zhang Na had never seen one before, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions for the time being. Soon, the blood in Bai Chen's hand changed again, becoming golden, pure, sacred angel blood, which changed Song Na's expression again. Does this mean that Chinjun once had the blood of an angel and even sucked it? So, what do you think is going on here? In Bai Chen's hands, the nature of the blood changed again, turning into pure demon blood. No. Not only that, this demon's blood also exudes Song's extremely familiar aura. The breath of the pure demon blood of the CD family. At this point, Bai Chen's meaning became very clear. He had never absorbed the blood of the CD family before, so why could he reproduce the blood of the pure-blooded demon CD? Bai Chen and Sona also signed a contract, but the time it took to sign the contract with Sona was much longer than that with Rias, So the first batch of blood from Sona has not yet reached Bai Chen's hands. She only helped Bai Chen find the materials needed for synthesis. Mr. Chen. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, Sona lowered her head slightly. That's right. Actually, I was the first person Chen Jun wanted to suck blood from. However, the amount of blood he needed was quite large, and it was difficult for me to handle it alone, so I asked Miss Rebel for help. Sona said slowly, "This is the truth of the matter." So, Sona, do you know the rules of vampires? Even though you know the bloodline and rules of vampires, you still pushed the fact about Ravel on me, right? Bai Chen asked back. Of course, he had no problem with Ravel being the one being sucked blood. However, just because he has no objection doesn't mean that there is nothing wrong with Sona's approach. There is no doubt that Sona's actions harmed Bai Chen, and she also avoided her own problems. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you, it's just. Kangna lowered his head. She simply didn't want to tie others down to her. She wants to realize her dream with her own strength and hard work. She knows how difficult it is, and that she may spend countless energy and efforts, but end up getting nothing. Because of this, there was no need for her to involve Bai Chen. The contract that Bai Chen signed with her was just to help her. Basically, both parties were equal. Bai Chen contributed future possibilities and opportunities to escape, and Tseng Na gave some of the little help she could give now. But it would be different if it was really bound. That would be a shared honor and disgrace, and the wills of the two would be seen as the same. Tseng Na thought that there was no need for her to involve Bai Chen to this extent. After all, her blood being sucked away was just an accident. She should just treat it as an accident and pretend that nothing happened. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen still found out about this. Tseng Na, there's nothing wrong. I understand your feelings because I have your blood in my body. Bai Chen raised his hand, indicating that Tseng Na didn't need to explain anything. When sucking blood, Bai Chen could feel the mood of the person whose blood was being sucked, and part of the pleasure of the person whose blood was being sucked would also be fed back to Bai Chen. That's why Bai Chen almost couldn't stop when he reached a fait accompli with Amano Yuma. Bai Chen could understand what Shichu Kangna was thinking at that time. Not only that, even now, Bai Chen could feel the changes in Shichu Kangna's mood. Because there is indeed some subtle connection between them. So, the recent changes in my body are because of you, Chenjun. Sona smiled with relief. Yes, that made sense. She did feel that her body was undergoing changes recently and was becoming stronger at a speed that was previously unimaginable. Considering what Bai Chen said about having a connection with her, and the fact that Bai Chen had grown stronger very quickly recently, Sona finally understood. It turned out that she was benefiting from Bai Chen's influence. At the same time, she also understood another thing. She might have been tied to Bai Chen. Kangna, make a deal with me. Bai Chen took back the blood in his hand, stood up, and stretched out his hand towards Tseng Na in front of him. Agreement? Sona's aura was a little weak, showing a vulnerable girl attitude that she rarely showed before. And the reason for all this is the boy in front of her. Ah, a promise. Bai Chen nodded. Just let me carry everything you have. Leave everything to me, and then everything will be taken for granted. Bai Chen gave Tseng Na an option that he had never thought of. Indeed, she did not want to trouble Bai Chen, because she had only fulfilled part of the contract between Bai Chen and her. So even if Bai Chen became stronger, what he should do is to give her the best help he could in the future. This kind of thing is still too far away from now. It has nothing to do with her now, and nothing to do with Bai Chen now. But, if it's what Bai Chen said, everything. Sona repeated this word. If you entrust your dream to Bai Chen and entrust yourself to Bai Chen, then it is normal for the two of you to fight for the same dream from now on. Sorry, Chenjun, I still want to realize my own dream by myself. Sona thought for more than 10 seconds, which was not a very long time, and finally gave this answer. Really? I see. Bai Chen answered calmly. When he said this, he didn't think about how likely Tseng Na was to agree. After all, even with the connection between first blood partners, he and Sona had only been together for a few weeks and had only achieved a relationship that could barely be considered friends. It is difficult for a demon who does not have the blood partner rule to accept such a thing just because of a blood-sucking act. Bai Chen knew what the answer would be from the beginning, and he never thought that Tseng Na would agree to it right away. He just gave such a path, just gave such a choice. As for when to make this choice, that was Kangna's business. Kangna, my words are always effective. No matter when you come to see me, my words will still be effective. Because we are indeed bound together. Bai Chen did not show any disappointment due to Tseng Na's rejection, but continued to express the facts. If my dream is truly too difficult to achieve alone, Chenjun, I will definitely seek your help without hesitation. Song's pink eyes looked straight at Bai Chen, and the determination shown in them made Bai Chen very appreciative. Of course, he didn't mind that Sona chose to rely on her, but it would be a bit boring if she chose to rely on him so easily. Kangna Sidi's dream is not something so cheap, and it is not something that can be entrusted to others so easily. Even if that person is her theoretical partner. Let's change the subject, Sona. How do you feel about your body now? Is there a feeling that's completely different from before? Yes, I often feel that my strength is growing. This should be due to the relationship between Chenjun and me, right? Sona asked what he had been thinking about for a while. That's what I meant by saying we are already bound together. Bai Chen nodded. Sang Na, you should know what you need to realize your dream, right? Power, status, influence, execution, intellect, wisdom. Sona said a lot of words in one breath. These were all what was needed. Of course, the most important one is actually the first one, which is why she has been so excited recently. The bloodline of a pure-blooded demon is certainly good, and she can be sure that she can at least reach the highest level of demon. But how much change can a top-level demon bring to the underworld? It's different now. She is just one step away from becoming the highest-level demon. Moreover, if she continued to grow at this rate, she believed that she would definitely become a demon king. Sona is not quite clear about the levels above the demon king level. The demon king level is the strongest combat power in her knowledge. On the demon side, it has long been believed that the strongest is at the level of the main god. Both Surzex and Achuka are transcendents, but they have never actually taken action in the world. So many forces have misjudged the strength of the demons. Sung Na is one of them. Her sister is a powerful demon king at the peak level. If she can reach her sister's level, or use other means to obtain power and fame equal to the demon king of the underworld, then her dream will no longer be a phantom moon in the water. Tseng Na knew very well, this was all because of Bai Chen. So, Tseng Na, do you need me to help you purify your blood? Purify the demon's blood. This way, you can also break through your current realm. Before Tseng Na could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Chen. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. I need you too. I need your wing membrane, the membrane on the devil's wings. This is Bai Chen's purpose this time. The wing membrane of a female pure-blooded demon was the synthetic material he needed. My wing membrane? Chenjun, do you always like to collect strange things? Tseng Na held his forehead and recalled all the strange things Bai Chen had asked him to collect not long ago. Is it the devil's wing membrane again now? Isn't that a bit too weird? Okay, no problem. Tseng Na didn't hesitate and agreed directly without considering whether Bai Chen might harm her. Because Bai Chen had no need to harm her, the relationship between them had long since broken through the previous stage of transactions and had officially entered a stage beyond friends. Well, let's get started. In the student union room, sweat dripped down Kangna's head. She bit her teeth lightly, frowned slightly, and an unusual redness appeared on her face. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had called Chuanji out before. If her attitude was exposed in front of Chuanji, she felt that she would no longer be able to remain calm in front of Chuanji. Damn it, why didn't you tell me in advance that this process requires blood-sucking? At least you should give me some psychological preparation, right? Well, it's not that it's impossible, but it requires some mental preparation. This was what Sona thought after his blood was sucked away. This is after the fact. However, in reality, if Bai Chen really asked this in advance, Yitsang, who was not very thick-skinned, probably would not accept it. The best way to deal with it is obviously to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Outside the student union room, Shinra Tsubaki returned to the student council room after finishing some of the things that Sona had given her. She knew very well that the president must have deliberately sent her away because there were probably some things that were inconvenient to handle in front of her. Did something happen that the president didn't expect? Shinra Tsubaki looked at the still-closed door of the student union room and fell into a state of confusion. She knew very well that the president was not a careless person, and there must be a reason why he sent her away. At the same time, the time required for the tasks assigned to her should have been calculated, and she should not come back before the president finishes his work. So, what is the situation now? She's already back, but the president's side hasn't been dealt with yet? Does she need to go in and take a look? Click. Just as this thought came to my mind, the door of the student union room opened with a click. A young man with black hair and red eyes walked out and exchanged glances with Shinra Tsubaki. Hey, Tsubaki-heim, is there something wrong? If you need help, look for Tsingna. She's in there. I have some things I need to do, so I'll leave now, Bai Chen said with a smile. Yes. Seeing Bai Chen appear, Jinluo Chuanji was thoughtful. Confused, she walked into the student council room and saw her president. Sona was sitting in her seat, her face slightly flushed, her hands subconsciously placed on her fair neck, looking ahead with a dazed look. As if noticing Chuanji's arrival, Song's pink pupils shrank instantly, and her previous coquettish look completely disappeared. Only the blush on her face proved that the phenomenon that Jinluo Chuanji saw before was not an illusion. No matter what happens, I always feel that the days ahead will never be peaceful again. Shinra Tsubaki looked at Sona, then glanced towards the door of the student council room. What was so special about that man that could make President Sona act like this? President, the matter has been completed. Of course, Shinra Chuanji would not show her mental activities, but just silently did what she should do. She is not someone with such low emotional intelligence that would point out such things at this time. Well, let's continue dealing with other things. Zhang Na suppressed his accelerated heartbeat and calmly began to deal with the things he had originally planned to deal with after talking with Bai Chen. On Bai Chen's side, after leaving school, Bai Chen returned home. Because he received a contact from someone. Or rather, received contact from a dragon? Bai, this is what you want. As soon as he moved home, Bai Chen saw the girl with black hair and black eyes speaking to him. The girl's eyes were sometimes as deep as the abyss, sometimes as pure as a child's, and sometimes simply as if she was distracted. Of course, the girl has changed a bit compared to before. For example, at least when looking at Bai Chen, Orpheus is more serious than usual. What do I want? After hearing what Orpheus said and looking at the extra things in his room, Bai Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I remember that I asked Orpheus that you were looking for the Slime King? This shouldn't be the Slime King, right? Bai Chen pointed at the unfamiliar lady in the corner. He could still do the most basic thing of distinguishing race by breath. This is clearly the incarnation of a dragon, isn't it the Slime King? Well, it's not a slime, it's Tiamat. Orpheus nodded and pointed out the identity of the royal sister who fainted there. Tiamat? Tiamat, one of the 5 great dragon kings. The jade dragon Xiaobeilong and the demonic dragon Tiamat are both dragon kings that exist in the world. Being called the Dragon King means that one has at least the strength of the peak Demon King level. But is Tiamat's figure so good? As a man, Bai Chen is naturally attracted by women's figures. Tiamat has a top-notch model figure with a mature and curvy body. Although she had fainted, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing an elegant smile. The intellectual feeling revealed in her smile made people's hearts beat fast. She actually has a sense of majesty that comes naturally from being in a high position for many years, which is the legendary queen temperament. Coupled with her somewhat lazy posture, her temperament is indeed unique to the extreme. Looking at her slender legs wrapped in black stockings and the slits on the sides of her skirt for easy movement, Bai Chen silently looked away. Ahem, so, what exactly is going on? Bai Chen was puzzled. Why did Orpheus bring Tiamat back? Because this is what you need. Orpheus looked at Bai Chen calmly and said, the fallen being who always accompanies you has told me what you need. Orpheus's next words made Bai Chen instantly understand what had happened. Just as Bai Chen thought, these things were told to Orpheus by Amano Yuma. King slime is one of the synthesis materials required by Bai Chen. Because Bai Chen's time is limited, he asked Orpheus to handle this matter. Orpheus took note of this matter, but he also had some other considerations. Although she knew that Bai Chen wanted to get this thing, she didn't know why he wanted it. So, she turned to the person she thought was closest to Bai Chen for advice. After some exaggeration, Amano Yuma successfully made Orpheus believe one thing: Bai Chen needed a person of the opposite sex with strong strength or strong talent to advance. Although there were no strong people in the world, Orpheus still searched according to the range given by Amano Yuma. Orpheus did believe this because she knew Bai Chen was a vampire and had once wanted to give her blood to Bai Chen to help him advance. Then Bai Chen gave a negative answer. Her blood power was too strong, and he would not be able to bear it if he absorbed it now. Combining Bai Chen's answer with Amano Yuma's, Orpheus felt that he had understood all the facts and then took action. The demonic dragon Tiamat was the prey she found for Bai Chen while searching for the Slime King. I see. I understand. Bai Chen knew that Orpheus took this action for his own good, and he didn't mean to blame him. He just had a headache about how to deal with the current situation. After thinking for a long time, Bai Chen finally made a decision. Damn. It's already been delivered to my door. Why shouldn't I take advantage of it? Just sucked it in? What happened? With Orpheus here, how could the other party still kill him? Furthermore, Bai Chen also understood the rules of the Dragon Clan, which always respected the strong. The strong prey on the weak, isn't this an eternal truth? Like Akatsuki Koju, he was brutally tortured, and then the girl felt sorry for him and volunteered to sacrifice herself and have her blood sucked. This kind of thing has never been considered by Bai Chen. Because he knew that reality was not a novel, and he did not have the fate of a protagonist. Such an arrangement would certainly be dramatic and interesting, but it was too wasteful. If you want to do something, you should take the initiative to do it. In fact, Bai Chen did the same thing after he awakened. He did this to Amano Yuma, Aisha, Sona, etc. in a half-forced and half-deceptive way. The difference is that before, Bai Chen took the initiative to look for him, but now Orpheus directly beat the opponent and sent him to him. Thank you, Orpheus. Bai Chen had no intention of blaming Orpheus. He touched Orpheus's head and then walked towards Tiamat. Bai Chen opened his mouth gently, and his sharp teeth instantly pierced Tiamat's skin. Bai Chen's teeth are, in a sense, extremely powerful weapons. Even the Dragon King level defense is powerless in front of Bai Chen's teeth and can be torn open easily. It was as if he was endowed with the concept of tearing, allowing Bai Chen to have the ability to attack anyone he met. The blood belonging to the Dragon Clan flowed into Bai Chen's mouth, giving Bai Chen an unprecedented feeling. Rich, ancient, full of majesty and power, yet sweet and mellow, just like a red wine that is full of energy and gives impulse. Perhaps this is the most casual blood-sucking I've ever done. It is also the most powerful blood-sucking target so far. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the intermediate level of luck blood, the advanced level of talent blood, and the intermediate level of broken mirror blood. Bite. Host advancement detected. Highest level demon. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the color synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for initiating the color synthesis task. Materials: Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, White Dragon Emperor's Light Wings, Dragon King's Blood Essence *5. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Immersed in the feeling of the Dragon King's blood and his own improvement, Bai Chen temporarily put the system's prompt sound behind his mind. In a short period of time, Bai Chen was promoted again. When the black-clad demon descended, Bai Chen was at the intermediate demon realm, and he successfully awakened after absorbing the blood of King Nasidi and Rebel Phoenix. Then it was Amano Yuma's top-level luck blood that allowed Bai Chen to successfully break through to the upper-level demon. During the period of accumulation of the superior demon, Bai Chen absorbed a large amount of blood from Yuma, Amano, Aisha, Middle, Calvana, and others. Finally, under the catalysis of the blood of the first blood partner Sona, he successfully touched the bottleneck of the superior demon. Now, after absorbing the most powerful and rich blood so far, Bai Chen has officially broken through to the highest level of demon strength. Seems like I've woken up. Orpheus, who had been watching Bai Chen's actions, noticed the changes in Tiamat. Ever since she entered the blood-sucking state, her biological activity has become active. Not only that, the fluctuations representing her will have also become active. As soon as Orpheus finished speaking, the Dragon King opened her closed eyes. Her eyes still retained the dazed look of her vampire state, searching for information on what had happened to her. Vampire? I am being sucked of blood. Wasn't it Orpheus who knocked me out? Why did I see a strange man when I woke up? This was Tiamat's first thought. She remembered that she was sleeping soundly in the demon forest, and then she was awakened by a violent wave. The powerful dragon aura made her alert instantly, and she had no intention of falling asleep again. Then, she and Orpheus looked at each other. Orpheus showed a grabbing and exploratory look, and after only a moment of doubt, he flew towards Tiamat. Orpheus was just going to dig up the Slime King when he was digging the ground, but if he could find a blood-sucking material with suitable strength by the way, Orpheus would still collect it. Then, Tiamat was beaten without any suspense and then given to Bai Chen as a gift. Tiamat, do not be distracted, just feel it. Suddenly, Tiamat felt such a will that communicated with both her mind and body. Tiamat shifted her gaze and looked at the man on top of her. Who is this man, the man who is sucking blood? Bai Chen, just a vampire. As soon as the doubts arose in Tiamat's mind, they were answered. Get off me. Tiamat understood the method of communication and conveyed her strong will through her spirit. A mere vampire actually wants to get his hands on the blood of the Dragon King. How audacious. If you can do it. This was Bai Chen's reply. Snort. Relying on her strong mental will and strength, Tiamat temporarily withstood the hallucinogenic effects of bloodsucking and began to fight back. Ong 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 ong. From Tiamat's blood, bursts of dragon roars seemed to be heard, and the blood of the Dragon King began to boil. At the same time, Tiamat's body is covered with a thin layer of scales, giving her a powerful and charming alien feeling. Half-dragon, this is Tiamat's current state. If Bai Chen hadn't suppressed it, Tiamat would have turned back into the Dragon King in a very short time. It seems that you are somewhat dissatisfied with me. Then I can only try my best to satisfy you. Bai Chen knew the easiest way to make Tiamat obedient. Face it head-on and conquer it with your own strength. In the past, Bai Chen didn't dare to say that he was sure of this. But now, just like Tiamat, a light layer of dragon scales also appeared on Bai Chen's body. Bai Chen, after sucking the blood of Tiamat, transformed his race into a dragon. With the same half-dragon posture, he forcefully pressed Tiamat under him. What? Tiamat also noticed this amazing change. This man's power seems to have sublimated and evolved. He looked quite weak just now, and she could feel that she could easily push him away. But now, the two people's bodies, arms, and legs are rubbing against each other at close range. This is a real competition on the physical level. The collision of flesh and bone made a sound that made teeth ache. If there was a top-level demon between the two of them, his body would be easily crushed by this terrifying force. How is it? Tiamat, are you satisfied? I said I would satisfy you. Bai Chen's mouth had no intention of leaving Tiamat's neck. He had been sucking blood all the time, and the two were communicating through the connection formed by the blood-sucking behavior. When Bai Chen said that Tiamat would be satisfied, he was referring to satisfaction in terms of strength, as well as satisfaction in terms of blood-sucking effect. Tiamat is indeed unable to exert her full strength now due to the hallucinogenic effect of blood-sucking. Bai Chen is at most a beginner at the Demon King level, and it is difficult for him to compete with veteran Demon King level warriors like Tiamat. The reason why they are now evenly matched is because Tiamat cannot use her full strength due to the life-sucking effect. Humph. Of course I'm not satisfied. Tiamat narrowed her somewhat dazed eyes, releasing a hint of murderous intent from them. The demonic dragon Tiamat has always been a symbol of brutality. How could she possibly admit defeat at this time? Then, let's see who can hold on to the end. Bai Chen smiled indifferently. He really didn't believe that he couldn't deal with this female Tyrannosaurus today. It was originally just a momentary dispute of pride, but now it has become a battle of dignity that must be won. If he can't even tame his own blood food, he's simply disqualified as a vampire. My name is Bai Chen, come at my call. Your name is Obelisk's giant god soldier. Subspecies Forbidden Hand. Armor of Obelisk. Obelisk the Tormentor Scale Mail. The dark armor of the beast was added to Bai Chen's body. The armor, which was full of divine and ferocious aura, easily suppressed the ferocious aura of the demonic dragon. The terrifying enhancement of the physical body by the obelisk armor allowed Bai Chen to gain the final advantage in the fierce battle with Tiamat. TSK, what on earth is this person's power? What on earth is going on with this person? Pinned to the spot in all directions, Tiamat felt the hallucinogenic effect she had finally broken free of was slowly eroding her spirit. But she was really powerless in the current situation. Most of her abilities were blocked due to the blood-sucking effect, and being able to mobilize her body to the current level was already the limit. Eventually, Tiamat's spirit gradually sank. As her spirit and will collapsed, the dragon scales on her body gradually faded away, returning to its previous soft jade state. After an unknown amount of time, the young man with black hair and red eyes stood up from the Dragon King's sister's body. Although this is the first time I have tried the fighting mode between dragons, I have to say that it feels pretty good. The strong conquer the weak, the strong suppress the weak, and the strong plunder the weak. The Dragon Clan has implemented this very well. Things like love almost do not exist among dragons. What exists between female and male dragons is only the desire to fight and the desire to mate. Fortunately, Bai Chen only transformed himself into a dragon and was not born a dragon, so he was not affected much by the dragon's habits. Otherwise, Tiamat's situation would not be so good now. He would fall into the same state of heavy bleeding as a Mono-Yuma. If Bai Chen's blood did not flow back, he would probably be unimaginably weak. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands, the White Dragon Emperor's radiant wings, and the Dragon King's blood essence. It seems that this synthesis is related to the Dragon Clan, and it is definitely not a weakling. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. Dragon Clan? It is quite difficult to obtain these synthetic materials, but generally speaking, the more difficult it is, the greater the reward, right? Since you've thought of this, let's get that matter done first. Thinking about the materials needed for synthesis, Bai Chen remembered that he had just obtained the pure-blooded demon's wing membrane from Tseng Na, but had not yet had time to use it. The wing membrane of a pure-blooded demon and the true feathers of a fallen angel, what would the two things combine to create? Bai Chen was eagerly anticipating. Start synthesis. Bai Chen transmitted the last demon wing membrane into the system. Bite. Detected that all synthesis materials have been collected. Blue synthesis task. Synthesis begins. Unlike the synthesis of the three mythical gods, this synthesis took much faster. It seems that the synthesis time is also related to the quality of the task. Let me see what exactly was synthesized. Bai Chen focused his attention on the system. Bite. Blue synthesis task. Synthesis successful. Synthetic materials. Fallen angel's true feathers. Female pure-blood demon's wing membrane. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the synthetic product. Instrument, Lilithmon. Instrument, Lilithmon. Lilithmon is a female demon lord Digimon and one of the 7 demon lords, Digimon in the Digimon world. She captivates with her enchanting beauty, and it is said that anyone who falls for her seduction will surely die. She is lenient towards evil, yet ruthless towards good, living up to her name, the goddess of darkness. The claws on his right arm, Nazar's claws, corrode everything they touch. His special attack is Phantom Pain, which corrodes the opponent's body with his dark breath. It is said that if you are cursed by this, data will disappear from the extremities of your body, and you will suffer in this pain until death. It is believed that she was originally of the same species as Angewoman, and after her fall, she was called the Dark Goddess. Device. Lilithmon is not the complete Lilithmon, but the mode of Lilithmon after being transformed into a device. Giving it your own blood might awaken it or unleash unknown powers. In Bai Chen's hand, a black light flickered, and an unfamiliar prop appeared out of nothing. It was a scepter mixed with black and gold. On both sides of the scepter were spread black wings, symbolizing Lilithman's status as the Demon King. The lustful demon lord of the 7 deadly sins. This is the prototype of Lilithman. Give it your own blood, or you may be able to awaken it. Bai Chen grasped the black scepter, and the blood was perfectly manipulated by Bai Chen to flow into the mouth-like part of the scepter handle. As the blood flowed in, Bai Chen felt as if the scepter had become a part of his body. A black aura surged around Bai Chen, which was the embodiment of the sin of lust among the 7 deadly sins. When Bai Chen's blood was being absorbed by the scepter, and he was feeling the relationship between himself and Lilith's scepter, a groaning sound came from Tiamat's mouth. Orpheus, who was watching Bai Chen's actions with great interest, slowly walked in front of Tiamat and stared straight at Tiamat's majestic front. She looked at Tiamat's, then at her own, and finally thought about Amano Yuma's and Aisha's. Tiamat, Amano Yuma, Aisha herself, Ophelia came to a conclusion that was not very pleasing. Should my breasts be bigger? The black-haired lowly named Orpheus thought about this question very seriously. What kind of messed up thoughts are these? Tiamat, who vaguely heard these words, couldn't help but complain in her mind. Beep. Beep. Orpheus stretched out his small jade fingers and poked Tiamat's body. Why is it so big? Is there any benefit to being so big? Should she manipulate her body to make some changes? While poking Tiamat, Orpheus thought about this very serious question. Enough is enough. As Orpheus was poking, he heard this angry voice. Tiamat, who was originally weak, suddenly woke up after realizing what Orpheus was doing to her. Even if you are Orpheus, there are some things you can't do. Although she had heard before that Orpheus was quite lacking in common sense and quite casual, she had never expected him to be so casual. Tiamat felt that she had seen something of the past. Filled with shame and anger, Tiamat made her accusation despite her weak body and the side effects of blood-sucking. Woke up. Looking at the awakened Tiamat, Orpheus did not make any movement. He just looked at Tiamat's majesty calmly and thought seriously about the problem he had been thinking about before. Would you care about an ant's anger towards you? In the outside world, Tiamat is the Dragon King and a top Demon King level warrior, but in front of Orpheus, he is really just an ant. Are you awake? Bai Chen certainly also noticed the movements on Tiamat's side. But it's best not to use too much force. Your physical condition is not very good now. Bai Chen reminded. Who do you think is responsible for this? Tiamat stole a resentful glance at Bai Chen. Doesn't this person know who caused this situation? How dare they say such things? It seems like someone is dissatisfied with my master. This is a voice that fascinates everyone. Such a sound came from the space. Who? Tiamat frowned. Is there anyone else here? Lilith, Demon King Lilith, is just a servant of the master. The voice that enchanted everyone was heard again, but this time, there was a clear source. On Bai Chen's hand, black energy gathered and permeated the air. In the black atmosphere, a beautiful woman with 12 wings walked out. She was wearing a dignified and elegant Hesher costume, with black high heels on her delicate feet, paired with a dark purple robe and a black leather jacket hidden inside the robe. Her every move was full of ballet-like beauty and witch-like ritual sense. Her upper body was tightly swollen by her own body, and the black leather clothes covered it just right, while her lower body was wrapped in a short and narrow leather skirt. Under the black miniskirt is a pair of slender and strong legs. The slender thighs are now hidden by a pair of black and gold ultra-thin stockings, leaving people only able to imagine the beauty of them. The one who appeared before the two of them was such a demon king who could captivate everyone. Lust among the 7 deadly sins, Devil Lord Lilith. You are so arrogant and ignorant that you don't know how to cherish your master's love. While casting a disdainful look at Tiamat, Lilithmon climbed onto Bai Chen's waist. Tiamat didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. What this person means is that she took advantage of this young man, right? Since she lost, there was nothing for her to say. If her blood was sucked, it was sucked. But wasn't it a bit too much to say this after she was sucked blood? Having said that, Tiamat was indeed quite interested in this strange young man who got on the bus first and didn't even have a ticket. A powerful body that can fight against dragons without losing, but it does resort to blood-sucking activities. Besides that, the existence around him was also quite strange. Orpheus was beside him and seemed to listen to him very much. She even felt that Orpheus knocked her out just to bring her to Bai Chen. Lilith, who had just appeared, was also very powerful, but she showed respect to the young man, even to the point of licking his boots. What is the identity of this young man? The master's favor is more precious than anything else in this world. Only a female Tyrannosaurus like you would not know how to cherish it. Lilithmon spoke as she moved closer to Bai Chen's face. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She had bitten the tip of her tongue. Owner. Lilithmon slowly approached and transferred the blood in its mouth into Bai Chen's mouth. Feeling the stimulation of the new blood, Bai Chen's black pupils turned red instantly. He changed his offensive and picked up the Lilithmon that was entangled with him. Master. Master. Lilithmon's voice trembled a little. She proved with her actions that she really regarded having her blood sucked by Bai Chen as the supreme gift. Feeling the strangeness coming from her body, Lilithmon slowly closed her long eyelashes. I said. Not far away, above Tiamat's head, the terrifying breath of a dragon was brewing. Don't show off your affection in front of me. Tiamat opened her mouth and let out a roar. Also, give my man back to me. Tiamat chose to take action, directly transformed into a half-dragon form, and then pounced towards Bai Chen. Of course, she was quite dissatisfied with Bai Chen, but that didn't mean she would watch other women take her man away. Well, my own man. Tiamat was very satisfied with Bai Chen's performance just now. That was indeed the way the dragons got along with each other. He really used the way the dragons used to suppress her under him. That's why she was so dissatisfied with Bai Chen's casualness. Shouldn't I avoid her at a time like this? Why could I accept the blood of that vixen so naturally? If you like that vixen more, you shouldn't use the power of the dragon clan to suppress her and plunder her so skillfully. Tiamat vented her dissatisfaction, but unfortunately, it was too late. Bai Chen had actually already figured it out long before she could react. Bite. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the high-level gifted blood, the intermediate mirror-breaking blood. Bite. Host advancement detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement and triggering the purple synthesis task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the purple synthesis task. Synthesis materials: Vampire Progenitor's Essence Blood, Demon Progenitor's Essence Blood. You can choose to collect materials yourself or complete tasks randomly generated by the system to obtain random synthetic material rewards. Looks like we're going to be busy. Just for the blood, you need the blood of the Dragon King, the blood of the true ancestor of vampires, the blood of the ancestor of demons, etc., not to mention other things. Neither the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet nor the White Dragon Emperor's Wings of Light are easy to obtain. However, this has nothing to do with Bai Chen now, because he had to first collect the last task material for the color synthesis task. Lilith, I'll leave things here in your hands. I'll be back in 3 days. Before leaving, Bai Chen gave Lilith an instruction. Lilith is one of the people he trusts the most now. In addition, her own strength has reached the level of Demon King, so Bai Chen naturally gave her the responsibility of staying at the base camp. Lilith is essentially the spirit of the Lilith Scepter. She is able to appear in the world through Bai Chen's blood and has the closest relationship with Bai Chen. Don't worry, Master, I will take care of it. Lilith smiled brightly, glanced at Tiamat, and said with a smile. It was as if what she meant was, don't worry, Master, I will definitely take good care of this female Tyrannosaurus and won't let her go out and cause trouble. Tiamat didn't say much, turned away her gaze, stayed on Bai Chen's face for a few seconds, and then moved her gaze away. Although she likes the strong type, she has to admit that Bai Chen does have a kind of magical charm. The power that can suppress her can also be considered strong. So, can it be considered passing? What she wanted to know more was how many secrets this man had. Mysterious, powerful, unknown, and fascinating, This is the impression Bai Chen left on Tiamat. Then I'll leave first. Go to the material world. Bite. Are you sure you want to go to the dungeon material world? Yes. Receive. To access the dungeon material world, you must collect all the required materials within 72 hours, otherwise the material world will not be open to you later. Ding! The copy world opens successfully. With the arrival of light, the being named Bai Chen disappeared in front of Lilith and Tiamat. Bite. Congratulations to the host for reaching the dungeon world / Scarlet Eyes. This dungeon world contains the material the host needs, the dragon blood of the world dragon. You can specify the target material direction once every 6 hours. Please pay attention. The world of Akame Killer. A girl with white hair covering her face, whose figure blends perfectly into the surrounding environment, has shielded her own aura to the extreme. She had to block it because the one chasing her now was the Imperial weapon user. Tiskus Death. The violence and power she possesses are truly terrifying. She's completely on a different level from the average Imperial tool user. The dusty girl recalled her previous confrontation with Isteth, and her face became solemn. Isteth, she was her former friend, right? She once went on an expedition to the southwest border with her colleague and friend Isteth. However, after seeing the atrocities committed by Isteth and her 3 beast warriors in a bloodthirsty massacre of foreign people and their armies, she could no longer bear it and felt deeply the darkness of the Empire and chose to betray it. The girl's name was Nejeshitan. She was one of the youngest female generals in the Empire and one of the most promising people in the Imperial capital's military arena. Of course, this is a thing of the past. Having chosen to betray the Empire, she must first save her own life before she can have the so-called future. Not long ago, when he was heading to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, he met Isteth, who came to take his life. 2 of his Imperial weapon users were killed, and his right eye and right hand were also crippled. Finally, she escaped. Even though it was extremely humiliating, as Isteth had let her go on purpose, she still managed to escape. Now all he needs to do is feint these pursuers sent by others, and he will be able to escape and start planning for the future of the Empire. As her heartbeat gradually calmed down, Nejeshitan felt a piercing pain. Although she had been bandaged, Nejeshitan's injuries were too severe, and she had just focused on escaping and had not paid attention. Now calmed, the intense pain returned and began to eat away at her spirit. Even though she was in such pain, she didn't say a word and waited quietly for her opportunity. Isteth did let her go on purpose, but in this operation, Isteth's position was general, not grand general, and Isteth was not the full-fledged commander. Even if Isteth let her go, other generals would come after her. Da-da-da-da-da. As the sound of horse hooves approached, Nejeshitan's heart began to beat faster. As long as I can survive this round. According to the Empire's unspoken rules of hunting down murderers, 3 attempts are required, and this is the last. Nejeshitan looked into the distance with the sharp vision she had developed from using the romantic turret, Pumpkin. Then she saw an unexpected scene. A young man was standing not far away from him, where was the official road built by the Empire. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that hundreds of meters ahead of this young man, the Imperial cavalry is approaching. Seeing him standing quietly on the official road, what does he want to do? Could it be that he was planning to stand there even if the Imperial army arrived? A thought that even she herself found incredible popped up in Nejeshitan's mind. In fact, it turned out just as she had imagined. The young man stood quietly on the avenue, as if waiting for the arrival of the Imperial army. Who is he? What does he want to do? He is quite clean and doesn't look like he has any Imperial weapon. Then why is he standing there? Nadezhda touched the romantic turret beside her, the pumpkin. Her eyes were still very experienced, and she could tell whether a person was armed or not just by looking at him. Furthermore, the boy's clothing was really strange. It was definitely not the clothing of the areas surrounding the Empire, but it was also not the clothing of the various ethnic groups in the south, north, etc., and it was certainly not the style of the island country in the Far East. Strange, really strange. Here we come. As the sound of horse hooves approached, Nejeshitin lowered herself to the ground. But it was a little different from before. She could no longer ignore the young man standing in the middle of the official road. He's not from a southern ethnic minority. Southern ethnic minorities generally have darker skin, but his skin is unusually fair. Nejeshitin even wondered if the boy's skin was whiter and smoother than hers as a girl. Hurry up. As Nejeshitin watched the distance getting closer, she felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. Why hasn't this person left yet? Shouldn't he leave immediately at this moment? They are now deep in the heart of the local area. Even if they encounter citizens of such an empire, the possibility of execution is much higher than taking them in and sending them back to the empire. After all, this person is really weird. At this time, on the official road, the young man cast an exploratory glance towards the large army in the distance. I finally saw people. I was so moved. Sure enough, if you want to find someone in this desolate mountain and wilderness, it's easiest and quickest to go on this road. Bai Chen nodded with satisfaction. It looks like they're the Empire's troops. Are they waging war here? Bai Chen saw that these people were well-equipped and did not look like barbarians, foreign ethnic groups, or revolutionary forces. Well, anyway, let's find someone to ask for directions first. Bai Chen just stayed where he was, quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. When he first came into this world, he felt something was wrong. This world seems to be very repulsive to him. Then, he got the answer from the system. This is because of the differences between the worlds. Similar to the magic and science forces in a certain magical index, different worlds will exclude each other unless the two worlds are parallel worlds. Different worldviews will lead to exclusion. If you use power that does not belong to this world in this worldview, you will be excluded from this world. Once Bai Chen uses his special abilities now, he will be sent back to his own world. Of course, even if Bai Chen only used the strength of his physical body, he would not be able to contend with anyone in this world. Just by using his own original ability, Bai Chen can gain the power to compete with the demon-level dragon. I have to say, after not being able to use magic, many things are not very convenient. Bai Chen sighed. Even though his magical attainments were not very high, magic had improved his life to a great extent. For example, the magic of mapping. Bai Chen is now lost, and there is no one around. He urgently needs a map to help him find his way. All we can hope for now is that the dragon blood of that world dragon is in a fixed place. The direction of the synthetic material can be specified once every 6 hours, and it is difficult to determine the location by measuring the coordinates using 2 lines. Besides, Bai Chen still didn't have a comprehensive understanding of the world and had no basis for determining the direction. So Bai Chen's current goal is to first find people, then try to find a map, and start surveying as soon as possible. Is the Imperial Army in front of us? I have to say this is indeed a good thing. The Empire's army needs to march, so there should be a marching map. With the map, even if the synthetic materials are moving, Bai Chen can analyze the pattern of their movement. Here it comes. Looking at the approaching army, Bai Chen thought for a moment about what to say next, then raised his hand. Just when he was about to raise his hand, boom! The golden light hit the land not far in front of him, completely destroying the land along with several soldiers. A question mark appeared above Bai Chen's head. What exactly happened? It's the pumpkin turret. It's the pumpkin turret's charged attack. The officers in the army gave Bai Chen the answer. They had already witnessed the power of the pumpkin turret in the army. The officers suppressed the panicked war horses, and the leading deputy general looked towards the direction where the artillery fire came from. The traitor Nejeshitin is right there. Everyone, spread out and advance towards the target coordinates. The deputy general had considerable combat qualities and immediately issued an order. Yes, in the army that obeyed orders, all the soldiers and junior officers stopped marching towards Bai Chen and instead made a detour towards the direction where the laser cannon was fired. I said, "Are you just ignoring me like that?" Bai Chen curled his lips and looked towards the place where the light cannon came from. Unlike these soldiers and officers, Bai Chen instantly saw the white-haired female officer lying in the tall grass. Her body was stained with blood and dust, but her eyes revealed a firm and unyielding will. What Bai Chen cares about most is her current condition. Because the recoil of the romantic cannon, Pumpkin's artillery was so strong, the wound she had bandaged opened again due to the vibration, and red liquid was now oozing out. So, it's this time? The appearance of the girl with the long white ponytail gave Bai Chen the answer. It seems that there are still some problems with accuracy. After using the pumpkin, Nejeshitin started the roundabout tactics without any hesitation, conducting guerrilla warfare while retreating. Because she couldn't use both hands to aim, her accuracy had decreased. Because she was in a state of tension for a long time, the strength of the charge cannon had also decreased. In the end, she couldn't bear to take action against her former colleague, which led to the current situation. But her goal was achieved. As long as those people's attention returned to her, they would no longer care about the young man. Why would I subconsciously do this? It's really unbelievable. As Nejeshitin was making tactical moves, this thought popped up in her mind uncontrollably. Just like it was something that she was supposed to do, she did it naturally, and everything was done subconsciously. Catch Nejeshitin. Catch the traitor. Go back and ask Generalist Death for your credit. We must not let her escape. Such sounds surrounded her ears, making Nejeshitin feel a little irritated. The possibility of escaping this time is too small. As she conducted guerrilla warfare, Nejeshitin could feel the power of the Imperial Army more and more. A centipede is still alive even after death, and this is the current state of the Empire. Even a decadent empire could send out elite troops to conquer the ethnic minorities in the south by using only a part of its power. This is the strength of a great power that has existed for thousands of years. Could it be that I'm going to be escorted back to that death again? Nejeshitin frowned fiercely. At this point, is the only thing that matters now? She hadn't even begun to try other ways to save the Empire before she had already failed. Nejeshitin put down the pumpkin in her hand and controlled the romantic turret, pumpkin with one hand. It was already the limit that she could hold on until now. No, it should be said that with the remaining mental strength she had after being hunted for so long, it was a miracle that she could launch so many artillery attacks. Overusing pumpkin can be fatal. Main died from the side effect of pumpkin, mental exhaustion. No, just follow me from now on. I need your help with something. When her spirit was dying, Nejeshitin heard such a voice. This was also the last sound Nejeshitin heard. The strong sleepiness and the body that had reached its limit finally made the female General Nejeshitin's mental strength unable to support it, and she slowly fell to the ground. In a trance, she saw countless soldiers flying over the horizon. No one knew what happened, but almost all the soldiers were blasted into the air and instantly lost their combat capability. Nejeshitin didn't have the energy to analyze what happened. She just felt that before she fell, she saw someone. Who are you? Finally, I took a look at that familiar face. After confirming that it was the posture of the boy she saw, she finally fainted.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.